Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Clicking on it, a clean, minimalistic search page popped up. It worked, he said, satisfied. From this moment, the signal tower had fully integrated into the shelter's local network and extended its coverage to a 15-kilometer radius. Within this area, anyone with a wireless communication device could access or detect Suwoo's network. A new internet was born. 13 kilometers away, at another private shelter in the outskirts, a young man named Wang Hao was charging his phone with a hand-cranked generator. He flipped through the settings out of sheer boredom. Having been in his underground shelter for days, Wang Hao had exhausted all the novels, movies, and videos stored on his phone. Now, he didn't know what to do with it. I should have downloaded more offline games, he lamented. Previously, Wang Hao had installed several games that claimed to work offline. But to his dismay, none of them were accessible without an internet connection, a cruel irony in his current situation. Chapter 54, Urban Mine's regret was useless now. The network above ground had long been destroyed by the series of disasters. Pessimistically speaking, Wang Hao thought he might not encounter such a resource-rich network again in his lifetime. At that moment, his eyes lit up as he noticed a new, unfamiliar network signal on his phone. He blinked, initially assuming it was an illusion. But before he realized it, his finger had already tapped on the signal. Whoa, it actually connected. Wang Hao's heart began to race as he realized he might have stumbled upon something extraordinary. What happened to Wang Hao was not an isolated incident. In numerous locations, in various shelters, people of different identities discovered the same strange network signal, one that maintained full strength even deep underground. For most people, limited by their circumstances, they couldn't fully interact with the network or communicate with others. All they could do was passively watch the single video broadcasted by the network. Yet, even that was enough to excite them beyond measure. This was the first time since moving into their dark, isolated shelters that they had received information from the outside world. They realized they were not alone. That night, countless people stayed up watching the single video on repeat. The golden wheat fields that stretched endlessly in the footage and a soft, tranquil song accompanying it seemed to soothe their long-suppressed emotions. For the first time, they remembered the singer's name, one that would remain unforgettable. Meanwhile, for the leaders of shelters or the wealthy owners of private shelters who already had access to the official satellite network, connecting to Suwoo's new network was a breeze. To them, the sheer abundance of resources on this mysterious network was astonishing. A variety of common software, a wealth of knowledge both practical and trivial, it was all there. If it weren't for the limited number of users to interact with, they might have mistaken this network for a restored version of the pre-apocalyptic internet. Whoever built this, having it is better than having nothing. After cautiously interacting with a few other online users, these shelter elites came to a unanimous consensus. 2 hours after the communication tower went live, As some shelters began granting internal permissions, Suwu's budding network began to show signs of life. More people started sharing snippets of their lives in their shelters on social platforms, discussing the song performed by Chenzin, and celebrating this newfound connection to the outside world. Others frantically downloaded every resource they could find, fearing that this mysterious network might disappear as suddenly as it had appeared. Still, a few idle individuals tested the games available on the network. Even if they could only play against I due to the low number of online players, the mere ability to play a game was enough to bring joy. In his shelter beneath the ruins of the rural courtyard, Suwu monitored the network activity. Watching people share their lives, praise Chenzin's song, and celebrate the network, a deep sense of satisfaction and accomplishment filled his heart. Everything he saw had been made possible by his own hands. He had successfully planted a small tree of prosperity in the desert. After a long while, Suwu checked the time. It was late. Reluctantly, he logged off the network and began his routine summary of the day's work. In the last few hours of the evening, the shelter's robots and engineering team completed the construction of the shelter's entrance fortifications and returned underground. The fourth underground level of the shelter was almost complete, with some of the engineering team's equipment already working on a vertical passage to the fifth level. If everything went well, by the time Suwu woke up the next morning, he would be able to finalize the solidification of the fourth level, marking its official completion. The special transport vehicles staying here aren't really serving much purpose for now. They can start earning some extra income. Though 600 square meters wasn't a massive space, with the addition of an engineering team and 2 large special transport vehicles, it felt cramped. Considering there wasn't much left to do, Suwu decided to exclude the 2 transport vehicles from construction and send them to the city to collect scrap materials. He had long been eyeing the various metal debris left behind by the storm and building collapses in the city. Now that he had the chance, he wasn't going to miss out. The large cargo truck can go too. Even if there's not much scrap metal to collect at first, it can haul some construction waste back. It'll be useful eventually. Mulling it over, Suwu began planning the collection team's route and priorities. Items like air conditioner units and other household appliances were the most valuable per unit of volume. Next came cars, streetlights, billboards, and other objects with significant metal content. Construction debris, though it contained rebar, was encased in large amounts of concrete and was therefore the least valuable. It would only be collected when there was nothing else to transport, just to prevent the cargo truck's capacity from going to waste. First, run along the cleared roads. Pick up the easily accessible metal debris. Then, do a second pass and dig out the more shallowly buried materials. After that, search for factories, shopping malls, residential complexes, and construction or appliance warehouses. Scan where necessary and clear pathways where needed. Lastly, target appliances deeply buried in construction rubble. Suwu's faced goals were clear and precise. While items like household appliances and cars might not be as useful to other shelters, they were incredibly valuable to Suwu. However, in a post-apocalyptic world, resources were finite. Even if others didn't find the same value in these items, there was no guarantee he wouldn't face competition from other shelters for the same materials. With that in mind, his initial focus was a race against time to secure the easiest resources first. Chapter 55, Generous Survival Point Rewards. As for the later stages, it would be akin to mining, a long-term excavation activity requiring a significant labor investment. At that point, there would be no need for such urgency. After all, only a handful of shelters in Jiang City could muster the manpower for mining-scale operations. Moreover, without the ability to utilize construction waste, their yields would naturally lag behind Suwu's. Their willingness to excavate would be much lower and would not pose significant competition. With a large cargo truck as a communication relay, the special transport vehicles can operate up to 40 kilometers away from the shelter, covering most of Jiang City's main urban area. If everything goes well, the first phase alone should yield substantial returns. Unlike the large cargo truck, which had reinforced long-range communication modules, the special transport vehicles only had a 10-kilometer communication range. Beyond that, they would rely solely on their onboard chips for autonomous decisions, significantly increasing the risk of accidents. While deploying a chain of scouting drones could theoretically extend the communication range to over 60 kilometers, the small size and weak wind resistance of the drones made such operations highly risky, useful only in emergencies. Fortunately, the current situation did not warrant such extreme measures. Watching via monitor as the 2 special transport vehicles and a large cargo truck disappeared into the darkness outside the shelter, Suwu drained the cola on his desk and left the control center. It was time to rest. He needed to conserve energy for the busier day ahead. At midnight, the apocalyptic survival system refreshed its routine calculations. Current territory, habitable personal shelter, 99%, Daily survival points, +3. Completion of basic network infrastructure, +50 survival points. Initial establishment of the community of shared future for mankind, +150 survival points. Remaining survival points, 209. With the 4th underground level nearing completion, the shelter's level progression bar had reached an impressive 99%. Just one step away from a breakthrough into a new phase. Su Wu's gaze briefly passed over the experience bar, but the subsequent 2 rewards caught his attention. The 50 survival points for building the network were among the largest single rewards he had ever received. Though unexpected, it was understandable given the significance of the internet. However, the 150-point reward for the community of shared future for mankind was beyond surprising, it was downright baffling. What is this community of shared future for mankind? Su Wu pondered for a long time but couldn't figure out what he had done to trigger such a massive reward. The best he could deduce from the name was that it might be related to establishing the network and sharing it with surrounding shelters. But regardless of the cause, the concept seemed overwhelmingly grandiose and heavy, far beyond what his modest private shelter could hope to influence. Let's just treat it as a hidden game mechanic. It's enough to reap the benefits, no need to overthink it. Unable to find an explanation, Su Wu pragmatically set the matter aside and focused on the windfall of survival points. With over 200 points now at his disposal, the manufacturing center upgrade plan originally slated for a later date could be implemented immediately, saving at least 1 to 2 months of waiting. Sitting up in bed, Su Wu grabbed the tablet on his bedside table and opened the manufacturing center's monitor feed. The brightly lit center was busy, with the shelter's 2 engineering robots continuously fabricating mechanical parts. Around them were piles of weapons and ammunition, including 2 slender 240mm rockets. Estimated time to completion, 1 hour and 15 minutes. Su Wu glanced at the progress report provided by the Eye. Due to repeated reassignment of the engineering robots to other tasks over the past 2 days, this batch of weapons which should have been finished long ago had been delayed until now. Fortunately, it was nearly done. Deciding not to interfere, Su Wu simply assigned 2 construction robots to transport completed weapons and ammunition out of the manufacturing center and bring in the materials needed for the CNC machine and 3D printer. Building these industrial machines would take over 15 hours, so there was no rush, everything could proceed in an orderly queue. After setting things in motion, Su Wu turned off the lights in his room and lay down to sleep. That day's unexpected rewards far exceeded his expectations, promising a restful night of dreams. The next morning, the first update Su Wu received was a report from the team scavenging in Jiang City. Overnight, the team had collected about 15 tons of metal, primarily damaged vehicle remnants, along with some air conditioner units, refrigerators, and washing machines. The haul was satisfactory overall but unlikely to last. The number of scavengers in the urban area far exceeded Su Wu's initial estimates. Even during pitch-dark nights, over 20 different shelter teams, including some from official shelters, were combing through the city ruins. Within a single night, the amount of easily accessible metal debris had visibly decreased. Su Wu opened a video sent back by one of the special transport vehicles. In the footage, 2 workers in heat-resistant suits jumped out of a truck, quickly cut the copper pipes off an air conditioner unit with large pliers, and then lifted the deformed unit into the open truck bed. They moved on to the next collection site without pause. The entire process took less than 5 minutes, an efficiency that was almost terrifying. That speed. Su Wu felt a sense of urgency but ultimately restrained the impulse to fully mobilize his resources. Instead, he dispatched 2 construction robots with cutting tools to stand by on the surface. When the next cargo truck returned, they would ride along to provide additional support, compensating for the team's lack of micro-level operations. While scavenging urban metals was tempting, it remained a side hustle. Su Wu's primary focus was still the development of his shelter. He couldn't afford to lose sight of his priorities. Chapter 56, Scouting and Deliveries. After freshening up and having a quick reheated breakfast, Su Wu took the elevator to the 4th underground level. The lack of direct connection to the shelter's central air conditioning made the air on this level humid and warm. Within seconds, Su Wu felt discomfort and didn't try to endure it. After a quick inspection to confirm nothing was overlooked, he used survival points to solidify the 4th level. The once loose walls made of construction debris hardened into a sturdy structure, officially completing the 4th underground level. All the construction robots from this level, except for 2 left behind for interior finishing, were redirected to remove temporary supports and start excavation for the 5th underground level. Having completed his task, Su Wu quickly returned to the 2nd floor control center, avoiding prolonged exposure to the uncomfortable conditions. Today, he had to prepare for the delivery of around 650 pounds of fresh lettuce to 8 different shelters, as agreed in the official chat channel 2 days earlier. This would not be an easy task, especially with the large cargo truck already engaged in scavenging operations in the city and competing with other shelters. Efficient planning was essential to ensure timely deliveries. Looking at the weather conditions on the surface, the thick clouds overhead still shrouded the sky, but there was enough daylight for safe travel. Suwoo deployed a reconnaissance drone squad, which ascended through the drone platform of the small fortress and into the sky. Average wind speed, 5.5 meters per second, temperature, 72.3 degrees Celsius. Flight conditions, stable. The drone squad circled above the shelter, scanning the surrounding environment for safety before beginning its pre-planned reconnaissance route to inspect the delivery targets, starting with the closest. Soon, high-resolution aerial images were transmitted back, and the eye processed the data to produce an exceptionally detailed 3D map. After studying the map, Suwoo noted that 5 of the shelters had clear pathways to their entrances, allowing the large cargo truck to drive directly to their doors. The remaining 3, however, posed challenges, with one requiring traversal through a 500 to 600 meter stretch of debris. In that case, it's best to split the deliveries into 2 batches. Suwoo quickly formulated a plan. He messaged all 8 shelters to coordinate delivery methods and times. For the first 5 shelters with clear paths, the cargo truck would make direct deliveries, likely completing them in half an hour if all went smoothly. For the remaining 3, the cargo truck would deliver the produce to the nearest accessible point. From there, the K2 series agricultural drones, equipped with special insulated containers, would handle aerial transportation to the final destinations. This secondary delivery step would require precise coordination and additional effort, particularly during loading and unloading, which would undoubtedly present challenges. However, Suwoo had no other options. He hadn't anticipated the intense competition in scavenging operations, leaving him reluctant to divert resources to clear additional roads. Let's set the delivery time for around 4 p.m. By then, the CNC machine should also be nearing completion. Additionally, I'll need 2 hours before the delivery to harvest and package the lettuce leaves from the hydroponic farm. After coordinating with the buyers, Suwoo organized his tasks for the day. By the time he finished, nearly half the screen was filled with pending to-do items, and over an hour had passed. This is such a time sink. Rubbing his temples in frustration, Suwoo realized this approach wasn't sustainable. As his vegetable output increased and his future livestock farming operations began, he couldn't spend all his time acting as a customer service representative and logistics coordinator. Maybe I should find someone to help. The thought crossed his mind but was quickly dismissed. Trusting an outsider to access his shelter without sufficient safeguards wasn't a wise decision. With the deliveries sorted, Suwoo turned his attention to the city scavenging team. By now, the 2 construction robots he had dispatched earlier had joined the 2 special transport vehicles in the urban area. After switching to a more aggressive strategy of cutting through entangled debris, their efficiency in collecting scrap metal had significantly improved. In 5 hours, they were expected to bring back a load of about 10 tons, consisting mainly of household appliances and car wrecks. That's more than enough. Satisfied with their progress, Suwoo estimated a daily haul of 50 to 60 tons of metal, an impressive yield, especially considering it was all essentially free. With a few hours left before noon, Suwoo logged into his newly established internet and played a quick online game with a few other users. Despite the network being new with limited online users, there were already dedicated gaming enthusiasts among them, some of whom had been online for nearly 20 consecutive hours. Finding opponents wasn't difficult. By 4 p.m., it was time for the deliveries. Fresh lettuce leaves were harvested and packed by the hydroponic farm's robots, weighed, and sealed in insulated containers. These were loaded into the cargo truck, which had arrived punctually. Suwoo recorded a short video of the harvesting and loading process and posted it in the official chat channel, informing the buyers to prepare for the handover. Your underground farm is massive. The daily yield will definitely exceed 70 pounds in the future, remarked Wang Jiango, seeing the hydroponic farm for the first time through the video. The dense, forest-like rows of vegetables left him in awe. Maintaining such a large-scale vegetable production base would require enormous power consumption, far beyond the capacity of many small or medium-sized shelters. Chapter 57, The Post-Apocalyptic Farmer. I see tomatoes, purple cabbage. Wait, is that strawberry seedlings? And grapevines? Miao Jun, the owner of a private shelter with a background in agriculture, was even more shocked than Wang Jiango. He recognized many of the young vegetable and fruit plants in Suwoo's photos and realized their significance. The presence of such crops meant that Suwoo had already surpassed the basic needs for survival and food. He not only had the resources but also the leisure to pursue higher levels of luxury. If Suwoo's grapevines matured before the apocalypse ended, those grapes would be worth their weight in gold. Wealthy shelters would undoubtedly pay a premium to acquire them. Not just that. Look closely at the edges of the photo. tulips, blue star flowers, larkspur. There are so many flowers. Are you planning to build a garden? For the first time, a family member of a high-ranking official from another shelter spoke up in the chat, unable to hide their amazement. If fresh fruits were considered luxury items, then flowers were nothing short of mythical. At least in Jiang City, not even the largest official shelters could afford to cultivate these ornamental plants with no practical use. Su Wu's underground farm might very well be the only place in the entire city growing flowers on a large scale. The lettuce output is about this much for now, Su Wu explained, addressing the lively discussion in the chat. But once crops like cabbage, spinach, and kale grow, they'll also be available for sale. As for tomatoes, bell peppers, and fruits, we'll see. Their output is limited, and most of it will be kept for personal use. He selectively answered the questions that most people were curious about, turning the discussion into an advertisement for his hydroponic farm. The effect was immediate. The chat became even more active, with many people beginning to see Su Wu as a valuable vegetable supplier. With such a large vegetable farm, you might as well call yourself a farmer, joked Heavy Knight, who had previously traded with Su Wu. Your life is better than it was before the apocalypse. Heavy Knight, once a wealthy landlord living a life many dreamed of, now felt like an ordinary person compared to Su Wu. He dreamed of having an underground farm but struggled to even maintain basic power for his shelter, let alone grow crops. The lively discussion continued for a long time. However, as more people joined the conversation, less harmonious voices began to surface. Can I ask where your shelter is located? If I ever need something, I'd like to visit in person to save on delivery fees. Su Wu's shelter location wasn't exactly a secret. He had casually mentioned it in previous chats. Before he could respond, someone in the chat provided the answer. Su Wu paused his typing and glanced at both the person who asked and the one who answered. He said nothing, letting the matter rest. On the surface, the delivery process for the large cargo truck took over 2 hours. As Su Wu had anticipated, the 3 deliveries involving drone transport were particularly troublesome, requiring extensive coordination. The process was further delayed when one of the K2 series agricultural drones malfunctioned mid-delivery, forcing it to return for repairs. Ultimately, the entire operation took an hour longer than expected. Meanwhile, back at the manufacturing center, the engineering robots had completed the CNC machine and were halfway through building the 3D printer. Once the trades were finalized, Su Wu hurried to the manufacturing center. Is this the CNC machine? Standing before the towering machine, which was 5 or 6 meters tall and occupied 3 entire rooms, Su Wu felt a deep sense of insignificance. He glanced at the manufacturing report. The engineering robots had used around 60 tons of metal to construct the machine, including a significant amount of rare materials. The project had nearly depleted the shelter's inventory of rare metals. This used up quite a bit of resources, Su Wu muttered, frowning. But he quickly let it go. A little extra material use is fine. More materials meant fewer survival points would be consumed for upgrades, and the machine would likely offer enhanced functionality. Placing his hand on the metallic surface of the CNC machine, a notification appeared in his vision. Upgrade requires 30 survival points. The amount was less than expected, but there was only one upgrade option improving the CNC machine. Upgrade. Su Wu confirmed the upgrade mentally. A soft white glow enveloped the machine for a brief moment before fading away. New intelligent terminal detected. Grant access. Su Wu's tablet displayed a prompt from the AI system managing the shelter, asking for permission to integrate the CNC machine. He granted access, and the tablet's screen dimmed briefly before displaying a new interface for operating the CNC machine. This thing has so many features. It can produce custom parts with no restrictions. Precision is at the micron level. Production speed. Let's test it. After exploring the interface, Su Wu had a construction robot load raw materials into the machine. The CNC machine operated for about 10 minutes before producing a series of parts of varying sizes. An engineering robot quickly assembled them, and soon, a standard automatic rifle appeared in its hands. Much faster than the robots making things by hand. If it's mass-producing standard parts, it could be even quicker. It's practically a miniature, universal industrial assembly line. After conducting several more tests, Su Wu was thoroughly impressed with the CNC machine's performance. Even components requiring high-temperature forging could be produced seamlessly. In the realm of metalworking, the CNC machine seemed capable of manufacturing nearly anything within the micron precision range. Chapter 58, CNC Machine and 3D Printer. After completing the tests, Su Wu immediately assigned the newly upgraded CNC machine its first official task, assisting the engineering robots in completing the unfinished 3D printer. With the CNC machine in operation, the production speed of the engineering robots skyrocketed, as if someone had pressed a fast-forward button. What was originally a 6 to 7 hour job was compressed into less than 30 minutes. Su Wu decided to remain in the manufacturing center, standing near the production area and watching the 2 engineering robots and a CNC machine at work. When the job was completed, he stepped forward to inspect the results. Compared to the massive CNC machine, the 3D printer was much smaller, taking up only half the room. However, its construction required no less in terms of resources. Given the current material reserves of Su Wu's shelter, building a second 3D printer was almost impossible. He placed his hand on the warm metal exterior of the 3D printer, and a new upgrade option appeared in his vision. Upgrade to comprehensive 3D printer. Su Wu chose the most expensive option, consuming 50 survival points in an instant. As the white glow enveloped the printer, a sleek, silver-white metallic device emerged. The upgraded 3D printer could process both metallic and non-metallic materials like rubber and glass. Though its production speed was much slower than the CNC machine, it offered unparalleled flexibility in shaping materials and creating more intricate components. In fact, with sufficient materials, it could even produce low-end micron-level chips, a critical capability for a shelter managed by artificial intelligence and reliant on high-tech equipment. Now that I have the production equipment, the next step is to solve the material supply problem. Then, I can scale up production significantly. Su Wu's gaze swept across the CNC machine and 3D printer, both invaluable industrial assets in the current world. He couldn't help but dream of a future filled with sprawling underground shelters resembling cities and an endless array of automated machinery. However, turning that vision into reality would require overcoming several significant challenges. The foremost challenge was material quality. Unlike the engineering robots, which could work with a wider range of materials, the CNC machine and 3D printer demanded much higher quality raw materials. This rendered most of the scrap metals scavenged from abandoned appliances unsuitable for direct use. They would need to be dismantled further and smelted anew. Since the 4th underground level is completed, and there's a pressing need, it's time to build a production line for dismantling and smelting scrap metal. The 4th level had always been planned as a small industrial zone for dismantling, smelting, and manufacturing. Now, with the CNC machine's exceptional capabilities, the section originally designated for small-scale production could be repurposed for larger dismantling and smelting operations. Still, I need to reserve some space for assembling large vehicles like trucks. As the manufacturing center became increasingly crowded with the addition of the CNC machine and 3D printer, space for assembling large objects was becoming scarce. The nearly empty 4th level was the only viable option for assembling sizable items. Let's get started. After finalizing the layout for the 4th level, Su Wu immediately began the construction process. Large quantities of finished steel and other raw materials were transported to the manufacturing center by construction robots and fed into the CNC machine and 3D printer. Just as the production line began operating, Su Wu received an alert from the artificial intelligence system. A suspicious group had been spotted near the surface of the shelter. Switching the screen on his tablet to the surveillance feed, Su Wu quickly located the target using AI-provided markers. The group consisted of about 10 individuals in heat-resistant suits, armed with firearms. They were patrolling 2 to 3 kilometers around the small surface bunker, using binoculars and drones to observe the shelter's facilities. Behind them were several construction vehicles, likely intended for forcibly dismantling the shelter's defenses once Su Wu sealed the entrance. They came quickly, Su Wu muttered, his expression calm and unsurprised. After revealing the scale of his hydroponic farm, he had anticipated this situation. He just hadn't expected the would-be intruders to act so hastily, showing up in broad daylight without even waiting for nightfall. Deploy reconnaissance drones and start recording the operation. Arm the K2 series agricultural drone with rockets and put it on standby. Activate the 120mm howitzer and eliminate them. Without even halting the engineering robots working on the 5th underground level, and without closing the shelter's entrance, Su Wu issued his combat orders to the eye. Moments later, a reconnaissance drone was launched from the small bunker, scanning and monitoring the surrounding area for kilometers. The confrontation that followed was less of a battle and more of a one-sided massacre. Over a kilometer away from the small bunker, a man who appeared to be the group's leader sensed something was off. He raised his head, trying to locate the source of his unease. In the next instant, his pupils contracted violently. He saw a shell descending from the sky, landing near 2 of his companions hundreds of meters away. The next moment, an explosion of fire engulfed the area, consuming everything within a 100-meter radius. The leader froze in terror, his limbs trembling as his mind raced. What is this? Weren't we just here to deal with a private shelter armed with rifles? How did we end up under such a terrifying attack? But in battle, hesitation is fatal. Chapter 59, Upgraded Chaos. Seconds later, another shell tore through the air and landed near the mercenary leader. This time, luck abandoned him. The burning thermite blast melted through his heat-resistant suit, seared his flesh, and charred his bones. His body was left as an unrecognizable pile of remains. High above, a silent reconnaissance drone hovered, recording every moment of the skirmish below. The brief battle lasted only 40 seconds from the moment the eye launched its attack. 4 120mm thermite shells had been fired, resulting in the complete annihilation of all 12 intruders. None of the attackers had managed to fire a single shot before their deaths. Half an hour later, back in the control center, Suwu reviewed the findings from the battlefield, delivered by the cleanup robots. The attackers were identified as a newly formed group of mercenaries. Their members were a mix of former security guards and criminals from before the apocalypse, with experience in street brawls but lacking any real military discipline. Using 120mm howitzers on them. Was that overkill? Suwu couldn't help but reflect on his actions. Of course, if faced with the same situation again, he would make the same choice. Why risk his robots and small arms when heavy artillery could resolve the situation more effectively and send a clear message to potential threats? The only pity is that I couldn't find any leads on who hired them. Who could it be? Suwu wasn't ready to let the matter rest. There was no way someone could attack him without facing consequences. Whoever orchestrated this would need to be hunted down and dealt with decisively. He decided to start with the person in the chat who had asked for his location. With a bounty incentive, it wouldn't take long to uncover the mastermind. Selecting a few photos from the reconnaissance drone's footage, Suwu uploaded them to the official chat channel. He couldn't upload videos due to the satellite network's limitations, but even the images of the massive thermite explosions were enough to create a sensation. A group of armed intruders attacked my shelter. All of them have been eliminated. Evidence will be handed over to the official security agency once compiled. After briefly explaining the photos, Suwu ignored the frenzy of reactions in the chat and reached out to a representative of the authorities in the channel, the young and wealthy military officer Yilua Shuang. How does the government handle incidents like this? Her response was immediate and startlingly direct: just handle it yourself. No need to report it. Suwu raised an eyebrow in surprise. That relaxed? No investigation at all? What's there to investigate? Most of these incidents are just private shelters using hired guns. This isn't the first time it's happened. Yilua Shuang's reply carried a tone of exasperation and resignation. The higher-ups are focused on preparing for worsening environmental conditions. Unless there's a large-scale firefight in the city or a massacre outside, they're shelving these cases for now. And by the way, she added, you're the one who went overboard. A heavy artillery piece? Are you planning to fight the military next? Her tone wasn't accusatory, just incredulous at Suwu's level of preparedness. While most shelters resorted to handguns or homemade explosives, Suwu had gone straight to deploying heavy artillery loaded with thermite rounds overkill even against military vehicles, let alone amateur-armed groups. Just self-defense. What do you expect me to do, face them head-on with a rifle? Seeing that Yilua Shuang wasn't pressing the issue, Suwu replied casually, testing the waters for future actions. So, if I retaliate against these shelters, it's fine as long as I keep it low-key? Don't make too big a scene, she cautioned. Like rolling that howitzer up to someone's doorstep. Anything else, as long as it's not publicized, shouldn't be an issue. She added, for shelters with over 100 people, make sure you gather evidence of their crimes if you plan to act against them. Otherwise, the military might label you as a troublemaker and crack down on you as an example. Oh, and watch what you say in the official channels. Don't put the higher-ups in a tough spot, or they'll have to deal with you harshly. I understand. I'll tread carefully, Suwu replied, ending the conversation. Switching back to the chat channel, he noticed the ongoing heated discussions sparked by his photos. Many users, despite being wealthy elites or corporate leaders, still clung to pre-apocalypse mindsets and limited information. They seemed blissfully unaware of the escalating chaos outside. 70-degree heat and a storm, and it's already this chaotic, Suwu muttered, feeling a pang of nostalgia for the Lost Order. After a moment of reflection, he turned his attention back to the scavenging team in the city. Given the unpredictable risks, Suwu decided to bolster their defenses. Let's equip each of the 2 specialized transport vehicles with a folding turret. Add another construction robot armed for combat to the large transport truck, along with a K2 agricultural drone equipped with rockets. And why not? Let's weld a 30mm rapid-fire cannon to the top of the truck bed. With the CNC machine and 3D printer at his disposal, such additions were now trivial to produce. Suwu smirked as he began preparing the upgrades. This should make them think twice before messing with my scavenging teams. Chapter 60. Luxuries. If Suwu wanted, he could mass-produce weapons at any time, with only drones being somewhat difficult to replicate. Of course, Without access to advanced gunpowder formulas, the quality of his ammunition would be limited. The firepower and stability couldn't match military-grade equipment, but it was more than sufficient for deterring or countering civilian armed groups. In the chat channel, the uproar caused by the photos Suwoo had posted gradually died down without his active participation. However, in the minds of many shelter leaders, Suwoo's identity shifted beyond being just a vegetable supplier. He was now also regarded as a heavily armed entity not to be provoked lightly. This unspoken reputation would undoubtedly reduce the troubles Suwoo might face in future trades. As dawn broke, a new day arrived, and the system's daily refresh brought an upgrade to Suwoo's shelter. Current domain, affluent personal shelter, 0%, daily survival points +4, significant boost in industrial productivity, survival points +25, current remaining survival points, 158. The shelter's level had risen from habitable personal shelter to affluent personal shelter. Unlike the previous level up, which only granted a small one-time survival point bonus, this upgrade permanently increased the daily survival point income by 1. The 25-point reward for the increased industrial productivity brought by the new CNC machine and 3D printer was decent, if not exceptional. Suwoo didn't feel disappointed. The real value of the industrial boost extended far beyond the survival points awarded. With proper utilization, the saved points and expanded capabilities could surpass the bonus by tens or even hundreds of times. Over the next few days, Suwoo poured all suitable materials from his shelter into the CNC machine and 3D printer, which operated non-stop. A steady stream of standard parts rolled off the production line, transported to the newly finished 4th underground floor for assembly and welding. At its core, the high-temperature furnace formed the centerpiece of a budding industrial recycling facility, capable of dismantling and sorting waste materials. Meanwhile, the heavy investment into this facility forced Suwoo to pause both the expansion of his engineering and scavenging teams and the excavation of the 5th underground level. This trade-off left Suwoo with mixed feelings. On the one hand, the rapid progress on the recycling center was gratifying. On the other, he couldn't help but feel frustrated as scavengers from other shelters freely collected large quantities of valuable scrap metal while his efforts were constrained. Nonetheless, he understood this was the optimal and most efficient path forward. With the shelter's day-to-day operations managed by the Eye, Suwoo found himself with unexpected free time. Descending to the 1st underground level, Suwoo wandered through the lush greenery of his hydroponic farm. Thanks to optimal conditions, ideal temperature, abundant nutrients, and the careful tending of farm robots, the crops grew even more robustly than they would have in the most fertile soil above ground. The vibrant green leaves, adorned with dewdrops, looked like works of art, a sight that brought great satisfaction. Beyond the vegetable racks lay a section adorned with flowers of various colors. Planted when they were near or at their blooming periods and meticulously cared for over the past month, these flowers were now in full bloom. Pausing in his steps, Suwoo admired the artificial wallow flowers. The sight of these vivid blossoms, combined with the faint floral fragrance in the air, brought a rare sense of peace to his heart. After standing quietly for a long time, Suwoo pulled out his tablet and captured this precious and rare scene in the apocalypse. Uploading the video to his private network, he mused, hopefully, when the apocalypse ends, these flowers will bloom across the earth once again. Several kilometers away from Suwoo's shelter, in a small corporate shelter, Wang Hao, a regular member, was browsing the network on his phone. He came across the video of the flowers Suwoo had just posted. At first, Wang Hao thought it was an old clip from before the apocalypse. But upon noticing the enclosed walls, growth lights, and the golden administrator badge on the uploader's account, he quickly realized this was a live video of a real location. The knowledge changed everything. Sitting upright, Wang Hao replayed the video, scrutinizing every frame. These once common flowers now seemed like the most luxurious sight in the world. In truth, they were. In a time when humanity struggled to survive in dark, cramped shelters, maintaining these fragile flowers required immense resources that could save countless lives instead. Whose shelter is this? Growing so many flowers. What extravagance! Not far from Wang Hao, Li Linsong, the director of the same shelter, also watched the video. Unlike Wang Hao, Li Linsong's first reaction was to calculate the cost of cultivating these flowers and how much food could be obtained for the same resources. The numbers made his heart ache. No matter what, he couldn't justify spending so much on things with no practical value. Of course, even if he wanted to, he likely couldn't afford to maintain such a garden. The space, energy, nutrients, and manpower required were simply beyond the reach of any shelter that wasn't overflowing with resources. This garden of flowers was, without a doubt, a true luxury of the apocalypse. Chapter 61, Recycling Center, July 12th. The average surface temperature reached 75 degrees. All traces of animals that had occasionally appeared on the surface were now completely gone. Even humans, who once stood at the top of the food chain, could no longer operate on the surface without specially modified vehicles or heat-resistant suits. On this sweltering yet otherwise unremarkable day, deep within the rocky outskirts of Jiang City, an unassuming shelter marked a significant milestone. The small shelter transitioned from manual production to true industrial manufacturing. A faint hum resonated as a pile of scattered scrap metal was slowly conveyed into a high-temperature furnace. With this, the power consumption of the recycling center soared, drawing nearly 90% of the output from 2 geothermal generators. Since the furnace posed potential risks during operation, Suwu remained in the control center, observing this special inaugural ceremony via the monitors. However, calling it a ceremony was an exaggeration. The entire process lasted only a few seconds. What followed was a 12-hour-long preheating phase before the first batch of refined iron ingots could be produced. After the ceremony, Suwu focused on the furnace's data displayed on the control console. He couldn't help but feel a bit pressured. The energy consumption in this state is staggering. The active furnace consumed roughly 500 kilowatt-hours per hour, capable of refining approximately 1 ton of scrap steel per hour after preheating. While this output was significant, the energy demand was equally enormous. At full capacity, the shelter could not power any additional industrial equipment. And this was just one of several furnaces. The recycling center housed at least 5 other furnaces of varying types, each designed to process specific materials. Given the current energy limitations, running all the furnaces simultaneously was impossible. Suwu could only use them in rotation. The geothermal resources in this area are nearly depleted. Unless I drill deeper or expand into new regions, I can't add more generators. Facing the energy shortage, Suwu's first thought was to increase the number of geothermal generators. However, after surveying the area, cold, hard data proved this to be unfeasible. Geothermal resources, like any other resource, had their limits. The vicinity of the shelter could only support 2 generators. Other energy solutions Suwu could think of either carried excessive risks or provided insufficient power to be practical. I'll have to make do for now. Once the shelter develops further, I'll explore new outposts and resource sites. These outposts didn't necessarily have to be residential areas. They could function as automated resource stations, dedicated to collecting electricity, minerals, and other valuable resources. Until Suwu could build nuclear power plants or other advanced energy stations, establishing additional geothermal and coal-fired power plants in external locations was the best and only viable solution. After addressing the power supply issue, Suwu switched to the shelter's 3D map, using sensors throughout the facility to inspect and analyze each level's environment. The recycling center's operations would inevitably produce large amounts of toxic gases and other waste materials. Despite implementing a comprehensive purification and filtration system during construction, the shelter remained a confined, limited space. Even minor mishaps could escalate into catastrophic disasters. Precautions, no matter how stringent, were warranted. After ensuring no issues were detected, Suwu decided to enhance the safety measures further. He planned to construct an isolation wall and dual isolation tunnels around the recycling center, physically separating it from the rest of the 4th underground level. Additionally, the recycling center's ventilation system was disconnected from the shelter's main air circulation, rerouted directly to the surface. This effectively turned the recycling center into an independent module. Even if uncontrollable accidents or disasters occurred, they would be unlikely to affect the main shelter. Now, it's time to initiate the shelter's true expansion plans. With the recycling center's matters resolved, Suwu turned his attention to the temporarily idle CNC machine and 3D printer. Since the furnace consumed about 90% of the shelter's power, these manufacturing devices lacked the energy to operate continuously. For now, they could only run by drawing from the high-capacity battery reserves, which stored up to 10,000 kilowatt-hours, enough to keep both devices running at full capacity for several days. First, I need to redesign the vehicles used by the engineering team. The current vehicles, excavators, transporters, and crushers, were stopgap solutions Suwu had resorted to when resources were scarce. Now, with access to advanced manufacturing capabilities and more material reserves, continuing to use these miniaturized vehicles felt wasteful. Regardless of their size, all vehicles require the same critical components, control chips and high-capacity batteries, both of which Suwu couldn't yet produce himself. In other words, building larger vehicles consumed roughly the same survival points as smaller ones but offered exponentially greater efficiency. After referencing a dozen design blueprints from the database and tweaking them with drafting software, Suwu finalized the new vehicle designs. Chapter 62, Aurora and Omen. In the new version, the mini-excavator's length increased from 1.5 meters to 4.4 meters, and its bucket capacity grew from 0.04 cubic meters to 0.2 cubic meters. Its construction efficiency was boosted by approximately 5 times. This new excavator could no longer be called mini, it had evolved into a small-scale professional construction tool, a true industrial-era marvel. The upgrade for the mini transporter was even more dramatic. Its overall length expanded from under 2 meters to 6 meters, capable of carrying up to 20 cubic meters or 50 tons of material. Named the Ore Type 1 Transporter, this vehicle could carry the same amount in a single trip that would have required 7 or 8 trips for the smaller transporters. Its larger size also allowed for a more powerful electric engine, increasing its top speed to 50 kilometers per hour. With this speed and capacity, the Ore Type 1 Transporter could become the primary vehicle for long-distance material transport, freeing the large truck from tasks such as hauling scrap metal and construction debris from the ruins. Since these materials were essentially waste and not vulnerable to extreme heat or other harsh conditions, using a fully enclosed, insulated truck for transport felt overly luxurious and wasteful. In contrast, the open-bed design of the Ore Type 1 was perfectly suited for this purpose, minimizing costs. As for the rock crushers, they were simply scaled up proportionally, resulting in higher efficiency for breaking apart rocks. Start by producing 2 new rock crushers, Su-Wu instructed. Then manufacture 4 units each of the small excavator and the Ore Type 1 transporter. Handing over the finalized blueprints to the eye, Su-Wu carefully assigned the first batch of manufacturing tasks to the CNC machine and 3D printer. While the new vehicles boasted increased size and efficiency, they also demanded significantly more resources. With nearly all usable metal materials already allocated to building the recycling center, there were limited resources available for vehicle production. Thus, Su-Wu prioritized manufacturing based on task importance and efficiency, ensuring optimal use of the available materials. Once these are completed, the rock crushers will join the engineering team to expedite excavation of the 5th underground level, Su-Wu planned aloud. At the very least, we need to carve out space for a large warehouse first. The small excavators and Ore Type 1 transporters will be split, half will join the engineering team, and the other half will assist the scavenging fleet in the city ruins. Given the recycling center's limited capacity, with its primary furnace able to process only 10 to 20 tons of scrap metal daily, and other furnaces further reducing efficiency when active, Su-Wu knew the bottleneck was significant. Meanwhile, the scavenging fleet brought back at least 40 tons of scrap metal daily, with plans to expand its operations to compete with other shelters for the resources in the ruins. The discrepancy between collection and processing capabilities was only growing. Before the stockpiled scrap metal overflowed the shelter's small surface fortress, a new warehouse was urgently needed to store it. Even scrap metal has considerable value and can't just be left exposed on the surface. Feeling confident in his plans, Su-Wu handed them over to the eye for execution. He leaned back into his chair, exhaling softly in relaxation. At that moment, a flicker of unusual purple light caught the corner of his eye on the monitor wall. Looking up, Su-Wu traced the source of the light to the sky outside the shelter. The purple glow pierced through several kilometers of thick smog and clouds, cascading down like woven strands of fabric draped across the heavens. Aurora? Su-Wu wondered. Yet this wasn't a typical aurora. The purple light resembled an abyssal chasm, radiating a chilling sense of dread and despair that gripped Su-Wu to his core. The feeling was primal, like an animal instinctively recognizing a predator or like encountering radiation, triggering a visceral fear for survival. Even without any evidence, Su-Wu was certain this phenomenon was far from benign. Straightening his posture, he switched the main screen to a surface-level monitoring feed and adjusted the camera angle to capture more of the horizon and sky. In this expanded view, the endless purple light spilled across the wasteland, faintly staining it with an eerie hue. Suddenly, near a distant mountain range, a flock of unknown birds took flight. They ascended briefly before succumbing to the intense heat of the air, their strength drained as they plummeted back to the ground. More birds followed, seemingly oblivious to the fate of those before them. They too flapped desperately toward the sky, only to meet the same tragic end. Watching this unfold, a shadow of unease clouded Su-Wu's expression. A growing sense of foreboding coiled tightly around his thoughts. After a long, heavy silence, Su-Wu finally moved. He adjusted the surveillance cameras to sweep across the shelter's surface. From piles of construction debris to the quiet, imposing fortress and the camouflaged entrance, everything seemed normal. At last, he spotted a miniature transporter hauling excavated soil out from the shelter's exit. His gaze lingered slightly. This setup still isn't secure enough, Su-Wu mused, pulling up the 3D map of the shelter and highlighting the exit tunnel. The frequent transport of excavated material required the shelter's entrance to be opened repeatedly. Although the door was always closed promptly afterward, the cumulative open time each day was far from negligible. This posed a significant vulnerability in the event of unforeseen incidents, such as an armed team bypassing surveillance to launch a sudden attack, or unpredictable natural disasters.
An open shelter door could quickly become a fatal flaw. Chapter 63, Reverse Engineering. With the unsettling purple light lingering outside the shelter, Su Wu's cautious approach became even more resolute. Reinforce the exit tunnel and temporarily seal it off, Su Wu decided. Unless absolutely necessary, we won't open it again. Instead, have the engineering team dig a vertical shaft from the 5th underground level directly to the surface and install a dedicated lift for transporting soil and debris. Unlike the shelter's first 4 levels, the 5th level was designed to accommodate the larger construction equipment soon to be added. The previous standard dimensions of 600 square meters with a 6-meter ceiling were no longer sufficient. Su Wu had already planned for the 5th level to be 5 times larger, with a ceiling height increased to 12 meters. This expanded space allowed for a vertical tunnel independent of the other levels. This setup also effectively separated the 5th level from the rest of the shelter. If an unforeseen event breached the vertical tunnel, the damage would be limited to the excavations on the 5th level, leaving the upper 4 levels intact. The engineering team, receiving new orders, paused their excavation tasks to locate a suitable position for the vertical tunnel. Meanwhile, construction robots began reinforcing the exit tunnel near the lift platform by thickening the metal door and installing 3 hidden firing platforms in the walls and ceiling for additional defense. As the final load of debris-carrying mini-transporters returned, the outermost gate of the exit tunnel slowly closed with a mechanical hum. The reinforcement of the exit tunnel is estimated to be completed in 1 hour and 17 minutes, the Eye reported. That's a short time, nothing major should happen, Su Wu thought. Although faintly worried, Su Wu found some reassurance in knowing the outer gate was already sealed, leaving ample time to respond to any unexpected dangers. The construction of the vertical tunnel for the 5th level, however, could take as long as needed. With automated machines handling the task, there was no immediate impact on his safety. Additionally, deploy a batch of surveillance and early warning devices outside, Su Wu ordered. Even if they don't make a big difference, they can at least provide an earlier warning and more reaction time. The ominous purple light suggested the danger might originate from natural phenomena. Limiting focus to the immediate vicinity of the shelter would be short-sighted. In the past, producing sufficient cameras and sensors would have been challenging. But with the 3D printer now capable of producing micro-scale chips, these devices had become cheap and easy to manufacture. Su Wu inputted the necessary commands, assigning the production tasks to the 3D printer. He then accessed the manufacturing logs from the 2nd underground level. A partially completed drone blueprint appeared on the central screen. Only 72% progress? Su Wu frowned. The reverse engineering process for the drone was progressing slowly. Unlike the simpler and outdated designs Su Wu had previously reverse engineered, the commercial-grade drone with its notable speed and payload capacity was a product of proprietary high-tech innovation. Even the Eye couldn't find open-source blueprints for such a device online. To replicate it using the CNC machine or 3D printer, a detailed schematic was essential. The primary obstacles are the chip, solid-state battery, and material composition, Su Wu noted. He realized completing the design in a short time was unrealistic. Letting out a sigh, he shelved the idea of self-production and shifted focus to the existing inventory. Among the items in storage, Su Wu located 5 general-purpose drones with a 5-kilogram payload capacity. These should do, Su Wu decided. After minor modifications to enhance heat dissipation, they could be deployed for urgent use. As time passed, the exit tunnel reinforcement was completed, and the first batch of field-ready detection devices, including cameras and sensors, were produced by the 3D printer. Su Wu's anxiety gradually subsided. Whatever catastrophe might arise, at least his shelter was steadily becoming more secure. Drone lift platform activated, general-purpose drones loaded, initiating launch sequence. On the main screen of the control console, a series of Eye notifications appeared in a steady stream. The methodical and precise updates lent an air of solemnity, akin to a mission control center for a rocket launch. This atmosphere of order and control reassured Su Wu. This was his strength in action. Outside, beneath the small surface fortress, robotic arms loaded folded detection devices, cameras, and signal relays into the cargo bays of the drones. Once the load indicators on the drones shifted from green to yellow, the arms ceased operation and sent the drones onto the conveyor belt leading to the lift platform. The highly automated and standardized process ensured exceptional efficiency. In mere moments, one drone after another was launched into the open air. Each ascended swiftly, dispersing across the wasteland to expand Su Wu's surveillance network. As the drones disappeared into the horizon, Su Wu's gaze lingered on the monitor. His shelter was no longer just a refuge, it was becoming a fortress of knowledge and defense against the unknown. Chapter 64, Expanding the monitoring network. From the moment the deployment program began, Every 20 seconds a general-purpose drone, equipped with several monitoring devices, was loaded into the lift platform of the shelter's surface bunker and ascended into the air. Environmental temperature, normal, wind speed, below warning threshold, drone lowering altitude, deploying monitoring device. The segmented drone camera feeds displayed on the control panel reveal the drones circling the skies for a few minutes before descending to an appropriate location. Once they hovered about a meter above the ground, the drones deployed their devices. Behind the scenes, the eye detected when each device touched the ground, immediately activating it and integrating it into the shelter's expanding surveillance network. Sitting at the control panel, Suwu observed as one by one, green dots began appearing on the central 3D map, marking the deployment of the monitoring devices. Slowly but surely, these dots expanded outward from the shelter's location. The green dots varied in brightness. The brighter dots were sparse, evenly spaced, and formed a grid-like pattern, radiating outward from the shelter in concentric circles. These were signal relay nodes responsible for transmitting data from the surrounding devices back to the shelter. With these nodes, Suwu could extend his monitoring network far beyond the immediate vicinity, even reaching the distant city of Jiang. The dimmer dots, which were far more numerous, represented devices like wireless cameras, anemometers, geological activity monitors, and specialized equipment for analyzing air, soil composition, and radiation levels. These devices monitored the skies, ground, and underground environments, sending their data to the nearest relay node for transmission back to the shelter. Together, this network of green dots provided comprehensive surveillance of the shelter's surroundings. With the eye processing the massive influx of data, Suwu could receive alerts for any abnormal activity in real time. After 2 hours, thousands of monitoring devices successfully blanketed a 10-kilometer radius around the shelter. Beyond this range, the cost of maintaining comprehensive coverage increased exponentially. To address this, Suwu directed the network to extend along 3 primary lines, resembling railway tracks, heading toward the northern mountains, the eastern city of Jiang, and the southwestern plains. In the city-facing line, signs of human activity remained evident. Despite the collapsed ruins and overwhelming destruction, the scavenging teams including Suwu's own maintained a semblance of vitality amidst the desolation. For Suwu, the sight of human activity was oddly reassuring. In contrast, the plains and mountain-facing lines were eerily silent. The roads were buried under debris and dust, while nearby homes were either crumbled or vanished entirely. Though it had only been a little over a month since humanity retreated to underground shelters, and only one major storm had passed, the remnants of human civilization were vanishing at an alarming rate. When the monitoring network reached the mountains, the footage captured by the drones painted an even grimmer picture. The ground, a mix of charred rock, scorched soil, and ash from burned vegetation, stretched out as far as the eye could see. Strange, fire-etched patterns occasionally adorned the landscape, evoking an otherworldly and unsettling atmosphere. Despite the foreboding imagery, Suwu knew it was an illusion born of the silence. The high temperatures of the air ensured that no predators or even prey could survive here. Nature itself was the enemy of life. Mountains in the apocalypse. Not ideal places, Suwu muttered, discomforted by the oppressive visuals. He turned his attention to the data transmitted by the sensors deployed in the mountains. While he couldn't interpret much of it himself, the eye's analysis provided a clear summary. Human activity was detected within a kilometer of the surveyed area, deep inside the mountains. People are surviving this close to me? The discovery eased Suwu's tension slightly. He took a deep breath but chose not to initiate contact with these survivors. For now, he preferred to monitor quietly. By evening, the furthest monitoring device from the shelter had reached 40 kilometers into the mountains, while a camera on the network had begun capturing images of the outskirts of a neighboring county. The expanded network provided Suwu with a wealth of data, including the location of a previously untapped small limestone deposit. Limestone, the primary material for cement production, could significantly ease the shelter's future construction needs if extracted. Too bad it's in the mountains without proper access roads, Suwu noted, already contemplating the challenges of extraction. Still, the find was promising enough for him to mark the location prominently on his map. For now, though, he shelved the idea and turned his attention to other matters. Logging into both his private internet and the official satellite network, Suwu hoped to glean any useful information. On his private network, things were as lively as ever. Players immersed in games, users shared tips for passing the time, others uploaded glimpses of their shelter lives, and of course, there were the inevitable forum arguments. The apocalypse had done little to change human nature. Chapter 65. The elite network few realized the ominous anomaly occurring in the skies outside the shelters. This lack of awareness could be attributed to their circumstances. Only a select few had the privilege of freely accessing external information or venturing outside. For those in control of the shelters, suppressing such knowledge was an easy feat. 15 kilometers of local network coverage is still too limited. Suwoo scrolled through his private network, feeling as though he were idly strolling through a small backyard pond. The information available was scant and lacked depth. Shaking his head, he switched to the satellite network, logging into the Jiang City local channel. Here, the official channel primarily comprised shelter leaders and their representatives. The mysterious purple glow in the sky was a hot topic of discussion. Like Suwoo, many sensed foreboding from the phenomenon. To prepare for the unknown disaster, several members began sharing intelligence they had gathered, hoping collective analysis might yield insights. Suwoo opened each report in turn. The submissions highlighted the disparities between the shelters. Personal shelters, run by a single individual or family, offered observations limited to phenomena within their immediate surroundings. Mid-sized shelters, often housing small communities, expanded their scope to a few hundred meters beyond their walls. Corporate shelters, particularly those backed by large enterprises, submitted detailed data from broader areas. This included seismic activity, chemical analyses, and atmospheric composition readings. Suwoo skimmed the data, then forwarded everything to the EYE's database for deeper analysis. After brief consideration, he uploaded his own shelter's data as well. His data, covering a 40-kilometer radius and encompassing environmental, geological, and atmospheric insights, immediately stood out. It was a treasure trove for technical teams in large shelters. Unsurprisingly, his upload earned widespread praise in the chat channel. Even those who couldn't interpret the data understood its significance. It marked Suwoo as a powerhouse. For many, ingratiating themselves with someone of his stature was a potential lifeline. Reading the flurry of compliments, Suwoo's mood lifted. Despite his rapid rise in the apocalypse, traces of his former self, a regular individual with a touch of vanity, still lingered. Suddenly, he received an invitation to join a new private chat group. The invitation came from Jiang Shelter. This channel allows private groups? Suwoo wondered. He had previously explored the satellite network and found it stripped of features, limited to basic text and image sharing. As for Jiang Shelter, Suwoo was familiar with its name. It was the remnant of a renowned conglomerate in Jiang City, previously involved in textiles, metallurgy, and other labor-intensive industries. Its chairman had once held the title of the city's richest individual. Curious, Suwoo accepted the invitation and found himself in a group with over 30 members. Many names were recognizable. These were leaders or representatives from major enterprises in Jiang City. While their organizations had historically wielded significant influence, Suwoo had never interacted with them before, not even in the official chat channel. Scanning the list, Suwoo noticed one familiar name, a wealthy second-generation official, previously a member of a private group for steel industry leaders. This individual, known for their wealth and connections, had always been aloof, rarely speaking to others. "Welcome, Mr. Suwoo, to our private platform." The account representing Jiang Shelter, under the name Fuyang Yuan, introduced Suwoo to the group. Mr. Suwoo's shelter has contributed over 17,000 pieces of valuable geological data following the recent sky anomaly. His observations extend up to 40 kilometers from his shelter, demonstrating impressive technical capabilities and resource reserves. Following Fuyang Yuan's introduction, several members greeted Suwoo warmly, including the once aloof official. Suwoo responded politely, recognizing these individuals as potential clients. His shelter's surplus produce, poultry, and industrial goods could find lucrative markets here. After spending about 10 minutes acclimating to the group's dynamics, Suwoo was preparing to log off and inspect his shelter for potential issues. Suddenly, an account labeled Jiang City Municipal Department initiated a video conference. This was a feature Suwoo hadn't encountered before, underscoring the disparity in access privileges between regular users and elite members of the satellite network. Suwoo clicked the invitation, silently joining the meeting. The screen flickered to life, displaying a modestly dressed middle-aged man sitting in what appeared to be a municipal office. Behind him, the Jiang City emblem was prominently displayed. "Greetings, esteemed shelter leaders," the man began, his tone formal yet urgent. "I am Zhao Cheng, representing the Jiang City Crisis Management Committee. We have convened this meeting to discuss the recent atmospheric anomalies and their potential impact." As Zhao Cheng spoke, Suwoo noticed several prominent figures, including Fuyang Yuan and the official he had recognized earlier, silently nodding in agreement. Preliminary analysis indicates these anomalies are tied to heightened geophysical activity. We must prepare for potential seismic events, extreme weather changes, or even unknown phenomena. Zhao Cheng paused, scanning the virtual room. To ensure the survival of our city's shelters, we must collaborate. Sharing resources, data, and strategies will be vital. Today's meeting marks the beginning of a united response. As the discussion unfolded, Suwoo remained silent, carefully observing the exchanges. For now, His priority was understanding the dynamics of this elite circle and gauging how his shelter could benefit. Chapter 66, Radiation Catastrophe. The conference room was abuzz as Suwu joined, finding more than half the participants already present. The remaining members trickled in within a minute or two. Everyone in the meeting represented a major player, a shelter housing tens of thousands at minimum. Their time was precious, so the meeting, led by the Jiang City Municipal Department account, cut straight to the chase. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Uchiha, Minister of the Jiang City Municipal Department. This meeting is convened because of critical intelligence from the Federation Academy of Sciences. In the next 2 to 5 days, the eastern continent will face an unprecedented radiation storm. During this storm, surface air radiation levels will exceed safe limits by 1,000-fold. Some areas will experience localized radiation disasters, with radiation levels surpassing safety limits by millions of times within small radii. Our objective is to identify potential locations for these disasters before they occur. Ideally, we can prevent them; at worst, we can prepare. Uchiha's words plunged the room into heavy silence. The gravity of the situation was unmistakable, and everyone was calculating how this new threat might impact their operations. After a brief pause, one participant broke the silence. What are the expected range and duration of these radiation disasters? Radii could range from a few dozen meters to several kilometers, but will not exceed 3 kilometers. However, the number of such disasters is unpredictable. For instance, Jiang City could see none or over 10. Uchiha continued, additionally, this radiation storm is expected to last a long time. Prepare for prolonged coexistence with its effects. The detailed response stirred unease among the participants. For many, their shelters were built using designs similar to underground malls or air raid shelters. Even with some reinforcement, most were only 30 to 50 meters below ground, still within the shallow layers that could be compromised by intense radiation. Suwu's brow furrowed. His shelter's first layer was a mere 10 meters below the surface. Though its reinforced walls, upgraded air circulation, and cooling systems provided a degree of safety, a radiation disaster directly overhead would still pose a grave threat. How can we pinpoint where these radiation disasters might occur? Zhu Bin, a composed official Suwu had interacted with before, asked the critical question. Radiation disasters do not occur suddenly, Uchiha explained. They are preceded by a buffer period of 1 to 2 days. During this time, radiation levels at potential sites rise by 0.1% to 1%, with a minimum deviation of 0.1% above baseline. However, due to measurement errors, this search process will be resource-intensive. Your support is crucial. Zhu Bin's query was the core reason for convening this meeting. While the official shelters could monitor the entire city, doing so would be prohibitively expensive and logistically overwhelming. Involving capable private shelters could achieve similar results at a fraction of the cost. And what's in it for us? Another participant voiced what everyone was thinking. Radiation disasters were undoubtedly dangerous, but monitoring one's immediate vicinity would suffice for most. The expectation that shelters take on a broader monitoring responsibility needed incentives to match the added burden. First, based on your contribution levels, you will receive 1 or more guaranteed evacuation tickets. Uchiha elaborated, if the situation worsens and Jiang City sees over 10 radiation disaster zones, we will abandon most shallow shelters. Residents will transition to deep-layer shelters or evacuate to safer cities nearby. Due to space limitations in deep-layer shelters and logistical challenges with long-distance evacuations, the number of evacuees will be highly restricted. These tickets guarantee entry into deep-layer shelters or priority in intercity evacuation convoys for each ticket holder. This incentive was a basic assurance of survival for shelter leaders and their families, assuming they actively participated in monitoring efforts. However, this alone wasn't enough to sway the attendees. While preserving their lives was vital, abandoning their shelters meant forfeiting their resources and influence. For many, survival without their accumulated wealth and power was a fate worse than death. Uchiha understood this well and moved on to the more substantial rewards. Additionally, contribution points from this task will have top-level clearance privileges. These points can be privately traded or exchanged for resources from the official inventory. Notably, this includes the newly developed anti-radiation coating, both as a finished product and in formula form. The mention of anti-radiation coatings caused a stir in the virtual room. In a world now dominated by environmental hazards, a reliable anti-radiation material could mean the difference between survival and obliteration. What's the efficiency of this coating? A representative from a corporate shelter immediately inquired. It reduces radiation exposure by 90% for coated surfaces, even in areas with extreme radiation. The room fell silent. Everyone was calculating the potential applications of such technology. Coating their shelter walls, vehicles, or even protective suits could drastically improve their survivability. Uchiha, sensing the shift in their attitudes, pressed his advantage. Contributions to this mission will directly determine the allocation of resources like the anti-radiation coating. This is a rare opportunity to fortify your shelters and secure your survival, and not just for this storm, but for the challenges that will inevitably follow. Suwu's mind raced. The anti-radiation coating was undoubtedly valuable. His shelter's existing defenses were robust, but having this coating could provide an extra layer of security, especially given its shallow depth. However, actively participating in this mission would stretch his already limited resources. I need to weigh the risks, Suwu thought. The meeting continued, with leaders negotiating their level of involvement. Suwu remained quiet, carefully observing the dynamics and gauging how he could leverage this situation to benefit his shelter. Chapter 67, The Gap in Detection Devices. Generally speaking, official resources offered as rewards and those stored in official warehouses are two entirely different categories. Often, the most valuable items redeemable with contribution points are either limited in quantity or simply unavailable. This time, lifting such restrictions effectively elevated the value of contribution points to an unprecedented level. By comparison, when Suwu earned first place in the urban cleanup task, the purchasing power of his contribution points was far inferior to what was being offered now. This incredible opportunity did not go unnoticed. The wealthy elites of Jiang City, gathered in the virtual conference room, couldn't help but reveal looks of desire. What made it even harder to refuse was the promise of a new, superior anti-radiation coating, an invaluable asset in the face of the imminent radiation storm. If there are no objections, let's move on to the division of responsibilities, Uchiha said after confirming there were no further disputes. He nodded slightly and continued to the next agenda item. The entirety of Jiang City will be divided into 15,000 monitoring zones, based on terrain, area, and environmental factors. Each of you can apply to oversee the zone corresponding to your shelter's location. If you have additional capacity, you may take on more zones. There is no upper limit on the number of zones you can manage. However, any negligence or dereliction of duty will have serious consequences. So, I urge everyone to act within their means. At this, Uchiha instructed his assistant to distribute maps and detailed guidelines to everyone in the meeting. Suwu opened the electronic document and reviewed it carefully. The contribution rewards were indeed generous. A single monitoring zone covering an area of roughly 1,000 square meters earned 1,000 contribution points for 10 minutes of uploaded radiation data. Even if a shelter only monitored the area directly above its entrance, it could earn over 140,000 contribution points daily. However, the seemingly simple task came with steep costs. According to the official guidelines, each submission of data required continuous radiation monitoring of every square meter in the zone for at least 30 seconds. This meant that any shelter taking on the task needed either 1. A vast supply of radiation detectors to automate the process, or 2. Sufficient manpower to conduct manual monitoring in the field. For most shelters, the requirements were prohibitively high. Even a well-established facility, such as Wangjiangou's steel plant shelter with 2,000 residents, would struggle to meet the baseline for just one zone. The situation highlighted why Uchiha had specifically convened the leaders of Jiang City's largest shelters, whose resources and capabilities could efficiently handle such tasks. Adding to the difficulty, the radiation detectors had to meet stringent precision standards. Commercial-grade detectors from the pre-apocalypse market, especially budget models, were woefully inadequate. The minimum requirement was for professional devices costing at least 5,000 credits each, and they also had to be modified to withstand extreme surface temperatures. The 3D printer should be able to produce detectors that meet these standards, Suwu thought. The only issue might be the battery size. He assessed the manufacturing difficulty and felt reasonably confident. Batteries would be a challenge, as producing advanced cells was far beyond his current capabilities. He could only manufacture old-fashioned, low-capacity models, but those would suffice, even if they were bulky. As Suwu pondered production logistics, Zhubin spoke up again, securing the floor for a new question. Can the authorities supply certified radiation detectors? Many of us didn't anticipate such extreme conditions and have limited reserves. Retrofitting devices under current constraints is also difficult. Zhubin's question resonated with many others in the room. As leaders of large shelters, most attendees had ample resources. However, the pre-apocalypse forecasts emphasized extreme heat and cold as the primary threats, not radiation. Even shelters with surplus equipment rarely stocked a surplus of radiation detectors. Now, when dozens of detectors were needed per monitoring zone, even some of the wealthiest shelters were at a loss. The government can provide a limited number of detectors, with repayment through contribution points later, Uchiha replied. However, the quantity will not suffice for all zones. Some gaps will need to be filled through your own production capabilities. The response caused some participants to frown. Producing radiation detectors was no trivial matter. few shelters retained the industrial capabilities needed to manufacture them, even at basic levels. The conference room fell into a tense silence for several minutes. Finally, Suwu, having finished his considerations, cleared his throat and requested to speak. All eyes turned toward him as his video feed expanded to occupy the main screen. The room fell silent as participants watched intently, eager to hear what this rising figure in Jiang City's shelter ecosystem had to say. Chapter 68, Jiang City's new power. On the enlarged main screen, Suwu's youthful appearance resembled that of a university student. He lacked the steady and authoritative demeanor typical of a seasoned leader. Yet, behind him, the futuristic, seamless silver walls of the bright and spacious control center exuded an unmistakable air of technological sophistication. It was a subtle yet powerful statement of strength. In the context of an underground shelter where every square meter was precious, a space this expansive and advanced symbolized unparalleled resources and capability. Suwu glanced at the video meeting participants, each occupying a small frame on the screen. Though there were only around 30 attendees in this virtual gathering, the collective influence of these individuals determined the fate of millions. Taking a deep breath, Suwu studied his thoughts and spoke with crisp precision. Our shelter can produce 5,000 radiation detectors per day. The price will be approximately 2.5 times the official rate. We accept payment in contribution points, rare materials, or electronic and metal scrap collected from urban ruins. His price, though significantly higher than the government's, was far from exorbitant. Unlike the official pricing, which was partially subsidized to support smaller shelters, Suwu's rate reflected the true cost of private production, coupled with market dynamics of high demand and limited supply. After delivering his statement, Suwu stepped back, ceding the main screen to Uchiha. Yet, the expressions on many participants' faces lingered on Suwu's profile. On the surface, Suwu's words were a simple offer to supply radiation detectors. But the implications behind them were staggering. In the same way a nation's industrial capacity underpins its global power, a shelter's production capabilities are a measure of its strength in the apocalypse. To modify production lines and achieve a daily output of 5,000 detectors at such short notice was an extraordinary feat. Even more impressive was Suwu's open call for electronic and metal scrap materials that most shelters lacked the facilities to process. This signified something monumental. Suwu's shelter had a complete industrial ecosystem, from recycling and smelting to manufacturing and assembly. With raw materials, his shelter could produce nearly any mechanical or electronic device. For the others present, this revelation was nothing short of terrifying. In the apocalyptic world, such industrial power wasn't just a symbol of prosperity, it was a potential weapon. Suwu's shelter could theoretically manufacture armaments capable of overwhelming most of their defenses. Respect for strength came naturally. In this moment, Suwu firmly established himself as a rising force in Jiang City's new order. Thank you, Mr. Su, for stepping forward to address this critical shortfall, Uchiha said with a smile. On behalf of the millions of residents in Jiang City, I extend our gratitude for your contributions. As a government official, Uchiha had little reason to fear Suwu's growing influence. What mattered to him was alleviating pressure on the official shelters, and Suwu's production capabilities did just that. A daily output of 5,000 detectors, carefully allocated, could cover 80 to 90 monitoring zones, a significant relief for the city's logistical challenges. Relieved, Uchiha offered an enticing guarantee. Rest assured, Mr. Su, we'll handle all sales arrangements for your detectors. If your detectors meet the standards, we'll purchase as many as you can produce. Furthermore, for transactions in contribution points, the government will provide immediate payment to eliminate any delays. This assurance of instant payment through contribution points was a major boon for Suwu. With the looming radiation storm likely to disrupt logistics, securing early payments in contribution points allowed Suwu to exchange them for critical resources while transportation was still feasible. Following Suwu's announcement, several other large shelters also pledged to contribute to detector production. However, unlike Suwu, their offers were limited to contribution points and rare materials, eschewing the acceptance of urban scrap. For these pre-apocalypse industrial giants, processing waste metal was a losing proposition. Their focus was on efficiency, not cost-cutting. With these additional commitments, the detector shortage was largely resolved. The meeting soon transitioned into task assignments before concluding with Uchiha's swift departure. As the session ended, Suwu noticed a flood of private messages from other major shelters. Instead of addressing them immediately, he poured himself a glass of ice-cold soda, savoring the fizzy drink as it revitalized him. The meeting had concluded, but it marked only the beginning of an intense period of preparation. With less than 48 hours of relative safety remaining, Suwu needed to finalize negotiations, coordinate transactions, and arrange resource deliveries. Beyond that window, environmental hazards would make such operations significantly more challenging. The true scale of the impending disaster remained uncertain. Even with the Federation Academy's data, Suwu couldn't fully trust their predictions. All he could do was prepare as thoroughly as possible, stockpiling resources and refining contingency plans. Chapter 69, 10,000 tons of materials. Radiation detectors are priced at 2,500 contribution points each. Alternatively, one detector can be exchanged for 300 kilograms of discarded circuit boards or 5 tons of scrap metal. Transportation costs will be split evenly, and transporters will receive a 10% commission of the material's total value. Metal raw materials like gold, silver, copper, and lead, as well as other chemical raw materials and finished products, will be priced based on pre-apocalypse market rates, with adjustments for current supply and demand. We offer modification services at a rate of 200 contribution points per unit, or equivalent materials. As for human resources, no, we're not currently interested in people. Negotiating with large shelters over transactions involving massive quantities of materials proved far more complex than Suwu had initially imagined. The radiation detectors alone, with a daily production of 5,000 units, represented over 1.2 million contribution points, or the equivalent of 20,000 tons of scrap metal. Such staggering quantities could theoretically be used to construct a 10,000-ton superstructure, a testament to the immense scale of these exchanges. But moving such vast quantities presented logistical challenges of equally colossal proportions. The mere act of transporting materials by land required vast resources in manpower and infrastructure. Add to that the issues of securing and storing these goods, and it became clear how delicate and intricate the process truly was. While the representatives of large shelters seemed friendly and cooperative during negotiations, Suwu harbored no illusions. Should they detect any vulnerability, they would not hesitate to exploit it, potentially dismantling and devouring his shelter like scavengers. Fortunately, the majority of transactions were conducted in contribution points or through lightweight, high-value metals like gold, silver, and copper. This reduced the strain on transportation logistics and gave Suwu some breathing room. Even so, the transaction process remained tedious. Suwu had to delegate non-decisive tasks to his artificial intelligence, enabling the massive trade worth millions of contribution points to proceed smoothly. In the control center on the second underground floor of Suwu's shelter, he rubbed his temples, exhaustion evident as he felt the dull thrum of fatigue in his head. Having just concluded price negotiations and transportation arrangements with the final shelter, he finally had a moment of respite. Hundreds of materials, each requiring individual price discussions. It's beyond tedious. Many large shelters, unwilling to part with precious contribution points, cobbled together payments using whatever excess materials they had: metals, chemicals, even obscure compounds. This piecemeal approach meant that instead of dealing with a few types of resources, Suwu had to juggle a veritable smorgasbord of items. Moreover, pricing these materials was a challenge. Post-apocalyptic conditions had drastically altered the value of many goods, necessitating delicate negotiations for every item. Negotiations dragged on as each side haggled over perceived value, with Suwu refusing to overpay and the shelter's representatives unwilling to undersell. The back and forth consumed enormous amounts of Suwu's energy. This was the most grueling part of the deal, Suwu muttered, reclining into his chair. Once negotiations concluded, the artificial intelligence took over the logistical and procedural tasks, lightening his load significantly. What's with the suggestion of trading humans? Suwu frowned as he recalled one particularly disturbing offer. A representative from a large shelter had discreetly proposed bartering a batch of obedient, attractive young women, skilled professionals, and even healthy test subjects in exchange for radiation detectors. The brazenness of the suggestion left Suwu appalled. It was as if the apocalypse had stripped away the last vestiges of societal decorum, revealing an underbelly where human trafficking had become a casual business proposal. Perhaps it was always like this, Suwu mused grimly. Now, without laws or oversight, these people feel no need to hide their true colors. After some thought, Suwu resolved to steer clear of such transactions for now. But the idea lingered. If the opportunity arose to liberate individuals from such exploitation, preferably at the expense of their captors, he wouldn't hesitate. With weapons stockpiling in his shelter, he found the thought of turning them against slave traders increasingly appealing. Shaking off his frustration, Suwu turned his attention to revising the shelter's production plans. Expanding the construction and scavenging teams, once top priorities, were now put on indefinite hold. 2 newly produced crushers joined the construction team, continuing excavation work on the 5th underground level. Meanwhile, 2 Type 1 ore transporters, originally designed for hauling soil and stone, were recalled for extensive retrofitting. Their open cargo beds were sealed shut, a 20mm rotary cannon and 2 8-tube rocket launchers installed atop each vehicle. These modifications transformed them into mobile fortresses bristling with firepower. If these armored vehicles patrol the area near the shelter, Suwu muttered, They'll complement the 120mm howitzer in the bunker and the 4 retractable gun platforms inside. To further bolster defenses, Suwu added 10 combat-ready construction robots to the patrol units. But even this didn't feel sufficient. Better to over-prepare, Suwu thought, finalizing additional measures, recalling the scavenging team. Retrofitting their specialized transport vehicles with rotary cannons and rocket launchers. Upgrading the heavy truck, mounting 2.50 caliber machine guns on the sides in addition to the roof's 30mm autocannon. Finally, Suwu transformed the truck's cargo bay into a drone carrier equipped with a launch platform for 2K2 series agricultural drones. This land-based drone carrier would provide versatile support, capable of surveillance and bombing missions near urban ruins. That should suffice at least for now, Suwu sighed. But even with all these preparations, a gnawing sense of unease remained. The radiation storm was coming, and no amount of firepower could shield him from nature's wrath. He could only hope that his shelter would endure. Chapter 70, Delivery. Simply implementing Suwu's proposed modifications required deploying 2 construction robots and partial use of the CNC machine's production capabilities, taking several hours to complete. Adding more tasks would inevitably disrupt the sequence of critical plans already in place. After a brief internal debate, Suwu sighed silently, shelving his ideas for further fortifications. With the internal affairs of the shelter settled, Suwu turned his focus back to the seemingly endless series of trade negotiations. At 8 p.m., just an hour and 15 minutes after the official video conference ended, a convoy of 5 small and medium-sized trucks arrived at the farmhouse ruins. Their high beams pierced the night, signaling their presence. This convoy carried the first batch of goods, several dozen tons of scrap metal. Accompanying the trucks were several technical staff members from the large shelter. These specialists were tasked with testing the performance of radiation detectors produced by Suwu's shelter. Only after passing these evaluations would large-scale trade commence. The testing, however, did not interfere with the unloading process or the continuous arrival of other transport convoys. Even though scrap metal made up a small fraction of the overall trade, its sheer volume was staggering, reaching tens of thousands of tons. Without optimizing transportation schedules, completing these deliveries before the disaster struck seemed unlikely. 2 fully armed construction robots, controlled by the Eye, approached to negotiate and deliver the first batch of 10 radiation detectors. These detectors were the first products manufactured after the video conference ended, rolling off the production line in under 3 minutes from raw material to finished product. Despite their rapid production, each was priced at a hefty 25,000 contribution points, surpassing the total value of the scrap metal this convoy had brought. Suwu did not involve himself in the reception process. Instead, he went down to the 5th underground level to reinforce the newly constructed warehouse there. Currently, the 5th level had been excavated to a size of over 500 square meters. Excluding space occupied by construction activities, the remainder was sufficient for a mid-sized warehouse. According to Suwu's plans, this warehouse would be used to store the scrap metal traded from the large shelters. 3,000 cubic meters of space, Suwu murmured, looking around the newly reinforced warehouse. While 300 square meters of floor space and a 12-meter ceiling made the area appear spacious, it was insufficient for storing tens of thousands of tons of scrap metal. Unlike neatly stacked steel ingots, the irregular shapes of the scrap metal would require at least 3 to 5 times more space. Better build 2 compactors, Suwu decided. Compress the scrap metal before moving it into the warehouse. The compactors he envisioned wouldn't be sophisticated. A few steel plates welded together with basic pulley systems would suffice for the task. Such rudimentary equipment could be quickly assembled by a single construction robot. While adding a compression process would slow down unloading and storage, it was preferable to leaving valuable resources exposed to radiation on the surface. When the construction team stops work, 3 mini excavators and 2 mini transporters will be freed up, Suwu continued planning. The excavator arms can be modified. 2 units will handle metal compression, while the 3rd and the transporters will move compressed scrap to the 5th level warehouse. By this point, Suwu realized he had no spare labor to handle the unloading itself. Guess the 2 specialized transport trucks will have to pull double duty, he muttered. Though temporarily reassigned, these vehicles would still be outfitted with the planned weapons. Their combat potential would remain intact, ready for deployment if needed. Even the rock crushers and cement mixers in the construction team could be repurposed for transport tasks, Suwu noted. With labor resources stretched thin, Suwu contemplated repurposing specialized equipment. Even something as simple as a vehicle chassis with a makeshift trailer could serve as an improvised transporter. After thoroughly scouring the shelter's potential, Suwu finally established a system to receive, compress, and store incoming materials. The supply chain with the large shelter convoys could now proceed unhindered. On the surface, Technicians clad in heat-resistant suits spent over 30 minutes rigorously testing the radiation detectors. Ultimately, they deemed the devices up to standard. As this conclusion was reached, a second, larger convoy arrived. Comprising over a dozen medium and large trucks, this new wave of transporters brought life back to the barren wasteland of rubble and small bunkers surrounding the shelter. Driving carefully at the tail end of the convoy was Peng Xingbing, a large truck driver. This was his first time leaving the Jiang City urban area since moving into the shelter. The journey filled him with a mix of nervousness and excitement. The convoy leader had emphasized repeatedly before departure the dangers of operating in the wild. Far from the shelter and its rescue infrastructure, even minor accidents could become life-threatening. This caution weighed heavily on Peng Xingbing as he followed the convoy deeper into the desolate outskirts. Chapter 71, Human Nature and Interests. The convoy leader's warnings weighed heavily on Peng Xingbing. As far as he knew, most of Jiang City's population was concentrated in shelters beneath the urban area. Those still operating shelters in the desolate outskirts were few, even less than 10% of the rural population before the apocalypse. Desolate barely began to describe the area. Glancing out his side window during a smooth stretch of road, Peng Xingbing saw nothing but darkness shrouded by the heavy night sky. His attention was diverted by the faint clinking sound of the truck's air conditioner. It sputtered slightly, its cooling output dropping, leaving the cabin stuffy and oppressive. "Please, no malfunctions," Peng muttered, his heart racing. The air conditioner was his lifeline. Without it, the scorching 70 degrees Celsius to 80 degrees Celsius heat outside would seep in, testing the limits of his survival. Unlike the shelter's managers, Peng had no access to heat-resistant suits. Perhaps his silent prayers were heard. After a few strained moments, the air conditioner stabilized, resuming its steady hum and restoring some semblance of comfort to the cabin. Peng let out a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, the dashboard display flickered, replacing the offline map with a real-time 3D terrain map. A soft female voice emerged from the speakers. "You have entered the vicinity of Huangshi village. Please follow the updated navigation route." Far from surprised, Peng felt reassured, even curious. According to the convoy leader, this meant they were nearing their destination. From here on, all he had to do was follow the prompts. However, what intrigued Peng more was the rumored local internet network. Word had it that once inside the 10-kilometer radius of Huangshi village, one could connect to a private internet filled with resources, even allowing for online games and interactions. "Hope the rumors are true," Peng muttered, clutching his phone tightly. A few minutes later, the glow of floodlights appeared at the end of the road. Following instructions, Peng parked his truck in a designated area. The dashboard map transitioned to a countdown display, indicating that unloading would begin in 14 minutes and 37 seconds. "Efficient," Peng remarked, appreciating the orderly process. There was no need for him to think or act beyond what was instructed. Everything was streamlined for maximum efficiency, a rarity in the chaos of the post-apocalypse. Even his large shelter couldn't match this level of precision. Such systems required a powerful eye and a high-performance server, luxuries few shelters could afford. Peng stole another glance outside. Under the harsh floodlights, he saw two armored vehicles outfitted with autocannons and rocket pods patrolling the perimeter. Robots armed with rifles moved methodically between the vehicles, maintaining order. "Impressive," he murmured. The armored vehicles didn't surprise him. A major power like this shelter having military-grade equipment was expected. What fascinated him were the security robots. Each robot's cost was said to equal the lifetime wages of several workers. Before the apocalypse, only the wealthiest factory owners would splurge on such equipment, and even they preferred cheap human labor. Now, with lives devalued and resources scarce, robots were even rarer. Satisfied with his observations, Peng turned his attention to his phone. To his delight, the rumors were true. He had internet access. Excitedly, he began exploring the network, diving into its growing wealth of content. Meanwhile, the large-scale transactions involving Su Wu's shelter were making waves across Jiang City, even reaching information-isolated underground shelters. Such massive trades inevitably stirred the pot, drawing the attention of many. Morning light shelter. In an elegantly furnished office, an assistant rushed in, whispering the latest developments to her boss, Fu Yongyuan. "They've started moving?" Fu asked, accepting the tablet and playing a video captured by intelligence personnel on the surface. The footage showed a motley collection of modified vehicles assembling at the city's edge, with armed personnel moving among them. Though their weapons looked crude, some even carried homemade rifles. Their numbers were intimidating. Over 200 vehicles and more than 1,000 armed fighters made for a formidable force, one that could threaten any large shelter. Reports indicate Jin Yuan is involved as well. They've sent a few retired officers to assist. Additionally, Hongta has provided a batch of military-grade munitions, possibly including rocket launchers and grenade launchers. The assistant's low voice highlighted the gravity of the situation. A disorganized mob was one thing, but with trained officers and advanced weaponry, this was shaping up to be a full-scale battle. "It seems our new friend is quite popular," Fu remarked, his tone neutral but laced with intrigue. After a moment's thought, he issued his orders. "Have our security department prepare an external field team. If an opportunity arises, we'll join the fray." The profit margins of Su Wu's shelter, producing 5,000 radiation detectors daily and raking in tens of millions of contribution points, were enough to make even someone as wealthy as Fu Yongyu tempted. Though he wouldn't take the lead, he certainly wouldn't miss the chance to claim a share of the pie. Chapter 72, War Mode. At the same time, Jiang City Official Shelter Number 1. Uchiha sat quietly at his desk, methodically processing documents. In his usual demeanor, he carried an air of authority mixed with a cold detachment. As the Minister of City Administration for Jiang, effectively the third most powerful figure in the city, Wu held sway over the lives of millions. This immense authority had fostered in him a particular sense of superiority. Standing so high, everyone else seemed insignificant. The secure line on his desk rang. Wu picked up the phone, listening attentively to the intelligence director's report. After a few moments of consideration, he gave his instructions. "Let the private actors handle it themselves. But warn them know their limits. I don't care who benefits in the end, but no damage to production equipment and no interference with the fight against the radiation disaster. That's the bottom line. Anyone who crosses that line will pay double." After hanging up, Wu returned to his work without a second thought. As for Su Wu, just another capable individual. Meanwhile, a storm was brewing, and those in the know watched the direction of Huangshi village with varied expressions: curiosity, schadenfreude, or quiet calculation. To some, it was a banquet of wealth, to others, a trial for a new rising power. In the Huangshi village shelter, Su Wu was oblivious to the undercurrents among Jiang City's elite. As a new player in the region, he had no connections, no one to tip him off. However, his extensive monitoring network, deployed earlier out of concern for the Purple Aurora, soon picked up unusual activity at the city's outskirts. An analyzed war report quickly landed on his desk. Over 1,000 armed personnel, an 87% likelihood of intrusion. The data gave Su Wu pause. The surface environment was no longer the same. The searing heat demanded a hefty price for every second spent outdoors. That someone could still gather such a large force was no small feat. "It's them." It didn't take much thought for Su Wu to deduce the culprits: some of the people from the large shelter chat group, likely more than just one or two. Perhaps even factions within the official administration were involved. After all, the government was not a monolith but a coalition of competing interests. Just then, a message arrived via the official satellite network. It was from Yulua Shuangwa. "Be careful. Armed forces of unknown origin are gathering near the city. They might target private shelters in the area." Su Wu responded with a wry smile. "With so many openly brandishing weapons, isn't the government stepping in? This doesn't quite match what you told me before." "No choice," Yulua Shuangwa replied. "This involves many factions, including a senior official. The military can't intervene. Our minister has already issued a directive: stability and the greater good come first. Everything else can be compromised." Her tone carried a trace of bitterness. After some hesitation, she added, almost suggesting, "If it gets too dangerous, you can come find me. Abandoning the shelter might stop them from pursuing you." Su Wu ignored the latter part of her message, his mind catching on one key phrase: everything else can be compromised. This, he realized, was a license for the strong to act freely. Exiting the network, Su Wu pondered for a moment before pulling up the shelter's armament list. So this backup plan finally has its use. On the screen, two 240mm extended range rockets stood silently in the ammunition depot, just meters from the launch silo disguised as a drone lift platform. Initiate full-scale war mode. Target, eliminate the enemy. With that, Su Wu delegated complete control to the Eye. As a civilian, he lacked the expertise to direct a battle. Rather than muddling through with guesswork, he trusted the Eye to use precise data for efficient strikes. Authorization received, reconnaissance drones deployed, ammunition depot inspection underway, combat unit refueling initiated. Supply type, K2 series agricultural drone rockets, thermite incendiary bombs, 30mm armor-piercing rounds, and 12.7mm machine gun ammunition. Text scrolled across the control screen as Su Wu's war machine began to mobilize. Ammunition was loaded into vehicles. Combat units rolled out silently from the shelter, disappearing into the night toward the city. By the 7th minute after war mode began, the reconnaissance drones returned with detailed enemy intelligence. A total of 217 modified vehicles were identified as targets. Simultaneously, a real-time tactical map was generated, covering a 1.5-kilometer radius around the enemy's central position. By the 15th minute, Combat Unit Heavy Truck has reached the battlefield, deploying subunits, foldable gun platforms. Enemy forces remain unaware. Silent mode activated, the war had begun. Chapter 73, Flames lighting the night sky. 17.5 kilometers from Suwu's shelter, under the cover of darkness, an electric-powered heavy truck silently pulled off the road. Its cargo bay opened, and a small transport vehicle rolled out, disappearing into the distant wasteland. As the transport vehicle moved further away, green dots began appearing along the edges of the battlefield on the AI-generated tactical map. Each dot represented a successfully deployed foldable gun platform, integrated into the AI's command network and ready for combat. By the 20th minute, all preparations were complete. Back in Suwu's shelter, two meticulously inspected 240mm rockets were loaded onto fixed rails and moved to their launch positions. Above the launch silos, heavy metal doors silently slid open one by one. Coordinates calibrated, rocket engines igniting. On the tactical map, a large section of the area was bathed in a faint red glow, indicating the predetermined blast radius of the rockets. Unlike conventional munitions, the 240mm rockets in Suwu's shelter used thermite warheads. While their raw destructive power wasn't the strongest, their wide area coverage made them deadly. Bright flames erupted from the base of the rockets as they launched, accelerating within mere seconds and shooting skyward. 10 seconds later, a second rocket followed suit. In the pitch-black night sky, the rockets streaked through the air like meteors, leaving trails of searing light. For the brief seconds they were visible, the darkened earth below was momentarily illuminated, drawing every gaze upward. 17 kilometers away, two deep explosions broke the night. Without warning or declaration, the gathering at the city outskirts preoccupied with attack plans and dreams of plunder was struck. As the explosions echoed, fiery cascades lit the sky, descending like shimmering silver threads. They painted a picture of otherworldly beauty, brighter and more magnificent than any recorded meteor shower. But on the ground, those who witnessed the scene were gripped by primal terror, unable to appreciate the display's surreal beauty. All vehicles, scatter. A half-second of stunned silence was followed by shouts of panic. Vehicles scrambled to flee the impending fiery hellscape, but those caught near the blast center found escape impossible. Their desperation led to chaos as collisions mounted in the packed area. Only a lucky few managed to accelerate away in time, while the rest became trapped in a web of burning debris. From above, the brilliant white firestorms descended, relentless in their pursuit. Faster! A young man in a heat-resistant suit slammed his foot on the accelerator, smashing through an obstructing jeep and racing toward a distant hill. Screams and explosions from fuel tanks bursting into flames followed him, driving his adrenaline to the peak. After several heart-pounding seconds, he managed to escape the immediate blast zone, only to meet another blazing streak of fire hurtling toward him. Boom! The youth's vehicle was engulfed in a massive explosion, its charred remains tumbling into the hillside. First strike complete, deploying K2 series drones, enemy units detected approaching battlefield edge. Engaging foldable gun platforms, on the tactical map, the marked red dots representing enemy vehicles dwindled to half under the initial barrage. The survivors scattered like startled fish, fleeing in all directions. The AI quickly initiated its second wave of strikes. 2 K2 series drones, each armed with 5 8.5 kilograms rockets, launched from the heavy truck's cargo bay, soaring toward the scattered vehicles. Within moments, several enemy vehicles entered the drone's detection range. Locked onto their targets, the drones unleashed all their rockets in a span of 7 seconds. Explosions engulfed the lead vehicles, creating a fiery barricade that halted the convoy. Simultaneously, other fleeing vehicles were intercepted by foldable gun platforms, which unleashed automatic fire. The sound of gunfire filled the air as bullets formed a deadly web, cutting down anything attempting to break through. The one-sided massacre lasted 5 to 6 minutes. As the flames from the thermite rockets began to subside, the remaining armed personnel regrouped under the guidance of a few retired officers. Rallying behind the surviving vehicles armed with mortars, grenade launchers, and sporadic rocket-propelled grenades, they mounted a counterattack. Several foldable gun platforms were destroyed under this heavy firepower, marking the only damage the attackers managed to inflict. But their retaliation was short-lived. By this time, the 2 K2 drones had returned to the truck for resupply and re-entered the battlefield. 10 precisely aimed rockets targeted the leadership vehicles, obliterating them in seconds and shattering the morale of the already disjointed force. With their organization in tatters, the attackers broke completely. The battle shifted from combat to pursuit and extermination as the remaining forces were methodically hunted down. Chapter 74, The Efficiency of Artificial Intelligence, K2 series drones returning to base. Reloading thermite incendiary bombs, heavy truck 30mm auto-can firing sequence initiated, enemy forces reduced to less than 20%, reconnaissance drones entering search mode. In the darkness, the heavy truck's turret rotated silently, targeting enemy positions. Every 10 seconds, it fired a precise shot not due to the cannon's rate of fire limits, but because enemy targets were becoming increasingly scarce. With the help of reconnaissance drones and precise eye calculations, the autocan's accuracy was devastating. Whether it was a fleeing modified vehicle or a dismounted soldier, each shot was a decisive hit, leaving behind destruction or death. Within minutes, over 7 or 8 modified vehicles heading toward the heavy truck were reduced to smoldering wreckage on the roadside. In the skies above, 2K2 series agricultural drones, now equipped with thermite incendiary bombs, hovered at an altitude of 200 meters. Though their maximum speed of 3 meters per second rendered them sluggish compared to ground vehicles, they didn't need to compete in a race. The rugged terrain of hills and valleys worked as their ally, allowing them to block escape routes by strategically dropping incendiary bombs. These calculated deployments herded the scattered enemies into tighter areas, systematically shrinking their avenues of escape until they were burned out completely. The combined air and ground assault waged by the heavy truck and drones forced the surviving armed personnel into a desperate retreat. After each wave of attacks, those who lagged behind or failed to find sufficient cover succumbed to the relentless rain of incendiary or armor-piercing rounds. As the battle wore on and the heavy truck's ammunition reserves dwindled to 1/3, the last 10 or so vehicles managed to flee more than 10 kilometers. But their path, whether by chance or design, was leading them directly toward Airdstone village, where Suwoo's shelter was based. The eye, devoid of human interpretation or hesitation, focused solely on efficiency. It initiated the final strike. At Airdstone village, 2 type armored vehicles, tasked with perimeter patrol, halted abruptly. Their twin 8-tube rocket launchers swiveled toward the direction of Jiang City's outskirts. After a brief adjustment, the launchers fired their entire payload. A total of 32 rockets shot into the sky, trailing bright flames before curving downward, raining destruction over an area 1 to 2 kilometers away. The explosions reverberated across the barren landscape, sending tremors that were faintly felt even within the village. The 100 or so drivers and laborers still stationed near the shelter's storage area were left on edge by the thunderous barrage. In an already hellish environment of scorching heat, the sudden eruption of combat and the use of heavy weaponry like rockets stirred unease and apprehension. "Please, just let me get home safely," murmured one truck driver, Peng Qingbing, his voice trembling as he nervously recorded the spectacle. Uploading a close-up video of the rocket launch to the newly registered video platform, Peng couldn't help but marvel at the sheer firepower. Yet, the thought of the devastation it represented drained all excitement from him. For ordinary civilians, being caught in the crossfire of powerful factions often meant certain death. Peng resolved to stay as far away from such conflicts as possible. Far from the chaos, the 2 type armored vehicles completed their strikes and returned to the shelter for reloading. Meanwhile, one of the specialized transport vehicles, previously tasked with loading and unloading materials, redirected its efforts. Accompanied by 2 armed construction robots, it set out toward the scene of the explosions. Upon arriving, the transport vehicle methodically cleared the smoldering wreckage of a dozen or so modified vehicles, towing them off the road. This ensured the sole highway connecting Jiang City to Airdstone village remained open. All hostile targets eliminated, combat units returning to base, exiting warfare mode. In the underground control center on the second level of the shelter, the operation log displayed its final lines, marking the end of the battle. The entire engagement, lasting just over 30 minutes, had claimed over 1,000 lives. However, it had also drained more than half of the shelter's ammunition reserves. The 2 240mm rockets, the most potent weapons in Suwoo's arsenal, were completely expended. "I is incredibly effective, but the ammunition consumption is ridiculous," Suwoo muttered, inspecting the depleted stockpiles with a pained expression. As a bystander to the battle, he had witnessed the Eye execute unnecessary saturation strikes multiple times, ensuring complete annihilation but at the cost of significant resources. "If this fight had dragged on any longer, we might have run out of ammo entirely," Suwoo sighed. Still, he found solace in the knowledge that the overwhelming display of power had delivered the maximum deterrent effect. In the aftermath of such a decisive victory, Suwoo anticipated a prolonged period of peace and the subtle benefits that would accompany his newfound reputation. Chapter 75, The Official Stance. The issue of the depleted ammunition stockpile did not worry Suwoo much. When planning for a daily production capacity of 5,000 radiation detectors, he had deliberately reserved a portion of the CNC machines and 3D printers for other purposes. With the help of 2 engineering robots, replenishing supplies could proceed at a swift pace. In roughly 2 hours, the consumed stockpile of conventional rockets and automatic rifle ammunition could be fully restored. An additional hour would suffice to manufacture a new 240mm rocket. Meanwhile, in the Jiang City district, inside the first official shelter, Uchiha hurried into the conference room. Though there weren't many attendees, all present held significant positions in the shelter. From military leaders to departmental heads, nearly everyone was present. Even Beiruin, the elusive general director of the official shelters, had shown up in person, a rare occurrence. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Bureau Secretary, please share the materials. Beiruin nodded to Uchiha, signaling the start of the meeting. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit stood up and activated the projector, displaying a combat video. The footage clearly depicted the battle on the outskirts of the Northern Bay Area from earlier. Gentlemen, this video was recorded 15 minutes ago at the edge of the Northern Bay Area. The two opposing sides are the Arid Stone Village Shelter and a 1,000-strong armed group funded by multiple corporate shelters. The secretary succinctly introduced the video's background before pausing the footage at the moment two 240mm rockets detonated in midair. In this battle, the Arid Stone Village Shelter demonstrated capabilities far exceeding civilian standards. For example, these two 240mm long-range rockets, they match the operational level of equipment used by second-line military units. He then switched the video to scenes of K2 series drones launching rockets, the heavy truck engaging with its autocan, and the ore-type armored vehicles firing salvos from a distance. They deployed a wide array of weaponry in this engagement, achieving a remarkable average hit rate of over 90%. The opposing armed group was swiftly annihilated without mounting any effective counterattack. The military command estimates that this shelter either has a professional military command team or a world-class artificial intelligence system. Additionally, based on gathered intelligence, they appear to possess independent research capabilities and a self-sufficient small-scale industrial production system capable of manufacturing most conventional weapons from raw metal. Their production capacity is estimated to be 70% of that of Shelter 9. As an official shelter governing millions, their intelligence capabilities were formidable. Once focused, no civilian shelter could maintain its secrets. Under the scrutiny of their spotlight, Suwu's shelter had been thoroughly analyzed, its military prowess, technological advancements, and industrial capacity laid bare. In summary, the secretary concluded, we believe this suburban shelter, previously unregistered, possesses formidable comprehensive strength and survival capabilities. It meets all criteria to be classified as a genuine armed force. The term armed force might seem ordinary, but in this context, it was a significant recognition. Ordinary civilian shelters, regardless of their population size or resource wealth, were regarded as commercial entities by official shelters, harmless and insignificant. If the complex web of connections were set aside, dismantling them required no second thought. They were no more than sheep on official pastures. Armed forces, however, were different. They represented quasi-military organizations with dedicated combat units and logistical support, boasting significant combat strength. Engaging them risked unpredictable losses, and the potential gains often didn't justify the military cost, making it a losing proposition. As the secretary finished his briefing, the room fell silent. The high-ranking officials leafed through the distributed materials, weighing how their respective departments should approach this emerging and well-armed faction. Beiruin broke the silence with a light cough before speaking. I'll say a few words. This is the first armed force to emerge within Jiang City's jurisdiction. But such occurrences are not uncommon elsewhere in other regions or continents. There are established frameworks for addressing these situations. I believe we can adapt those solutions here. Additionally, let me emphasize one point. Our current priority is combating natural disasters. Our responsibility lies with the millions of citizens in our shelters. Concerns beyond our jurisdiction should be considered selectively. Our resources are not limitless, and we cannot manage everything. Now, I invite your thoughts. The meeting didn't last long. With Beiruin setting the tone, suggestions were limited in scope. Broadly, with large-scale confrontations off the table for now, the officials agreed to treat Suwu's shelter as a partially equal partner rather than a subordinate entity. In certain matters, it was decided they would allow the shelter some autonomy instead of imposing unilateral decisions. Uchiha observed the meeting's proceedings coldly, rarely speaking. As the session concluded and he exited alongside his colleagues, he paused to glance at the ornamental potted plants lining the hallway. His expression flickered briefly before he let out a sigh. The minor figure he had dismissed mere hours ago was now an undeniable presence in Jiang City. For the first time, this high-ranking official realized the post-apocalyptic world was diverging from his familiar reality. Chapter 76, Shockwaves and Whistleblowers at the Kayang Shelter. Fu Yongyuan silently stared at the statistical report in his hands for a full minute before sighing and setting it down. Tell me, he began, his voice tinged with disbelief, how is Suwu this formidable? An armed force of over 1,000, practically half a battalion, wiped out in the blink of an eye. His assistant, standing quietly by his side, did not respond. He knew his boss wasn't seeking answers, merely venting. As the head of a major corporate group, Fu Yongyuan had always led a life of luxury and ease. Even after the onset of the apocalypse, the most significant inconvenience he faced was not being able to play golf on a real course. In many ways, life had improved, his power and influence had grown, allowing him to equip his private security force with state-of-the-art weaponry and expand its numbers to near military proportions. Yet, beneath this veneer of wealth and authority, Fu Yongyuan remained, at his core, a businessman. While he excelled at navigating assassinations and backroom deals, the mechanics of warfare were foreign to him, existing only in books or films. Watching the footage of two 240mm rockets exploding midair, raining an inferno of heat and destruction over nearly a kilometer, had left him profoundly shaken. All the connections, resources, and armed guards he had amassed seemed laughable in the face of such overwhelming firepower. Once his initial awe had passed, Fu Yongyuan closed his eyes and made a decision. "Pull our security forces back," he ordered. "And send a congratulatory message to Su Wu on my behalf. Include a gift, deliver a few lambs from the livestock pens." He paused. "We need to build a good relationship with him." At the Jinyuan shelter, Director Yan Kina was livid. "A bunch of useless fools," he bellowed, slamming his desk so hard that the surface shook. "Couldn't even maintain proper vigilance, didn't see the attack coming until it was too late. Run? How far do they think they can run?" His bloodshot eyes and labored breathing betrayed his fury, but beneath his anger lay panic. Yan Kina had known from the outset that targeting an industrially capable shelter like Su Wu's would not be easy. But the prospect of earning millions of contribution points daily had clouded his judgment. Moreover, Su Wu's shelter had no established reputation in Jiang City, no allies, and Su Wu himself seemed young and inexperienced, a seemingly easy target. Yan had gambled most of his shelter's armed forces on this operation, even collaborating with other large shelters to fund the assault. But the coalition had barely begun to organize when Su Wu retaliated with devastating precision, unleashing massive rocket strikes that decimated the joint force. As his temper cooled, Yan turned to a man sitting silently nearby, his longtime business partner and confidant, Yai Kopen. "Kopen," he began, "do you think we could build rockets like those?" Yai considered the question for a moment before shaking his head. "Constructing the rocket bodies might not be too difficult, but achieving their accuracy is another matter entirely. That level of precision requires advanced technological support. Even if we manage to build them, they'd be little more than oversized fireworks, nowhere near as effective." Though he wasn't an expert, Yang knew enough to understand the gap. Heavy rockets like Su Wu's were a world apart from anything he could conceive of manufacturing. But in his heart, Yang didn't see the need to even try. As Yan Kin continued to ramble about impractical ideas, Yang's mind wandered. The assault on Su Wu had been Yan's plan from the start, and the profits, had they succeeded, would have been his alone. Now that the operation had failed spectacularly, why shouldn't Yan bear the consequences alone? Why risk everything when a safer, more profitable alternative presented itself? The seed of betrayal planted itself in Yang's mind and grew rapidly. Feigning interest in Yan's tirade, he began to think about what gifts might best serve as a peace offering to Su Wu. At the arid stone village, the aftermath of the battle was already sending ripples across Jiang City. Within half an hour, Su Wu had received private messages from over a dozen members of the wealthy elite in the city's official chat network. Many offered greetings or congratulations, while others subtly revealed the identities of those behind the 1,000-strong armed coalition. Organizing such a force was no small feat, and the activity couldn't have gone unnoticed. For the deeply rooted shelters of Jiang City, uncovering the culprits was not difficult. Now, these revelations were being offered to Su Wu as goodwill gestures. With a powerful new neighbor in the region, many were eager to make peace or at least lower their chances of being targeted next. But among the flood of messages, one stood out. It came through an official satellite channel from an anonymous shelter manager. Its contents hinted at treachery. Curious, Su Wu leaned back in his chair and began reading carefully. Chapter 77, Solid-State Battery Design Blueprint. In the first hour after the battle, Su Wu used remotely operated construction robots to receive two low-profile emissaries who arrived in a truck laden with supplies. "We've heard that Mr. Su Wu requires a large number of high-performance chips," one of the emissaries began humbly. "Our boss specifically instructed us to deliver 128 3-grade intelligent chips as a gesture of apology." The emissary's attitude was reverential, leaving no room for reproach. In the apocalyptic world, where global industrial systems had nearly ground to a halt, A3-grade intelligent chips representing the pinnacle of pre-apocalypse manufacturing were extraordinarily scarce. Each chip, embodying advanced engineering and material science, was irreplaceable. They could power anything from advanced devices to high-performance servers and personal computers, making them immensely valuable. Their worth had only risen after the apocalypse, as they had been classified as strategic resources, prohibited from export even before the collapse of the Old World. The delivery of 120 such chips was no minor offering. Even as compensation, it carried significant weight, enough for Suwu to consider leniency if requested. "Is this your shelter's way of seeking reconciliation?" Suwu asked with a hint of curiosity. His voice, transmitted through the speakers of the construction robot, carried a mechanical distortion that masked his true sentiments. "Not at all," the emissary replied quickly. "Our shelter's director, Yan Kanu, acted entirely on his own, disregarding the counsel of others. This action was never endorsed by the rest of us. Our boss simply hopes for a chance to explain." The emissaries made their case carefully, explaining their intent and situation in full detail. Suwu listened patiently, occasionally interjecting with questions. It was a familiar scenario, a traitor within the enemy camp seeking refuge and favor. Of course, there was also fear of being implicated in Yan Ken's folly. Suwu's recent display of devastating force was not just for show, it had truly struck fear into his adversaries. "This matter can be resolved," Suwu said after a brief moment of contemplation. "If necessary, I can even provide some support. Force was merely a means to an end, not the ultimate goal." If the same outcome could be achieved with less effort, Suwu had no objections. However, while he was willing to let go of revenge, the cost of forgiveness would not come cheap. "Additionally, these chips alone won't suffice as compensation," Suwu added. "Once this matter is settled, let's say you deliver 200 or 300 tons of copper ingots as well. 200 or 300 tons of copper, even before the apocalypse, would have been worth millions. In the current era, such a demand was a clear punitive measure. Suwu had no intention of being merciful to those who crossed him. The factions that had previously targeted his hydroponic farm were already marked for retribution, and he was merely waiting for the right moment to act. This incursion, far more egregious, deserved an even harsher response. After seeing off the visibly anxious emissaries, Suwu leaned back in his chair, gazing at the control screen displaying the orderly activity in the unloading yard under the eye's supervision. For a moment, he was lost in thought before sighing quietly. The world outside was plagued by disasters. The impending radiation storm threatened to make human survival even more challenging. Yet, sheltered underground, humanity continued to vie for power and wealth, seemingly oblivious to the looming catastrophe. "Human nature," Suwu muttered to himself. The greetings from various large shelter leaders were just the beginning. As time passed, more convoys arrived at the arid stone village, transforming the area into a bustling logistics hub. The delivered goods, initially limited to scrap metal and raw materials, became more tailored to Suwu's specific needs. With input from Suwu, the materials now aligned better with his requirements, paving the way for a rapid upgrade of his shelter's capabilities. This shift in resource allocation heralded a significant development period for Suwu's operations. With these supplies, he could expand his shelter's industrial strength and even consider confronting official shelters on equal footing. The system's shelter level might also rise as a result of this newfound power. Beyond the core transactions for radiation detectors, Suwu also received several extraordinary gifts from the larger shelters. These included high-quality LAMs, aerospace-grade alloys, the design blueprint for a first-generation courier drone, and most notably, a blueprint for solid-state batteries. While the solid-state battery design was a generation or two behind the latest technology, its acquisition was a game-changer. Having this blueprint bridged a critical gap in Suwu's production capabilities, addressing one of the two major barriers to mass-producing robots and intelligent vehicles. With high-performance chips becoming accessible through trade, Suwu's technological challenges were now more manageable than ever. "This marks the beginning of large-scale expansion," Suwu mused. He promptly uploaded the solid-state battery and courier drone blueprints into the EYE's database, his excitement palpable. The possibilities for growth and innovation seemed limitless. However, a glance at his busy manufacturing systems, 3D printers and CNC machines running at full capacity, and engineering robots scrambling to repair weapons and replenish ammunition tempered his enthusiasm. His shelter's resources were stretched thin. He would have to wait before diving into large-scale production of new technologies. For now, Suwu focused on refining the blueprints. Preparing the designs to better suit the apocalyptic environment was a crucial step. Once production systems were less burdened, he could initiate test runs. Such was the nature of progress. No matter how urgent the need, growth followed a deliberate, step-by-step process. Chapter 78, Radiation Proof Coating, July 15. 24 hours after the announcement of the incoming radiation storm, and with the second batch of 5,000 radiation detectors being delivered, Arid Stone Village had transformed into the busiest location in all of Jiang City. Every moment saw a steady stream of vehicles entering and exiting the area. Trucks delivered supplies, engineering vehicles unloaded and repacked goods, and SUVs transported managers from various large shelters responsible for overseeing transactions and coordinating logistics. With so much activity, a sense of liveliness naturally emerged. Even though the intense heat forced most people to remain inside their vehicle cabins, a few, donning heat-resistant suits, stepped out to work. The occasional sight of bustling figures gave the area an air of vitality rarely seen in the post-apocalyptic wasteland. On the roads near the village, the sheer volume of traffic sometimes led to congestion. Dozens, sometimes hundreds of vehicles lined up in a long queue, a rare sight that brought a splash of color to the otherwise desolate landscape. Many of the drivers and laborers hired to transport goods couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia as they watched this scene unfold. What had once been an ordinary, even annoying, sight in the pre-apocalypse world now felt strangely comforting. While the surface world buzzed with activity due to the influx of goods, many shelter residents deep underground continued their monotonous daily routines. These residents worked tirelessly, earning meager rations to survive, oblivious to the thriving activity above or the imminent radiation storm. To them, the dim, stifling confines of the shelter seemed eternal, destined to last until the disasters above subsided and they could return to their former homes. The outside world felt distant and irrelevant. For those in the know, however, the reality was starkly different. The elite within the shelters, those with access to information, hadn't had a proper rest since learning of the radiation storm. Their red-rimmed eyes betrayed the pressure they faced, as they scrambled to secure disaster relief supplies and make contingency plans for the worst-case scenario, abandoning everything and fleeing. Radiation-proof coatings, carbon fiber composites, protective suits, lead plates, tinfoil, high-density concrete, activated carbon, anything that could shield against radiation became highly sought-after commodities. Shelter elites were willing to pay exorbitant prices to obtain these items, ensuring the safety of themselves and their families if not their entire shelters. Compared to the frenzied efforts of small and medium-sized shelters to survive, the large shelters, with their self-contained ecosystems, had the luxury of pursuing profits amid the chaos. These larger shelters took on surface monitoring tasks assigned by the official shelters. By opening their inventories, manufacturing in-house, or trading with other factions, they acquired enough radiation detectors to establish temporary or semi-permanent observation points in designated zones. They also recruited workers from their shelter populations, offering brief but intensive safety training. These workers, promised generous pay 3 times their usual earnings, were eager to participate. To them, working on the surface in protective gear seemed like an exciting adventure compared to the dull confines of the shelter. What they didn't know was that a truly radiation-proof suit was far beyond their imagination in cost. The gear provided to them was little more than a placebo, offering minimal protection. For these workers, the experience they anticipated as thrilling and lucrative would soon reveal itself as a nightmare, dragging them into a living hell. At the same time, in the underground control center of Suwoo's shelter, he connected to the official shelter's inventory management system via satellite network. With the second installment of contribution points credited to his account, Suwoo now had a balance of 2 million points. He spent these points on just 2 items. The first was the blueprint for a new radiation-proof coating, valued at 1.5 million points. The second was a batch of special fluorescent powder, costing 500,000 points. This powder, derived from a plant native to another continent, was a critical ingredient in the production of the coating. Purchase successful, radiation-proof coating blueprint delivered. Check your files for details. Special fluorescent powder packed for shipment. Please pick up at Hongqiao Station Warehouse, official shelter number 1, in 2 hours. Suwoo opened the radiation-proof coating blueprint immediately and skimmed through its contents. The blueprint was straightforward. Apart from the special fluorescent powder, the other materials required were relatively common. However, the manufacturing process was incredibly complex, demanding various specialized instruments working in tandem. To produce the coating, Suwoo realized he would need to construct a high-end chemical laboratory dedicated to its production. Quite the high bar, Suwoo muttered, his brow furrowing at the realization of the official shelter's ploy. For shelters lacking comprehensive industrial capabilities, acquiring this blueprint would be just the beginning. They'd still need to spend a fortune purchasing specialized equipment from the official shelter to actually produce the coating. Curious, Suwoo checked the prices of the required machinery in the official shelter's inventory and found his suspicions confirmed. Each piece of equipment was grossly overpriced, another tactic by the officials to drain contribution points from private shelters. Still, Suwoo wasn't deterred. With his shelter's industrial base, he had the capacity to produce much of the required equipment in-house. By leveraging his existing resources, he could bypass the need to buy overpriced machinery, turning the official blueprint into a worthwhile investment. First, set up the lab, Suwoo decided, mentally mapping out the necessary steps. If he could produce the radiation-proof coating in sufficient quantities, it wouldn't just protect his shelter. It would also become a lucrative product in its own right, one that could secure his position as a dominant force in Jiang City's shelter network. Chapter 79. The miniature mech. Su Wu silently calculated the figures. From a manufacturing cost perspective alone, this endeavor carried a profit margin of at least 5 to 6 times. Maybe I can try. The enticing profit made Su Wu entertain some ideas. Since the authorities hadn't explicitly forbidden it, secretly producing a batch of equipment to compete with them might not be an issue. However, this was only a passing thought. The idea of competing lingered in Su Wu's mind for just a few seconds before he dismissed it. Not only was the production schedule at his refuge already packed, but even the ongoing manufacturing of radiation detectors offered profits that were in no way inferior to selling equipment. There was no need to divert precious production capacity for something that offered no additional advantages while spreading his resources thin. After closing the document containing the formula for anti-radiation coating, Su Wu switched to monitoring the manufacturing center. There, the CNC machines and 3D printers were steadily producing radiation detectors as usual. Meanwhile, a small portion of the production capacity, handled by 2 engineering robots, was no longer focused on ammunition but was instead creating various specialized metal components. Just another hour or two, Su Wu estimated the number of metal components and patiently continued waiting. Over the past 20+ hours, he had neither started mass-producing solid-state batteries and delivery-grade drones, nor expanded the production line to create new work equipment for his perpetually understaffed refuge. His focus had been entirely on reallocating resources to produce these vital components as quickly as possible. More than an hour later, the preset components were finally complete. The 2 engineering robots immediately began assembling and welding them together. Before long, a miniature mech, standing approximately 2.6 meters tall, with humanoid limbs and a semi-spherical cockpit at its core, appeared on the manufacturing platform in the center. From its appearance, it bore a resemblance to the exosuit amplifiers seen in Avatar, albeit significantly smaller in size. Furthermore, the cockpit's front half was no longer transparent glass but instead covered with heavy metal, exuding a reassuring sense of impenetrable solidity. Filled with a mixture of excitement and anticipation, Su Wu stepped into the manufacturing center. From this closer perspective, the steel behemoth appeared even more compact, barely taller than Su Wu himself. Its size was not limited by the engineering robot's manufacturing capabilities but was instead a deliberate design choice by Su Wu. On the surface, the incoming radiation storm would bring Su Wu unimaginable gains, but the following radiation disaster posed a persistent threat, like a sword of Damocles hanging over his refuge. If the worst-case scenario unfolded and his refuge suffered severe damage, Su Wu knew he had to be ready to abandon everything and flee at a moment's notice. In such dire circumstances, relying solely on his own untrained physical abilities would be impossible. He needed a wearable mechanical device capable of significantly enhancing his mobility and survival capabilities to aid in his escape. Initially, he had considered exoskeletons and powered armor. However, while exoskeletons were lightweight, their defense capabilities, weapon carrying capacity, and life support features were all severely limited, making them suitable only for brief emergencies, not prolonged wilderness survival. Powered armor was somewhat better, but it still fell short in many aspects. Additionally, the process of equipping powered armor was cumbersome and challenging to accomplish quickly in emergencies. It became even more troublesome in the wilderness without auxiliary equipment for wearing the armor. Dissatisfied with these options, Su Wu eventually turned his attention to mechs. In general, mechs were often dismissed due to their unwieldy size, which did not meet Su Wu's requirements. However, once the size of a mech was drastically reduced, Su Wu realized that a miniature version might actually be the best solution. It had an independent cockpit, allowing Su Wu to enter and take control within seconds by simply opening the hatch. The cockpit and seating also provided greater comfort than powered armor. Even prolonged expeditions in the wilderness would be bearable, and eating or drinking could be done within the cockpit without the need to step outside the mech. Additionally, due to its higher weight capacity, the mech could easily carry more weapons, ammunition, and a more comprehensive life support system, potentially achieving self-sustaining operation. Whether for combat or enduring harsh environments, it was vastly superior to both exoskeletons and powered armor. It was, in essence, like carrying a miniature refuge on his back. The only downside was that it would inevitably be incredibly expensive to produce. The cost of building one mech could easily exceed the combined cost of multiple powered armor suits and exoskeletons. Reflecting on his motivations for creating the mech, Su Wu's gaze lingered on the steel creation before him, his eyes sweeping over it from top to bottom. Thanks to the meticulous work of the engineering robots, CNC machines, and 3D printers, this mech was flawlessly constructed. Its sleek design and intricate details exuded an industrial and technological aesthetic that was awe-inspiring. Anyone who laid eyes on it would instinctively believe it to be the flagship product of some cutting-edge factory in a future era. However, despite its impressive exterior, it was, in essence, still just a model. It lacked functionality, like a prop in a role-playing game or a toy for children. It was missing the most crucial step, using the system's survival points to perform miraculous modifications and upgrades. Without further hesitation, Suwu placed his hand on the near mirror-like smooth metallic surface of the mech and silently activated the upgrade function. Before his eyes, his once 3-digit survival points began rapidly dwindling until they finally stopped at 27 points. This massive expenditure caused Suwu's hand, resting on the mech, to tremble slightly. The total cost of 135 survival points for this upgrade was by far the most substantial single expense Suwu had ever encountered. It exceeded what he had previously spent to build his entire refuge from scratch. But such was the price of bypassing blueprints and circumventing material shortages to forcibly upgrade and create a marvel of technology far beyond its time. Chapter 80, Synchronizing the Mind. Briar Class Mobile Combat Platform. Model, Miniature Mech. Control Modes, 1. Thought Synchronization. 2. Autonomous Driving. 3. Remote Command. Primary Weapon, 20mm Electromagnetic Sniper Rifle X1. Secondary Weapons, Anti-Air Laser Emitter X1. Quad Missile Launchers X2. Melee Weapon, 2.5 meters Plasma Blade Cutter. Additional Modules, Low Altitude Thrusters X2, Electromagnetic Shield Generator X1, Phased Array Radar X1, Optical Camouflage Device X1, Advanced Tactical Computer X1, Stealth Recon Drones X2, Self-Circulating Life Support System. Power Source, High Energy Battery Pack, 20,000 kWh. Lowering his hand from the mech, Suwu willed it to respond. Instantly, the cockpit of the upgraded miniature mech silently lifted open, revealing a seat and control console within. Suwu climbed in and took his seat, noting how the experience was akin to sitting in the driver's seat of a car. The space wasn't particularly spacious but was more than sufficient, allowing a comfortable position for piloting the mech. After adjusting to the cockpit's environment, Suwu activated the mech's combat mode. The cockpit hatch began to lower slowly, enclosing him within. For a brief moment, darkness enveloped his vision before it was replaced with clarity. In front of him, Suwu could see the manufacturing center's walls and nearby engineering robots as though no barrier separated them. Yet, the faint green rows of numbers and icons representing the mech's status and auxiliary modules reminded him he was now fully shielded within the mech's protective armor. What he saw wasn't direct, it was the external footage captured by the mech's cameras and projected onto the cockpit's interior display. Stand up, Suwu thought. The mech immediately obeyed, and his perspective shifted slightly upward, from being on level with the engineering robots to looking down at them. This was the mech's primary control mode, thought synchronization. Inside the cockpit, Suwu's every thought seamlessly transmitted to the mech's advanced tactical computer, which executed corresponding actions in perfect synchrony. He tested this by controlling the miniature mech to move around the control center, and the results were exceptionally smooth. The experience gave Suwu the impression that the mech wasn't just an extension of his body, it felt even more agile and free than his own limbs. While his physical body had limits in strength, stamina, and durability, the mech seemed to have none. Its limits were defined only by the mechanical and material thresholds of its construction. Let's test it outside. Growing increasingly adept at controlling the mech, Suwu became dissatisfied with the limited space in the control center and decided to test the mech's full capabilities on the surface. As soon as this thought formed, the control center's outer doors began to open. This wasn't mere coincidence, it was Suwu's command, transmitted from the mech's tactical computer to the refuge's eye, which promptly executed the request. What seemed like a complex process unfolded seamlessly, leaving Suwu with a distinct impression that the refuge itself was an extension of his will. Guiding the mech onto an elevator platform, Suwu ascended to the exit tunnel's end. While waiting for the outermost gate to open, he activated the mech's optical camouflage device. Immediately, the surrounding light bent and twisted around the mech's surface. Within half a second, the entire mech seamlessly blended into the environment, leaving no visible trace. It merely bends light to deceive the eye, Suwu noted. The mech's mass remains intact. Some radar systems might struggle to detect it due to the material properties, and it evades infrared detection thanks to the self-circulating life support system. But these are incidental benefits, not inherent to the camouflage. Connecting to a nearby camera, Suwu observed the mech's cloaked state from an external perspective. Visually, it was flawless, like a ghost blending perfectly into its surroundings. However, the refuge's eye could still detect the mech's position by analyzing disturbances in airflow within the tunnel. Also, movement speed must remain low when cloaked. Activating weapons disables the camouflage as well, Suwu reminded himself, reviewing the tactical computer's manual. Overall, while the optical camouflage was less miraculous than it first appeared, it remained a technology far ahead of its time, practically science fiction. With this capability, Suwu's mech would hold a significant tactical advantage in future combat scenarios. As long as he avoided carelessness, his enemies would find it nearly impossible to deal with him. Remaining cloaked, Suwu exited the refuge. Amid the bustling crowd of workers and vehicles on the surface, no one noticed his presence. Suwu selected a direction and moved away at a modest speed of 2 meters per second. Once he was out of sight, he deactivated the camouflage and pushed the mech to its maximum speed. The mech surged forward with a sudden burst of power, its systems roaring to life. Like a humanoid metal beast, it tore across the rugged terrain of hills and scattered rocks at full speed. The optical camouflage failed almost immediately as the speed increased. Maximum speed, 70 kilometers per hour, Suwu observed, glancing at the display. This speed wasn't particularly high, but on a rocky wasteland filled with obstacles, it felt like a lightning-fast sprint. Thanks to the mech's exceptional shock absorption system, Suwu barely felt the turbulence of the rapid movement. Only when climbing or descending hills did the slight sensation of weightlessness hint at the mech's velocity. After running across the land for a while, Suwu decided to test the mech's low-altitude thrusters. With a distinct burst of thrust, the mech's perspective rapidly shifted upward. The landscape below receded as the mech launched several dozen meters into the air. It glided forward at over 300 kilometers per hour, covering nearly a kilometer before descending back to the ground. Chapter 81, Hidden Treasures in the Mech. After stabilizing on the ground, Suwu glanced at the miniature mech's power levels. The battery, which had been nearly fully charged before leaving the refuge, showed a noticeable drop after the recent low-altitude jump. Clearly, the jump had consumed a significant amount of energy. Judging by this, the low-altitude thrusters can't be used as a regular means of movement, Suwu concluded. As a ground-based combat unit, the mech's design was not optimized for sustained low-altitude flight. Instead, such maneuvers should serve as specialized offensive tactics. The substantial power consumption underscored this assessment. Letting go of the idea of continued jumps across the wilderness, Suwu noticed that the temperature inside the cockpit felt no different from within the refuge. The consistency was so seamless that he had unconsciously overlooked the environmental change, still feeling as though he were operating remotely from a screen in the refuge rather than physically being outside. He checked the external temperature, 72.3 degrees Celsius. Realizing that he was separated from this extreme heat by only about 2 centimeters of alloy armor, Suwu couldn't help but feel a strange sense of dissonance. It reminded him of those tourists in peacetime who ventured into deserts, sipping ice-cold beverages in air-conditioned vehicles while admiring the shimmering, sun-scorched sands outside their windows. The stark contrast between environments created a peculiar thrill. Stepping out in person feels vastly different from issuing commands remotely in the refuge, Suwu mused. Of course, this sense of ease was entirely due to the mech's exceptional level of protection. Were he driving a car in these conditions, with the ever-present risk of a breakdown and life-threatening consequences, his experience would have been far less leisurely. Shifting his focus back to the right-hand side of the display, where icons for the mech's auxiliary components were listed, Suwu decided to deploy the mech's 2 stealth reconnaissance drones. 2 fist-sized, spherical mechanical devices ejected from the mech's back and shot silently into the sky, climbing over 100 meters in mere fractions of a second. Simultaneously, a small 3D map materialized in front of Suwu, showcasing a real-time bird's-eye view generated by the drones. Even underground data is included. These reconnaissance drones are incredibly sophisticated, Suwu noted as he studied the map. The map revealed not only surface details but also subterranean structures. It provided information on voids, resource deposits, soil and rock composition, and more. In some areas, it reached depths of up to 15 meters. After examining the 3D map for a while, Suwu turned his attention to the drones themselves. Unlike the rotor-based drones common in this world, these reconnaissance drones relied entirely on anti-gravity engines for flight and hovering. Capable of near supersonic speeds, they appeared to be even more advanced than the mech itself. Notably, Suwu discovered in the drone's technical data that each came equipped with an independent electromagnetic shield. However, due to their small size and limited power, the shields were only activated passively and could block no more than a single sniper round. Beyond that threshold, the drones would need to return to the mech for recharging before redeployment. I'll need to find an opportunity to study the engines on these drones, Suwu thought, already envisioning the possibilities. If he could reverse engineer the anti-gravity technology, it would revolutionize his capabilities. Resources across the planet, no matter how distant or inaccessible, would be within his grasp. With this in mind, Suwu no longer regretted the massive expenditure of survival points required to upgrade the mech. Even just the auxiliary components he had tested so far with their wealth of cutting-edge technology had already justified the cost. If I factor in the components I haven't tested yet, I might even consider pooling survival points for large-scale upgrades like this as the most efficient use of resources, Suwu reflected. Now, let's test the mech's weapons and combat capabilities. Comparing the 3D map, Suwu realized he was near the location where his engineering robot and specialized transport vehicle had once discovered a collapsed signal tower. This time, however, his perspective was vastly different. Rather than feeling apprehensive, Suwu found himself eager to take on the jagged rocks and peculiar hill formations surrounding him. Selecting a tilted and towering stone pillar, Suwu raised the mech's electromagnetic sniper rifle and aimed. The reticle on his display locked onto the center of the pillar in just 0.2 seconds. Here, Suwu noticed an interesting detail. The targeting process had 2 stages. 1. Upon Suwu's thought to target the pillar, the mech responded by orienting the rifle toward the general vicinity. 2. The tactical computer then fine-tuned the aim, adjusting the rifle to precisely target the pillar's weakest structural point. Interestingly, Suwu hadn't even realized the pillar's weak spot until the computer highlighted it. His initial thought had been a vague intent to aim at the pillar and destroy it. This demonstrated the tactical computer's exceptional data analysis and decision-making capabilities, likely surpassing the basic I derived from the upgraded laptop in his refuge. Practically speaking, this meant Suwu could casually point the rifle at an enemy in future battles, leaving the tactical computer to handle pinpoint targeting and identifying vulnerabilities. Chapter 82, Reverence and Calm. After confirming the target lock, Suwu initiated the shot. A specialized pure metal projectile ejected from the illuminated muzzle of the electromagnetic sniper rifle, flying straight toward the locked rock pillar at a velocity far surpassing the speed of sound. In an instant, the pillar's midsection exploded into a cloud of stone dust. Losing its base support, the upper half of the 20-meter-tall pillar toppled under the influence of gravity, crashing to the ground and kicking up an even larger cloud of dust. Observing the impact of the electromagnetic sniper rifle, Suwu raised an eyebrow. He realized he might have chosen an unsuitable target. The impacted section of the rock pillar was too fragile. After shattering it, the projectile continued along its original trajectory, making it impossible to gauge the extent of destruction caused. Just as Suwu contemplated finding another target for testing, his peripheral vision caught changes on the 3-dimensional map projected by the reconnaissance drones. Zooming in, he noticed the high-altitude drones had captured the entire trajectory of the electromagnetic shot, marking the projectile's final landing point a hill 1.2 kilometers away. This is unexpectedly useful. There was no need for further testing. Any data Suwu wanted was already available from the reconnaissance drones' transmitted intelligence, detailed enough to rival results from professional laboratory equipment. These seemingly inconspicuous, fist-sized drones repeatedly amazed Suwu, demonstrating the unparalleled efficiency and convenience of advanced technology. Hanging the electromagnetic sniper rifle on the mech's neck, Suwu drew its melee weapon. A deep red, 2.5-meter-long energy blade extended from the hilt gripped by the mech's hand. As its name suggested, the energy blade cutter wasn't made of conventional metal but of a special extendable material. It wasn't sharp in its dormant state, coiled within the hilt's activation mechanism. However, when charged with sufficient energy, it extended, forming a blade akin to a laser, leveraging concentrated thermal energy for devastating effect. Suwu casually slashed the energy blade against the ground. The red blade effortlessly carved through the terrain like a hot knife through butter, leaving a distinct, clean cut. This weapon could likely cut through steel without much effort. Feeling the smoothness of the operation, Suwu gauged the blade's potency, deeming it a worthy companion to the electromagnetic sniper rifle. There's also the anti-air laser launcher and the quad missile launchers. Suwu's attention shifted to the 2 icons representing the mech's secondary weapons on the display screen. The anti-air laser launcher wasn't highly destructive, meant primarily for small airborne drones or incoming rockets. The quad missile launchers were another matter entirely. According to the database, the 8 missiles housed within the 2 launchers each packed the equivalent power of a 1,000-ton tactical nuclear warhead, a truly staggering level of destruction. These can't be casually tested. Each one used is one less available. Suwu sighed. He even considered removing one of the missile launchers, replacing its payload with self-produced rockets to avoid leaving such a powerful weapon idle in conventional battles. After familiarizing himself with the weapon systems, Suwu opened the Jiang city map and focused on a highlighted area near the city outskirts. That location was where the individuals who once hired mercenaries to raid his hydroponic farm resided. Needing a real-world test for the mech's performance, Suwu decided to pay them a visit. Half an hour later, Suwu maneuvered the mech out of a now-destroyed shelter. Blue electric arcs occasionally flickered around the mech's frame, remnants of the electromagnetic shield's activation. The operation began smoothly. Using the energy blade gutter, Suwu violently breached the shelter's metal gates, storming through its defenses unopposed until reaching the core area. Unexpectedly, despite housing fewer than 10 people, the shelter was rigged with a powerful bomb. When they realized defeat was inevitable, the shelter's inhabitants triggered the explosive in a desperate attempt at mutual destruction. Naturally, the result was predictable. The shelter's occupants were annihilated, while Suwu emerged unscathed. To withstand the blast's impact, the electromagnetic shield drained 40% of the mech's power reserves. This not only tested the weaponry but also revealed the mech's defensive limits. Despite achieving victory, Suwu's mood was far from celebratory. If such resistance strained the mech, what would happen when facing a naturally destructive force of even greater magnitude? After all, Suwu had created the mech not for human confrontations but as a lifeline against disasters, a last resort in desperate circumstances. In a world devastated by the apocalypse, human civilization was but a pitiful remnant struggling to survive. One must maintain a sense of reverence. Standing at the ruined shelter's entrance, Suwu lingered, contemplating. The initial exhilaration brought by the mech had caused a subtle swelling of arrogance, which was now beginning to subside. At its core, the mech was merely a survival tool. To endure and thrive in the apocalypse, brute strength alone wouldn't suffice. Progress hinged on returning to the foundation, constructing and improving the shelter. With this mech, basic personal safety is no longer a concern. Even if the upcoming radiation disaster strikes directly overhead, I can pilot the mech and escape to safety, ready to rebuild elsewhere. With the immediate risks mitigated, it's time to channel every remaining resource into expanding the shelter. Chapter 83, The Cost of Expensive Coatings. Running in stealth mode, Suwu returned quietly to his shelter. He brought the micro-mech to the control center, connecting it to the shelter's wireless charging network for a slow recharge. Exiting the cockpit, Suwu took a seat at the control console. Back in this familiar environment, he felt a fleeting sense of displacement, akin to returning home after a long trip and seeing everything in its place again. After regaining his composure, he began checking the shelter's status. Thanks to the engineering machinery provided by several large shelters, many vehicles that were previously occupied with unloading tasks, such as specialized transport trucks and excavators used for compressing and packaging scrap metal, were freed up. These vehicles could now return to the scavenging fleet or engineering teams for their original duties. However, with less than 24 hours remaining before the potential onset of the radiation storm, venturing outside carried unpredictable risks. Additionally, given the vast resources Suwu had acquired from selling radiation detectors, the meager income from scavenging in the city was no longer enticing. He decided to disband the scavenging fleet entirely, removing the temporary covers and weapons installed on the transport trucks and reallocating them to digging new underground spaces. On the surface, the recent show of force had solidified his reputation. There was no need to maintain a large military presence. 2 modified door transport armored vehicles would suffice for patrols, while a few armed construction robots could handle maintaining order and managing incoming supplies. As for production, after completing the micro-mech, Suwu's next focus shifted to manufacturing specialized equipment for mixing anti-radiation coatings. These experimental devices required intricate craftsmanship, a wide variety of materials, and significant expense. Just 2 days earlier, even with access to CNC machines and 3D printers, he wouldn't have been able to produce them. But now, after more than 20 hours of continuous material deliveries from other shelters, these hurdles were no longer an issue. Currently and likely for the next few days his shelter's stockpiles would remain relatively abundant, allowing him to allocate resources freely. All related equipment will take about 12 hours to manufacture. Adding setup and calibration time, we should be ready to start mixing the anti-radiation coatings in roughly 14 hours. Everything's on track, Suwu calculated. Despite the tight schedule, it seemed manageable as long as no unforeseen complications arose. Speaking of the coatings, he recalled that one of the main ingredients, fluorescent powder, was still sitting in the official shelter's warehouse, waiting to be picked up. Fortunately, this was a minor task. Dispatching 2 construction robots to drive a large truck for retrieval would suffice. With the shelter's eye overseeing the process, it required no further attention from him. After wrapping up all pending matters, Suwu exhaled, massaging his weary temples. He decided to retreat to his bedroom for some rest. With time still on his side, he intended to sleep well while he could, preparing for what might be a sleepless night ahead. On July 16th, as Suwu woke up feeling refreshed from a full night's sleep, the executives of other shelters in Jiang City were still busy at work. With the potential disaster looming as early as that evening, the proportion of high-value items being used to purchase Suwu's radiation detectors had significantly increased. The goal was to complete transactions using less transport capacity as quickly as possible. Purchasing detectors was only the first step. They still needed time for distribution, worker training, and preparations for dispatching personnel to the surface, all while addressing the challenges that would inevitably arise during ground operations. The threats on the surface weren't limited to the potential radiation. Extreme heat was another immediate challenge that couldn't be ignored. Without adequate cooling measures, workers stationed on the surface would quickly face dehydration and heat stroke. Fortunately, Suwu didn't have to worry about these issues. His labor force consisted entirely of robots and intelligent systems. Moreover, he had only taken on a small monitoring zone outside his shelter, minimizing the workload. This wasn't due to any disregard for the contribution points offered by monitoring missions. The primary concern was that radiation events often came with significant signal interference. If ground equipment lost connection with the shelter, other shelters reliant on human labor could adapt. But for Suwu, such a scenario would be a major setback, potentially leaving him unable to recover or repair equipment. After finishing his late breakfast, Suwu arrived at the control center. His first observation was that the number of vehicles near the farmhouse ruins had halved compared to the previous day. Most of the engineering vehicles that had been assisting him had now departed to build temporary living stations in their respective shelters' monitoring zones. Sitting at the console, Suwu reviewed the latest delivery logs, understanding the situation. While there were fewer vehicles, the overall value of delivered materials had significantly increased. By 5 p.m., he expected not just today's but even the next few days' worth of materials for purchasing radiation detectors to be fully delivered. This shift was a positive development for Suwu. High-value items required far less storage space compared to scrap metal. His existing warehouses, both the manufacturing center and the attached storage areas on the 4th underground level, were more than sufficient to house these goods without needing additional excavation. By 3 p.m., the manufacturing center had completed all equipment for the chemical laboratory. With 2 engineering robots working together, the equipment was installed and calibrated in a factory space adjacent to the 4th underground level's recycling center, initially intended for repairing large vehicles and machinery. As soon as the calibration was complete, several nearby construction robots began loading raw materials into the equipment for production. 20 minutes later, Suwu held the first 10-liter bucket of anti-radiation coating in his hands. This small amount alone. Without factoring in the cost of building the chemical lab, just the raw materials for this batch are worth 200,000 contribution points. Gazing at the pale green, paste-like substance, Suwu mentally reviewed the raw material consumption list, arriving at a single conclusion: expensive. Chapter 84, Final Preparations. Looking at the materials required for mixing the anti-radiation coating, Suwu noted that most were relatively common. Even the special fluorescent powder purchased from the official shelter wasn't outrageously expensive. However, the massive loss and refinement required during production were what made the process so costly. No wonder the official shelters sell the finished product for 22,000 contribution points per liter. It's not about greed, it's all due to production costs, Suwu realized. This time, he acknowledged that the official shelter wasn't overcharging. With only a 10% markup over cost for such an essential product, it was a fair deal, even by pre-apocalypse standards. Shaking his head, Suwu summoned a construction robot and instructed it to take the newly mixed anti-radiation coating to the manufacturing center. Given the coating's high value, he decided to prioritize its use for critical equipment. Robots, engineering vehicles, and other automated machinery only needed their core electronic components protected and coated to ensure operational stability under radiation exposure. Large transport trucks, however, required comprehensive coverage. Both the driver's cabin and the enclosed cargo area needed full coating to accommodate future human transport needs. The outer walls of the shelter also need a layer of anti-radiation coating, Suwu pondered. Coating the entire shelter would be a massive undertaking. Just thinking about the total surface area of the walls was enough to make anyone's head spin. At 10 square meters per liter, covering all 4 underground levels including the first level ceiling and the 4th level's floor would require at least 180 liters of coating, costing over 3.6 million contribution points. But it was unavoidable. While the underground location, soil, rock layers, and thick concrete walls offered some protection against radiation, a sufficiently strong external radiation source could still affect the shelter's interior. The shelter was Suwu's home. If he didn't want to tread cautiously around radiated areas in his own space or jeopardize the output from his hydroponic farms and livestock, this expense couldn't be skimped on. In fact, Suwu briefly considered using survival points to enhance the anti-radiation properties of the coating after application. However, after careful thought, he held off on the idea. The lessons from the last storm were still fresh in his mind. There was no guarantee that the upcoming radiation storm would only bring radiation-related threats. If unforeseen disasters arose and he had already depleted his survival points, he'd have no recourse. Ultimately, Having a reserve of survival points was key to maintaining control. Still, necessary upgrades had to proceed. Suwu glanced at the three-dimensional map, focusing on the shelter's exit passage. With the micromech ensuring his personal safety, the exit passage, once the most critical security checkpoint, could now have its restrictions slightly relaxed. It would be used for routine material exchanges with the outside world. To address radiation concerns, he planned to use the passage's unique structure to construct a multi-chamber purification room to eliminate residual radiation. Additionally, the external gate and the interior isolation door of the exit passage need to be reinforced with a layer of lead plating and coated with the anti-radiation material, Suwu thought. The doors and walls near the elevator platform also need coating. The fifth underground level's waste disposal shaft requires modifications too, with a designated area for radiation residue removal nearby. And the drone launch platform, along with its access tunnel's multiple isolation doors, needs coating. Lastly, the ventilation system and air purification units must also be addressed. Suwu meticulously reviewed and updated the three-dimensional map of the shelter, reinforcing every possible point of contact with the outside world. These adjustments significantly increased the workload for his engineering and construction robots, ensuring they'd remain busy for at least 3 to 5 hours. That should be everything. The raw materials for the anti-radiation coating should suffice. No need for additional purchases, Suwu concluded after a thorough review. The special fluorescent powder required for the coating, though crucial, accounted for only 1/20th of the total production cost. Each liter of coating consumed just 1,000 contribution points worth of fluorescent powder. Even with all these upgrades, the powder consumption would barely deplete half of Suwu's current stock. Next time I procure resources from the official shelter, I should consider purchasing plants capable of producing fluorescent powder. Setting aside an area on the 5th underground level or elsewhere for cultivation could ensure a self-sustaining supply of this critical resource. With the new shelter plans finalized, Suwu's role was largely complete. All that remained was to wait for the radiation storm. Switching the main control screen to a ground-level monitor, Suwu observed the trucks and busy engineering vehicles at the flattened farmhouse ruins. While most of the large engineering vehicles had returned to their shelters, a small number remained, ensuring that unloading operations proceeded smoothly. Suwu was fully prepared. As for the workers still on the surface, how many of them would emerge unscathed from the radiation storm to live out their natural lifespans? That was a question for the management teams of their respective shelters, not Suwu. As a beneficiary of this system, and with no direct connection to those workers, Suwu felt no obligation to share his precious anti-radiation coating with them no matter how bleak their future seemed. Chapter 85, The Radiation Storm. Whether ready or not, willing or unwilling, time flowed forward as it always did. As the daylight dimmed into the darkness of evening, the predicted arrival of the radiation storm's earliest possible time approached. 15 minutes later, just as everyone anxiously awaiting the storm's arrival began to relax, the sparse purple glow in the sky that had been fading over the past several hours suddenly burst forth with hundreds of times its previous brightness. The entire sky seemed to be enveloped by a vast purple halo, a sight both magnificent and overwhelming. At the same time, all radiation detectors deployed across the surface began emitting piercing alarms. They detected radiation levels on the surface rising at an unimaginable rate, quickly surpassing the safety threshold and continuing to climb dozens or even hundreds of times higher. It's here. This realization sent a chill through all who had been closely monitoring the situation. The storm arrived a mere 15 minutes later than its earliest predicted time, leaving no room for additional preparation. Every shelter that had clung to the hope of avoiding disaster and failed to make proper preparations would now face relentless consequences. To compensate for this oversight, many would likely pay the price with widespread illness or even loss of life. Outside a small, privately owned shelter, several young men dressed in simple insulated suits with oxygen tanks pushed open the heavy doors of their shelter. A rush of scorching heat swept over them, penetrating their inadequate insulation layers and causing mild discomfort. However, this unease was soon replaced by excitement. Look! Didn't I tell you? Isn't the sky breathtaking? It's even more stunning than the auroras I saw in Antarctica, the group leader declared triumphantly. Since discovering the strange glow in the sky through their external cameras, he had gone to great lengths to convince the others to open the shelter's doors. Now, it seemed worth it. Missing such a spectacular sight would have been a lifelong regret. His companions, initially skeptical, now had no objections. Each of them stood mesmerized by the dreamlike purple glow that lit up the ground and filled the sky with an otherworldly brilliance. If only it were cooler out here, one of them lamented. With some cold beer and snacks, this would be the perfect spot for a party. The thought of sipping chilled beer and biting into a juicy piece of barbecue briefly filled his mind. But as the image took hold, his expression changed slightly, and he felt a sudden wave of nausea. Clenching his jaw, he pushed down the discomfort and forced himself to focus on the enchanting view above. This rare outing was too precious to spoil. Behind them, the shelter's metal door shimmered faintly in the eerie light, standing like a tombstone lost in the wilderness. In one of the residential zones of official shelter number 9, a worried woman spoke to her husband. "Are you really going out there, Lao?" she asked, her voice filled with anxiety. "I heard people say the radiation outside is terrible. It's dangerous for your health, you might even get cancer." "That's only if you're unprotected," Zhao Heiwa reassured her. "We have the radiation suits provided by the shelter. And there are rest stations set up within a few hundred meters of the work sites. It'll be fine." Despite his calm tone, Zhao Heiwa couldn't entirely suppress his own doubts. But necessity outweighed his hesitation. "Besides," he continued, "the pay for this work is 3 times our usual rate, and we'll even get access to special medications. Yuan hasn't been sleeping well lately because of his headaches, and you need to take care of your anemia. Plus, we should stock up on more food. I heard they're going to reduce daily rations again soon." His wife looked at him, her voice trembling. "But what if something happens to you?" "You're overthinking it," Zhao Heiwa replied. "I'll only be out there for 3 days. What could possibly go wrong?" Their conversation was interrupted by a sharp bell ringing outside the shelter. Managers were calling workers to assemble. Zhao Heiwa stopped mid-sentence and placed a comforting hand on his wife's shoulder. All his reassurances boiled down to one simple phrase: "Wait for me to come back." Half an hour later, a group of workers wearing insulated suits and radiation-proof clothing boarded modified buses and left shelter number 9. As they entered the surreal, dreamlike world bathed in purple light, vehicles continued to traverse nearby roads. But as the radiation storm intensified, the number of breakdowns rose sharply. Every so often, a vehicle stalled inexplicably, coming to a halt in the middle of the road or crashing into roadside obstacles. The sudden onslaught of the radiation storm was mercilessly eliminating those on the surface who were unfit to endure its presence. In the brightly lit control center on the second underground level of Su Wu's shelter, the arrival of the radiation storm activated the monitoring network he had set up. Stretching across a 10-kilometer radius and reaching deep into the mountains 40 kilometers away, the network began transmitting real-time data on the changing environment. As a result, Su Wu became the first aside from the official shelters to gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation across Jiang City. The AI used this data to model and predict the storm's impact. The highest radiation levels were detected in a mountainous region, reaching 20 millisieverts per second. At that intensity, an unprotected human would face fatal risks within 3 to 4 minutes. Even in the relatively safer urban areas, most people wouldn't last more than half an hour without protection. Chapter 86, The Well-Fortified Shelter. For now, with the cabin bleed shielding for protection, even wearing those subpar radiation suits, they can still last a few hours on a surface near the city. But any longer than that, and it'll come down to luck. Su Wu concluded his analysis. For many shelters, this was good news. Surface transportation of materials could continue, albeit at a higher cost. For the drivers, it might mean slightly better conditions, but the shelters would likely siphon off most of the benefits. For example, instead of allowing drivers to work 1-hour shifts with rest periods, shelters might push them to stay on the road for over 6 hours, teetering dangerously close to lethal radiation exposure. In resource-scarce shelters, even basic lead shielding or rudimentary suits might not be available, leaving workers to bear the brunt of the radiation unprotected, with unpredictable consequences. Alongside the good news came some bad. The radiation on the surface was neither static nor followed a predictable pattern. After the initial explosive surge subsided into a steady phase, the intensity of radiation levels in various zones began randomly fluctuating. A truck parked in what seemed like a low radiation zone could find itself in a high radiation danger zone moments later. The randomness of these shifts added an unpredictable and perilous dimension to survival on the surface. Meanwhile, the data from Su Wu's monitoring network began to decline. Clicking to investigate, Su Wu found that some communication relays had been disrupted, causing temporary disconnections in the network. Wireless interference has started, Su Wu sighed. The anticipated challenge had arrived on schedule. While prepared for it, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Fortunately, the communication tower atop the small bunker, enhanced through survival points, showed remarkable resistance to interference. It continued to provide a stable high-speed network within a 15-kilometer radius. Curious, Su Wu opened the social software linked to his network. Perhaps due to the short time since the storm's onset, those in the know were still preoccupied with urgent tasks. The radiation storm had not yet stirred much discussion. Most people were still chatting about the auroras in the sky, a trucker's footage of rocket launches at the farmhouse ruins, or mundane shelter life. Many were engrossed in gaming, battling it out with other players or opponents as if the storm were a distant concern. In a way, this is a kind of peace, Suwu mused. He felt a faint solace in how this small digital haven he had built still preserved echoes of the world's past prosperity during such bleak times. Shifting his focus, Suwu switched the display to monitor the surface. With fewer workers and vehicles around, the farmhouse ruins were regaining their stillness. Out of concern, Suwu had dismissed all external engineering vehicles aiding in unloading supplies as soon as the storm hit. His micro-excavators and transport vehicles now handled these tasks. For the truck drivers temporarily stationed at the ruins, he distributed custom lead shields to mitigate radiation exposure. Of course, these shields were reclaimed once the drivers departed to safeguard the next arrivals. Beyond the system, I'm just another human in the crowd. I hope they can make it through, Suwu thought silently as he observed the surface workers. After roughly estimating their radiation exposure, he turned his attention back to monitoring the internal areas of the shelter. Thanks to meticulous preparations, the shelter's interior remained unaffected by the radiation storm. Even in the theoretically most vulnerable section, the vertical lift platform connecting the fifth underground level to the surface, a multi-segment isolation system kept radiation levels minimal. Each section of the platform opened only after the preceding one was sealed, ensuring no breach in containment. Additionally, all materials brought down to the fifth level were routed through a disinfection chamber for thorough decontamination. This process effectively prevented residual radiation from contaminating the level's storage areas. The fifth level should be safe enough, Suwu reassured himself. Still, he had no intention of entering the fifth level anytime soon. Despite its apparent safety, it frequently received external materials, and there was always a small chance of missed contaminants. Ever since the storm's onset, Suwu approached external resources with heightened caution. Direct contact was no longer an option. The specter of radiation necessitated vigilance in all interactions. Guided by this mindset, Suwu had even classified the floor between the fourth and fifth levels as an external wall, coating it with radiation-resistant paint to preemptively counter any potential leaks from the fifth level. Satisfied that the fifth level was secure, Suwu continued his inspection of the fourth level. With the CNC machines and 3D printers running at full capacity, and the newly added micromech consuming substantial power for recharging, the recycling center had temporarily ceased operations. The large, energy-intensive high-temperature furnace had been powered down and allowed to cool. The fourth level felt unusually quiet, with the temporary chemical laboratory being the only active area. There, radiation-resistant paint was being synthesized. Although Suwu no longer urgently needed the paint, its long shelf life justified continued production as a reserve resource. In the third-level agricultural facility, the incubation room diligently tended to rows of carefully placed eggs. These naturally laid, meticulously selected specimens were mere days away from hatching. Once they did, the agricultural facility would undoubtedly become the liveliest area in the shelter. Nearby, the fish in the breeding pools introduced as juveniles had grown to twice their original size. However, they were still far from reaching the ideal size for a grilled fish dinner, a prospect that would require much more time. Chapter 87, Mining Plan. The feed crop area, the largest section of the shelter, was thriving. Many of the carefully cultivated grasses were ready for their first harvest. Within the planting zone, a small section had been cleared to house a few lambs with snow-white fleece. These lambs, gifted by the Kyang shelter, were valuable. Due to the limited space for livestock, a temporary area in the planting zone was used to accommodate them. Once the fifth underground level was completed, a proper space would be assigned. In the second underground level, Suwu's main living and activity area, there was little need for a detailed inspection due to his familiarity. After a quick glance at the air quality report showing normal conditions, Suwu shifted his attention to the first level. The hydroponic farm was serene and brightly lit. Rows of vegetables, fruits, and flowers brought vibrant greenery to the level. This lush site offered a refreshing contrast to the grim reality of the apocalypse. In these times, when the world was in ruins, no jewelry, ornaments, or other luxuries could compare to the brilliance of the farm's greenery. It was a true treasure in the post-apocalyptic world. Beauty has a way of uplifting the spirit. After surveying the farm, Suwu felt his heavy heart lighten. It filled him with a protective urge. This home, built with so much effort, was worth defending against any disaster. Finished with his inspection, Suwu turned to the manufacturing center. After completing the equipment for the chemical lab, the manufacturing center resumed its usual tasks, prioritizing projects to develop and expand the shelter's capacity. Currently, it was producing small excavators and stone crushers, based on Suwu's latest designs. With the available production capacity, excluding the resources dedicated to radiation detector manufacturing, the center could produce one small excavator or one stone crusher every 8 hours. According to Suwu's plan, after completing 2 units of each type, The older models of vehicles in the engineering team, including stone crushers, excavators, and transport trucks, would be recalled for retrofitting at the manufacturing center. The upgrades would improve both their size and performance, aligning them closer to the new engineering vehicles. Since the retrofitting wouldn't involve altering the vehicle's intelligent chips or high-energy batteries, it wouldn't require any survival points, essentially making it a free upgrade. By the day after tomorrow, the engineering team will complete this phase of expansion and upgrades. At that point, their excavation speed will increase 2 to 3-fold, roughly 15 times faster than before acquiring the CNC machine and 3D printer. A 15-fold efficiency increase was staggering. Before the CNC machine, it took the engineering team 12 days to excavate a standard 600 square meter level. With the new efficiency, they could complete an entire level in less than a day. Even for the 5th level, with its 12-meter height, twice that of the earlier levels, and an expanded 3,000 square meter area, the new team could finish in just 8 days. At that stage, the main bottleneck for the shelter's expansion wouldn't be excavation speed but the supply of raw materials, specifically cement. Trading alone won't meet the shelter's construction demands. It's time to consider mining limestone and producing cement myself. Suwoo recalled the small limestone quarry he had discovered deep in the mountains while setting up the monitoring network. Although challenging to access and mine due to a lack of roads, it had become a necessity given the looming cement shortage. Even if it meant relying on drones to transport the limestone piece by piece, it had to be done. However, it might not come to that extreme. Suwoo pulled out the recent map of the mountainous region, captured by drones, and began analyzing potential routes to the quarry. The first 6 kilometers leading into the mountains were straightforward, following existing roads. The mountain's outer regions had numerous paths, widened by those who had built shelters there. Despite recent wildfires, many remained passable. After some careful examination, Suwoo identified a route approximately 7 kilometers long that led to a point 3.7 kilometers from the limestone quarry. From there, the terrain became treacherous, marked by cliffs and gorges. This area is tough to access. Steep cliffs, no paths, Suwoo muttered, deep in thought. His gaze shifted to the mountainside. If there were no paths, one could be carved. The road didn't need to be wide or high, just enough for a single mining transport vehicle to navigate. For a quicker solution, a suspended walkway could suffice. Supports could be made from existing steel bars and angles, with the walkway constructed from salvaged metal sheets. If more materials were needed, Suwoo could dip into the stockpile of finished steel recently acquired from other large shelters. Once the limestone quarry was depleted, these materials could be recycled, with minimal energy loss during resmelting. For the gorge, Suwoo planned to use drones and steel cables to construct a suspension bridge. It didn't need to be elaborate, just functional. The road building plan was relatively simple on paper, though its execution would require significant resources and manpower. The operation might also draw attention. However, Suwoo no longer needed to remain in the shadows. With his current capabilities, he could confidently undertake such a project without fear of having the quarry's fruits snatched away. It's decided. Once the engineering team's expansion is complete, we'll begin assembling a team to carve out roads and build bridges. Chapter 88, Pig and Cattle Farms. Over the next few days, despite the worsening surface conditions due to the radiation storm, life within Suwoo's shelter remained calm and steady. The sale of radiation detectors concluded on the second day of the storm, as most shelters had already secured their equipment. By the time the last detector was handed over to a buyer, Suwoo had accumulated around 3 million contribution points and nearly 47 million points worth of other resources. These materials were predominantly scrap metals and finished steel, with smaller quantities of common and precious metals, discarded circuit boards, and chemical raw materials. This abundance of resources provided a solid foundation for Suwoo. With these materials, he could easily produce a wide range of basic industrial products or outdated technological models. It also allowed him to experiment freely, turning his imaginative ideas into tangible mechanical enhancements for the shelter. While some ideas might seem crude or laughable now, they could lead to groundbreaking results with the support of abundant resources and eye refinement. On the third day of the radiation storm, freed from the need to produce detectors, the CNC machine and 3D printer completed the current phase of upgrades for the engineering team. This brought their efficiency to 15 times its previous level. Meanwhile, word spread across shelters that surface radiation levels fluctuated randomly over time. This unpredictability increased fear among surface workers, prompting many to quit. Those who remained were coerced by shelter administrators but demanded higher wages, better protective gear, and temporary accommodations, requests that strained resource-poor shelters. Consequently, many small and medium-sized shelters reduced external trade, moving toward self-imposed isolation. On the fourth day, at 9:22 a.m., A minor-type transport vehicle delivered the lambs to a newly built pen on the 5th underground level. Outside the pen, several construction robots planted grass transferred from the 3rd level planting zone onto a pre-laid soil bed. Within half an hour, a lush, 100-square-meter grass field appeared in front of the pen, creating a tranquil scene. The sheep pen, along with its attached grass field, occupied approximately 100 square meters of the 5th level, a level recently expanded by the engineering team to over 1,000 square meters. In addition to the pen, Suwoo had constructed a 500 square meter storage facility and a 100 square meter purification room on the level. From a farming perspective, the sheep pen was an extravagant use of space. A vast 1,200 cubic meters of underground space housed only a small patch of grass and a handful of lambs, which together barely occupied a single cubic meter. However, Suwoo now had the resources to indulge in such luxuries. He even planned to expand the area around the pen to include a garden, a fountain, and a small forest. Although surface vegetation had been nearly wiped out, acquiring tree seeds or saplings was relatively easy. The official contribution point warehouse in Jiang City offered dozens of tree species, and purchasing a small quantity was affordable. If I'm buying seeds, I might as well get a bit of everything, Suwoo mused. Ginkgo trees, osmanthus, beech trees, and other ornamental varieties should be purchased as a larger saplings. Trees take years to grow, and seeing them flourish into a dense forest will take even longer. Starting earlier means enjoying them sooner. This was a forward-thinking plan. If the opportunity existed, Suwoo didn't want forests to be mere images in videos. Also, it's time to purchase some piglets and calves. With the shelter's expanded space, there was now room to support larger animals. These steps would meet future needs and prevent the difficulties of acquiring such livestock later when resources would be scarcer. Pigs and cows, being highly sought after, were the first choices. The current period was likely the last chance to buy them at a reasonable price. However, unlike the lambs, which were treated with special care, the pigs and cows wouldn't receive the same luxury. Suwoo planned to dedicate half of the 5th level to a livable, natural garden. Unsuitable elements, such as pigs and cows, would be relocated elsewhere. For now, they could be temporarily housed on the 5th level. Once the 6th level was constructed, the livestock would be moved there and raised industrially, following the 3rd level's farming model. Acting on his thoughts immediately, Suwoo opened the official warehouse inventory. Using his remaining tens of thousands of contribution points, he bought various tree and flower seeds, including species unavailable in his shelter. He also purchased a dozen piglets and calves, selecting a mix of meat cows and dairy cows. With proper care, this initial stock would be enough to establish a sizable pig and cattle farm in the future. Chapter 89, Emergency Warning. Just after Suwoo placed his latest order in the official warehouse, a short, sharp alarm sounded from the control console. The eye issued a warning. Radiation levels on the surface had spiked abnormally, surging hundreds of times within a short period. Suwoo quickly switched to the surface monitoring feed, noticing visible interference in the video flickers and occasional distortions. Radiation disaster, Suwoo muttered to himself, frowning. No, not that severe yet. It's likely just random radiation fluctuations. He hastily checked the data and let out a sigh of relief. He input a command to temporarily seal off the external passage to the 5th underground level, then turned his attention to the communications system. As expected, the official satellite network had nearly collapsed, leaving Suwoo's shelter in an isolated state. Surprisingly, the communication signal tower, upgraded using survival points, remained robust. Even under the intense radiation, it transmitted signals steadily. Nearby shelter residents connected to the network hadn't noticed any disruptions. If it's outside the high radiation zones, the monitoring network is still functioning relatively well, Suwoo observed. The usual communication relay devices, responsible for data transmission, were cut off under the circumstances. However, because the high radiation zone only spanned about 10 kilometers, Suwoo's signal tower took over the network connections. This allowed most of the monitoring network to come back online, continuously feeding real-time data except for areas directly affected by the intense radiation. Satisfied that overall functionality was largely intact, Suwoo's demeanor relaxed. Using the reconnected monitoring network, he analyzed the high radiation zone above his shelter. It spanned a diameter of approximately 3.4 kilometers and wasn't static. Instead, it moved randomly at speeds ranging from 1 meter to half a kilometer per second. This intensity is close to a radiation disaster prototype, Suwoo noted. Fortunately, it moves randomly, otherwise, this could be disastrous. Studying the radiation zone, Suwoo considered the durability of his upgraded communication devices, particularly those installed in his large transport vehicles. Since these were also enhanced with survival points, he theorized they could perform similarly well under such conditions. For caution's sake, Su-woo decided against opening the doors to test the vehicles outside. Instead, he used the drone platform to deploy a reconnaissance drone onto a small fortress rooftop. Within half a minute, the drone powered up, established a connection, and ascended. A clear video feed streamed onto the control console screen, confirming that the inexpensive, single survival point drone was also unaffected by high radiation levels. It seems that items upgraded with survival points, no matter how ordinary, likely contain unknown technological advancements, Su-woo concluded. This realization gave Su-woo a newfound appreciation for survival points. Despite industrial advancements and high-tech blueprints, survival point upgraded items clearly had unique, irreplaceable value. Su-woo directed the drone to survey the 15-kilometer radius around the shelter. As it roamed, the map displayed on the console began returning to normal. The faint yellow glow covering certain areas faded, signaling that radiation levels in those regions had dropped back to the average post-storm surface levels. While still lethal for unprotected humans after prolonged exposure, the radiation was now safe enough for Su-woo's engineering team to resume surface operations. With the 5th underground level's vertical passage reopened, a minor-class transport vehicle carrying rubble was dispatched to the surface. Once again, Su-woo's shelter returned to its routine construction work as the lethal radiation retreated as quickly as it had appeared. At 11:30 a.m., the satellite network reconnected. Su-woo checked a private group chat frequented by wealthy shelter owners and noticed 3 major shelters had experienced sudden surges in contribution points. This was not good news, not even for those shelters. It meant their monitoring zones had become sites of genuine radiation disasters. 3 at once, Su-woo muttered, feeling a twinge of unease. The official disaster protocol dictated that a city should be abandoned and its population relocated to safer areas if 10 radiation disaster zones were confirmed. With 3 emerging simultaneously, it was clear the situation was escalating rapidly. The group chat reflected widespread panic. Some members were already selling off their assets and contacting officials to secure their emergency relocation tickets. Meanwhile, Su-woo continued examining publicly available data on the 3 disaster zones. At the same time, the official shelter network issued a yellow alert to its middle and upper-tier personnel and initiated deep shelter evacuation plans. Without public announcements, these quiet but decisive actions sent shockwaves through those in the know. Valuable materials were swiftly transported to deep shelters, and elite personnel began receiving encrypted messages. Following the instructions, they abandoned their current tasks and discreetly escorted their families to secret evacuation points, under the pretense of attending social gatherings. Externally, the official shelters became noticeably less responsive. Many civilian shelter requests were delayed or ignored entirely, as if the personnel handling them had disappeared from their posts. Official shelters have begun their emergency evacuation, one large shelter owner sighed in the private group chat. Take care of yourselves. Make your preparations early. The message wasn't a warning or advice, it was an expression of shared concern. Everyone in the group understood the official shelter's priorities and tendencies. Their silent actions spoke volumes. Chapter 90. Just after Su-woo placed his latest order in the official warehouse, a short, sharp alarm sounded from the control console. The eye issued a warning. Radiation levels on the surface had spiked abnormally, surging hundreds of times within a short period. Su-woo quickly switched to the surface monitoring feed, noticing visible interference in the video flickers and occasional distortions. Radiation disaster, Su-woo muttered to himself, frowning. No, not that severe yet. It's likely just random radiation fluctuations. He hastily checked the data and let out a sigh of relief. He input a command to temporarily seal off the external passage to the 5th underground level, then turned his attention to the communication system. As expected, the official satellite network had nearly collapsed, leaving Su-woo's shelter in an isolated state. Surprisingly, the communication signal tower, upgraded using survival points, remained robust. Even under the intense radiation, it transmitted signals steadily. Nearby shelter residents connected to the network hadn't noticed any disruptions. If it's outside the high radiation zones, the monitoring network is still functioning relatively well, Su-woo observed. The usual communication relay devices, responsible for data transmission, were cut off under the circumstances. However, because the high radiation zone only spanned about 10 kilometers, Su-woo's signal tower took over the network connections. This allowed most of the monitoring network to come back online, continuously feeding real-time data except for areas directly affected by the intense radiation. Satisfied that overall functionality was largely intact, Su-woo's demeanor relaxed. Using the reconnected monitoring network, he analyzed the high radiation zone above his shelter. It spanned a diameter of approximately 3.4 kilometers and wasn't static. Instead, it moved randomly at speeds ranging from 1 meter to half a kilometer per second. This intensity is close to a radiation disaster prototype, Su-woo noted. Fortunately, It moves randomly, otherwise, this could be disastrous. Studying the radiation zone, Suwu considered the durability of his upgraded communication devices, particularly those installed in his large transport vehicles. Since these were also enhanced with survival points, he theorized they could perform similarly well under such conditions. For caution's sake, Suwu decided against opening the doors to test the vehicles outside. Instead, he used the drone platform to deploy a reconnaissance drone onto a small fortress rooftop. Within half a minute, the drone powered up, established a connection, and ascended. A clear video feed streamed onto the control console screen, confirming that the inexpensive, single survival point drone was also unaffected by high radiation levels. It seems that items upgraded with survival points, no matter how ordinary, likely contain unknown technological advancements, Suwu concluded. This realization gave Suwu a newfound appreciation for survival points. Despite industrial advancements and high-tech blueprints, survival point upgraded items clearly had unique, irreplaceable value. Suwu directed the drone to survey the 15-kilometer radius around the shelter. As it roamed, the map displayed on the console began returning to normal. The faint yellow glow covering certain areas faded, signaling that radiation levels in those regions had dropped back to the average post-storm surface levels. While still lethal for unprotected humans after prolonged exposure, the radiation was now safe enough for Suwu's engineering team to resume surface operations. With the fifth underground level's vertical passage reopened, a minor-class transport vehicle carrying rubble was dispatched to the surface. Once again, Suwu's shelter returned to its routine construction work as the lethal radiation retreated as quickly as it had appeared. At 11:30 a.m., the satellite network reconnected. Suwu checked a private group chat frequented by wealthy shelter owners and noticed 3 major shelters had experienced sudden surges in contribution points. This was not good news, not even for those shelters. It meant their monitoring zones had become sites of genuine radiation disasters. 3 at once, Suwu muttered, feeling a twinge of unease. The official disaster protocol dictated that a city should be abandoned and its population relocated to safer areas if 10 radiation disaster zones were confirmed. With 3 emerging simultaneously, it was clear the situation was escalating rapidly. The group chat reflected widespread panic. Some members were already selling off their assets and contacting officials to secure their emergency relocation tickets. Meanwhile, Suwu continued examining publicly available data on the 3 disaster zones. At the same time, the official shelter network issued a yellow alert to its middle and upper-tier personnel and initiated deep shelter evacuation plans. Without public announcements, these quiet but decisive actions sent shockwaves through those in the know. Valuable materials were swiftly transported to deep shelters, and elite personnel began receiving encrypted messages. Following the instructions, they abandoned their current tasks and discreetly escorted their families to secret evacuation points, under the pretense of attending social gatherings. Externally, the official shelters became noticeably less responsive. Many civilian shelter requests were delayed or ignored entirely, as if the personnel handling them had disappeared from their posts. Official shelters have begun their emergency evacuation, one large shelter owner sighed in the private group chat. Take care of yourselves. Make your preparations early. The message wasn't a warning or advice, it was an expression of shared concern. Everyone in the group understood the official shelter's priorities and tendencies. Their silent actions spoke volumes. Chapter 91, The Divide Between the Elite and the People. 3 radiation disaster zones covering a total area of 1.7 square kilometers. A small private shelter happens to be located there, Suwu noted grimly. The people inside are likely all dead by now. Small private shelters, much like Suwu's own, often housed just 1 or 2 people. The key difference was that these other shelters lacked Suwu's survival system, relying solely on limited resources for development and defense. This made them extremely vulnerable. While they could endure high temperatures with their underground locations and survive fires or toxic gas with masks and oxygen tanks, they were utterly defenseless against violent radiation disasters and unforeseen hazard during construction. Without external assistance, these people were doomed to die painfully, their shelters transforming into lifeless tombs, abandoned and forgotten. After studying the radiation disaster reports, Suwu glanced at the messages in the elite chat group but chose not to engage. Whether the authorities planned to relocate deeper underground or evacuate Jiang City altogether was of little concern to him. His foundation was this shelter, which had already grown comparable to those accommodating hundreds of people. What truly set it apart was his survival system and resource points. No matter how chaotic things became, Suwu knew he would never truly align with the officials. He turned his attention to his remaining contribution points. Now was the time to spend them all on this round of seed purchases, ensuring they wouldn't go to waste if the system collapsed later. Exiting the satellite network, Suwu checked his local internet. The people using it were mostly ordinary residents from nearby small to medium-sized shelters. Their access to information was severely limited. Many, including some small shelter owners without access to the satellite network, remained entirely unaware of the radiation storm, let alone the escalating radiation disasters. A few were somewhat informed but still underestimated the severity, thinking radiation was just another manageable challenge. For them, the concept of large-scale radiation disasters was an open secret only among Jiang City's elite, the officials and leaders of larger shelters. This information divide left ordinary users discussing mundane topics online. Some even planned outings to the surface, jokingly arranging to wear makeshift heat protection suits and oxygen tanks to enjoy the sights. Their optimism bordered on naivety. While Suwu couldn't save everyone, he felt compelled to act. These people didn't deserve to die just because they lacked knowledge. He compiled the critical data he had gathered about surface radiation levels and survival tips, uploading it to the internet and pinning it prominently on social platforms as a warning. This small gesture of compassion was Suwu's way of extending a lifeline to the uninformed. With that done, Suwu returned to the official warehouse interface, clearing out his remaining contribution points by purchasing additional resources. Among his orders were delicate plants and animals, including piglets, calves, and saplings, all ill-suited for the harsh surface environment. They would need the specialized, modified trucks with enclosed, radiation-shielded cargo areas to transport them safely. To expedite the process, Suwu deployed 10 construction robots armed for safety and brought along a mining transport vehicle to streamline loading. Given the chaos surrounding the official relocations, efficiency was crucial. The faster he completed the transfer, the less likely any mishaps would occur. On the surface, threats from radiation far outweighed human threats. Even bandits would avoid risking their lives in such hazardous conditions. 30 minutes later, Suwu's convoy arrived at Jiang City's central official shelter. Using designated lanes, the trucks entered the warehouse area. Despite the chaotic scene, papers strewn everywhere, equipment knocked over, Suwu's high-priority transaction was swiftly handled. His advanced contribution points ensured he received proper documentation and efficient service. However, his construction robots attracted significant attention. Residents watching the scene whispered among themselves. "Those aren't official robots, they must belong to a private shelter. I've seen them before. They came from a large private shelter near Wildstone Village. Last time, there were only 2 robots. Why so many now?" Their eyes lingered on the cargo, piglets, calves, and tree saplings. "Looks like they're building a livestock farm," someone speculated. "But what's with the trees? Are they planning to grow a forest? Maybe. I've heard rich shelters do stuff like that. Makes sense if they have the space and money." The vitality of the animals and the unusual nature of the cargo provided a strange sense of comfort. "Whatever's happening, they wouldn't be building farms or planting trees if things were truly hopeless," someone remarked. The optimistic conclusion spread quickly among the crowd, easing some of their anxiety. For them, construction symbolized stability, hope, and the promise of a better future even amid the apocalypse. Chapter 92, The Fountain and the Garden. After 2 consecutive trips, the large transport trucks successfully delivered all the materials Suwu had exchanged from the official warehouse back to the shelter. Following the standard disinfection process, 10 construction robots, along with the shelter's remaining 2 construction robots and 2 engineering robots, began working under Suwu's direction. The first task was building temporary enclosures for the newly arrived piglets and calves in underground level 5. Once the animals were safely housed, the robots began laying fresh soil near the sheep pasture and planting the newly acquired tree saplings and flower seeds. They also transported some of the unused seeds to the underground level 4 chemical lab, storing them in specially designed containers that mimic the controlled environment of an official seed bank. After this round of work, the pasture area expanded by another 200 square meters. The new addition featured over 20 saplings, transplanted flowers, and decorative shrubs, giving the area a distinct pastoral charm. In the future, the area for these trees and flowers needs to expand further, Suwu mused. Ideally, it should reach over 2,000 square meters, the size of nearly 5 basketball courts, to create a proper natural space. And in the center, I'll add a fountain. He imagined a fountain with a white marble statue, surrounded by a pool and paved with cobblestones. Sketching out the layout for level 5, Suwu admitted that his current shelter didn't have materials suitable for a fountain. Not even the official warehouse stocked such items. Few shelters would have any reason to store decorative materials like marble or cobblestones. However, if he was patient, they could be scavenged. Many buildings in Jiang City had used marble for decoration, and although most were now in ruins, some usable materials were likely still intact. Cobblestones, on the other hand, could be found in abundance in the wild. The water for the fountain and pool would come from a new large water tank planned for level 5. In truth, the fountain was just a bonus. The real focus of the plan was the 6,000 cubic meter water tank. Currently, the shelter's water supply relied almost entirely on groundwater and a small reservoir on underground level 2. However, groundwater was not a reliable source. Surface radiation could penetrate shallow soil layers and contaminate it. If the worst-case scenario occurred, even the shelter's upgraded water purification system might fail to clean the water. At that point, they would have to rely on the stored supply in the tank. The new water tank won't take up space in level 5, Suwu planned. It will be built in an adjacent area, freeing more room for the garden. My goal is to turn level 5 into the most beautiful natural environment in any shelter. Suwu's vision was ambitious, but achieving it would require solving numerous challenges. For example, a proper garden ecosystem needed earthworms, insects, and other small creatures. Suwu didn't want to introduce live organisms, so the solution would involve designing specialized agricultural robots to fulfill these roles. Just as he was finalizing these plans, a sudden alert appeared on the control console's screen. This time, it was an earthquake warning. The shelter's eye had detected abnormal seismic activity through its monitoring network. By analyzing geological data and comparing it with historical earthquake patterns, the eye predicted a high-magnitude earthquake was imminent in Jiang City. The estimated time of impact, 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Suwu froze for a moment, his gaze fixed on the warning. Then his expression hardened. 2 minutes wasn't much time, but Suwu moved with practiced efficiency. First, he issued a command to shut down all non-essential systems and power sources. The manufacturing equipment in the fabrication center, the engineering robots excavating new spaces on level 5, the geothermal generators, and even the lights across all levels were all forcibly turned off. The robots secured themselves in corners, anchoring their positions before entering standby mode. Next, Suwu launched a squad of surveillance drones, sending them skyward for real-time monitoring of the surface. With a few seconds remaining, Suwu logged into both the local internet and a satellite network. He quickly issued a public earthquake warning. Though his status ensured his warnings would be taken seriously, the short notice meant there was little anyone could do beyond seeking the nearest shelter. The countdown ended. 2 minutes and 15 seconds later, the earthquake struck. The initial tremors were subtle, rippling gently across the entire city. But within seconds, a massive fissure tore through the wilderness, appearing without warning. It spread at a terrifying speed of 1 to 2 kilometers per second, cutting into the distant mountains. The moment the fissure opened, the tremors intensified dramatically. The previously flat terrain rippled like waves on a disturbed pond. These tremors soon reached the urban core of Jiang City. Buildings that had withstood previous storms began swaying violently, their steel frames creaking under the strain. From the upper floors, shattered windows and unsecured items rained down like hail, pelting the streets below. Within minutes, additional cracks formed across the cityscape, engulfing vast swathes of land. Entire structures collapsed into the deepening chasms, some disappearing entirely into the earth. Several mid-sized shelters were caught in these sinkholes. Thousands of residents, unable to send out distress signals in time, were swallowed by the ground along with their shelters. Crushed under the weight of shifting rock layers, they perished in silence. Chapter 93, The Great Earthquake. At the moment the earthquake struck, chaos engulfed this massive shelter, home to 50 or 60,000 people. A wave of indescribable fear and panic spread like a plague, taking hold of every corner of the shelter. The director of the shelter, Wu Hongyan, a former billionaire and a commercial magnate of Jiang City, screamed desperately, summoning his security team to protect him. But in the face of nature's overwhelming power, their weapons were useless. There was no enemy to fight, only the walls, floors, and ceilings of the shelter itself, which had suddenly turned against them. The reinforced walls, made of specialized alloys and several meters thick, groaned and creaked ominously. Then, without warning, they twisted, deformed, and ultimately shattered under the strain. A deluge of debris, soil, and rubble cascaded into the shelter like a flood, burying everything in its path within seconds. While smaller shelters were obliterated outright, Honta's shelter's massive size allowed it a momentary reprieve. Even though parts of the structure collapsed and Wu Hongyan disappeared amidst the destruction, many residents found temporary refuge in isolated pockets of the shelter. But this was no blessing, it merely delayed their inevitable demise. The ongoing earthquake tore through the layers of soil and rock above, exposing the shelter's interiors to the scorching heat and radiation of the surface. With the power generators, air circulation, and central cooling systems destroyed, the remaining intact sections of the shelter quickly became unbearable. The temperature soared to deadly levels, turning the once safe haven into a fiery furnace. Tens of thousands of people cried, screamed, and pleaded for salvation, but their voices were lost in the void. No help would come. As exhaustion overcame them, the survivors fell silent, one by one, Eventually, the shelter was reduced to nothing but a lifeless tomb. Occasional explosions from its ammunition and fuel stores were the only reminders of the vibrant underground city that once existed. Thus, one of Su Wu's largest adversaries was erased before he could even enact his plans of vengeance. 17 minutes after the earthquake began, the earthquake's devastation extended beyond the wilderness and urban areas, spreading toward Su Wu's shelter. By now, the ground's rolling waves had subsided, but ominous fissures appeared intermittently, opening and closing with terrifying force. Underground Level 2, Control Center. Su Wu sat before the control console, staring at the live feed from surveillance drones. For the first time, he witnessed destruction on an unimaginable scale. He had never thought it possible for the solid earth to ripple like the ocean, nor for skyscrapers, standing tall like monoliths, to sink into the ground within mere seconds. In the face of such overwhelming natural power, humanity's efforts seemed utterly insignificant. As he sat in stunned silence, a new alert appeared on the screen. This time, it wasn't a yellow warning but a deep red alert. The earthquake's epicenter had shifted directly to the area surrounding Su Wu's shelter. Within seconds, the vibrations in the control center intensified dramatically. The three-dimensional map of the shelter expanded to fill the screen, highlighting damaged sections in vivid red. A deep rumble echoed through the facility. On underground Level 4, a 1-meter-thick concrete wall cracked and crumbled like paper, exposing the steel reinforcements, metal panels, and insulation beneath. Greater than warning, outer wall breach at Industrial Recycling Center. Radiation detected. Initiating containment protocols. The situation grew dire as the shelter's structural integrity began to fail. The control center's lights turned from white to red, flashing in sync with the alarms. Accompanied by the tremors, the scene resembled the apocalypse. "This place is no longer safe," Su Wu muttered. He glanced at the damage report on the screen. 20% of the shelter had been compromised. Wasting no time, he made his way to the micro-mecha, its cockpit already open and waiting for him. The ground beneath him trembled violently, causing loose items in the control center to bounce and scatter. Losing his balance, Su Wu stumbled but managed to catch himself against the mecha's frame. Climbing into the cockpit, he sealed the hatch. Seconds later, the mecha's internal systems activated, and its life support module began to hum softly. Suddenly, the cacophony of the outside world, the roaring quakes and collapsing debris faded into silence. For a moment, Su Wu felt as if he had escaped the disaster entirely. But as his eyes fell on a water cup tumbling across the control room floor, he was reminded that the catastrophe was still very real. It was just that a layer of reinforced armor now stood between him and the chaos. Remaining power, 100% reassured by the mecha's fully charged energy reserves and the glowing blade of his thermal gutter, Su Wu's nerves began to settle. Even if the shelter were to collapse entirely and sink into the earth, he was confident that he could carve his way back to the surface using the mecha. With his immediate safety secured, Su Wu turned his attention to monitoring the situation outside. The mecha's tactical computer filtered and transmitted the muffled sounds of the earthquake, allowing him to assess the scale of the destruction. The world outside the cockpit was still trembling with the terrifying power of the quake, but for now, Su Wu had found a fragile island of calm amidst the storm. Chapter 94, The True Beginning of the Apocalypse. Through the mech's synchronized display, Su Wu surveyed the control center, noting its relative intactness. Aside from a rolling water cup and scattered small objects on the floor, the facility appeared unscathed. The control console continued to operate flawlessly, collating and displaying information from every corner of the shelter. As the shelter's command hub and Su Wu's most frequented space, the control center was the most secure location in the entire facility. Without the micro-mech, this was originally designed to be his final refuge. After a brief contemplation, Su Wu decided against leaving the control center in the mech to explore the rest of the shelter. In these extraordinary circumstances, even with the mech's superior capabilities, recklessness was unwise. Moreover, if his goal was to assess the situation inside and outside the shelter, there was no need to leave this room. Su Wu connected the mech's tactical computer to the shelter's artificial intelligence system, temporarily designating the mech's cockpit as the command hub. As the eye began to transmit real-time updates, lines of text scrolled across Su Wu's display. Overall shelter damage, 21%. Hydroponic farm, water pipes ruptured, temperature and lighting systems malfunctioning. Fish pools in the aquaculture facility, structural cracks causing leaks. Industrial Recycling Center, high-temperature furnace number 2 severely deformed from external impact. Ventilation system, partial disconnection of ducts, air purification efficiency reduced by 67%. The reports painted a grim picture, but on closer inspection, the damages were manageable. The most critical issue was the reduction in air purification efficiency, as compromised ventilation could lead to rapid air quality deterioration in certain areas, potentially causing respiratory distress. Still, these were environmental issues, not structural threats to the shelter's integrity. Luck seems to be on my side, Suwu thought. The shelter's sturdiness should hold up through this quake. As this thought crossed his mind, the display briefly froze. The previously smooth influx of damage reports slowed, with updates appearing only every few seconds. The intensifying earthquake had begun to impair the eye's ability to monitor the shelter, as cameras and sensors across the facility failed one by one. Even the eye's host device, a rugged laptop, showed signs of imminent shutdown. Recognizing the situation, Suwu disconnected from the eye and relied on the mech's tactical computer instead. He also took direct control of the drones patrolling above the shelter. Since internal updates were unreliable, he shifted his focus to the world outside. The aerial drones revealed a landscape in turmoil. The ground near the shelter no longer rippled with the earlier seismic waves, but the land remained far from stable. At intervals, small hills sank abruptly or rose several meters in mere moments, hinting at violent subterranean collisions. In the northern mountains, the tremors intensified. Minutes later, deep within the mountain range, a nearly 1,000-meter-high peak began to crumble. Massive amounts of rock and soil cascaded downward, creating a dust storm that soared into the sky and spread across the horizon, blotting out the sun. Moments later, a thunderous roar rolled through the mountains, drowning out even the earthquake's rumble. Watching this scene unfold, Suwu felt a profound sense of awe and helplessness. Nature had demonstrated its overwhelming power in the most visceral way, reducing towering mountains to rubble. As time passed, the tremors gradually subsided. It was then that Suwu received an unexpected system notification, uncharacteristically delivered outside the usual midnight settlement period. System notification: a forewarning, disaster has descended. The apocalypse has officially begun. System update initiated. Estimated duration: 3 hours. Suwu stared at the notification, momentarily stunned. So, everything until now wasn't the apocalypse? This is just the beginning? The system offered no answers to his questions. Unable to make sense of the situation, Suwu set the matter aside, deciding to revisit it after the update was complete. Reconnecting to the eye, he resumed assessing the shelter's condition. With the earthquake over, the eye quickly produced a new report. Monitoring and sensor systems were operational in 56% of the shelter. There were over 20 breaches in external walls, and more than 1,000 instances of damaged wiring and lighting fixtures. The recycling center suffered the most severe damage, with radiation levels inside reaching a quarter of surface levels. In the aquaculture facility, water leaks from cracked fish pools threatened to completely drain the tanks within 30 minutes. Everything's a mess, Suwu muttered. And this was only in areas where the eye could still provide data. Nearly half the shelter remained unmonitored. Nevertheless, the fact that the shelter had survived such a catastrophic quake relatively intact was a testament to its resilience. There was no point dwelling on perfection. Let's take it one step at a time, Suwu decided. He reactivated 2 dormant engineering robots and 12 construction robots, forming a makeshift repair team. Dividing them into 3 groups, he assigned urgent tasks. 1. Aquaculture facility, repair the fish pools immediately to prevent further leaks. 2. Recycling center, seal the breaches to halt the influx of surface radiation. 3. Core systems, address critical damage in the control and manufacturing centers on underground level 2. These areas were vital to the shelter's continued survival, and any delays could prove disastrous. Suwu understood that restoring the shelter to its former state would take time and effort. But for now, ensuring functionality and mitigating immediate threats were his top priorities. Even in the face of this harrowing disaster, Suwu remained calm, methodically working to rebuild what had been broken. The apocalypse had only just begun, and the road ahead promised to be even more perilous. Chapter 95, Repairing the Shelter. As the white glow of the survival point's upgrade spread across the wall and gradually faded, the twisted and cracked surface of the control center's walls returned to a smooth, silvery finish, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Control center repaired. Communication relay reconnected. Commencing control of the communication signal tower. Internet successfully rebooted. Disaster warning network re-established. The restored control center immediately revitalized the shelter. From this moment, Suwu regained access to external intelligence channels, ensuring he could remain one of the first to learn about any future disasters within Jiang City's territory. While this ability to issue warnings was reassuring, deep down, Suwu hoped that no more calamities would befall this already devastated land. Shortly after the control center's restoration, the CNC machine tools and 3D printers in the manufacturing center were also repaired by 2 engineering robots, resuming their unfinished production tasks. However, as the high-power equipment began operating again, Suwu noticed a pressing issue: the shelter's power supply needed urgent attention. At the moment, the shelter's electricity was entirely reliant on reserves stored in high-capacity battery arrays. Although the two geothermal generators were mostly intact, the deep underground steam pipes they relied on had been severely damaged by the earthquake. This was a more troublesome issue than repairing the generators themselves. While fixing the machines was relatively straightforward, reconnecting the damaged steam pipelines required a significant undertaking. Compounding the challenge, the specialized nanomaterials previously used for laying the pipes had been depleted. To proceed, Suwu would likely have to use survival points to procure additional materials. Let's start the extreme drilling machine first. The rest can wait until we've reopened the underground channels. Glancing at the repair teams working on underground levels 3 and 4, Suwu noted that they had nearly completed their respective tasks and were awaiting new instructions. He assigned 1 engineering robot and 2 construction robots to the surface to inspect and operate the extreme drilling machine. The remaining robots were directed to continue repairing and clearing the shelter. Apart from the control center, manufacturing center, and power generators, most other areas of the shelter had similar levels of importance. For now, restoring the outer walls and eliminating all radiation intrusion took priority. 10 construction robots, under the guidance of the artificial intelligence, dispersed throughout the shelter to repair the cracks in the walls. The last engineering robot headed to the unmonitored half of the shelter to restore cameras, sensors, and electrical systems, aiming to give the eye full oversight once more. Half an hour later, the three-dimensional map of the shelter displayed on the control console was finally fully illuminated as the engineering robot completed its repairs. However, the revealed damage was more extensive than anticipated. What had initially been reported as 20 damaged sections of the outer walls had now grown to over 50. The construction robot's workload had more than doubled. Fortunately, robots neither tired nor complained. As long as they had enough materials, they could maintain their efficiency indefinitely. Once the construction robots finish repairing the walls, I'll use survival points to reinforce them so that the repaired sections seamlessly integrate with the original structure. After that, we can focus on internal matters without racing against time. The construction robot's repairs were relatively basic, filling gaps with a mixture of waterproof and insulating materials, steel reinforcements, and cement. To ensure the repaired walls could truly withstand external threats, they would need to be upgraded with survival points. The survival point cost for such upgrades was minimal, often calculated in fractions. The challenge, however, lay in the process. Suwu had to personally touch or come within 1 centimeter of the repaired sections to activate the upgrade effect. This requirement meant that even while using the micro-mech, he would have to spend at least a few seconds in proximity to freshly set, as yet unstable cement, an inherently risky scenario. The micro-mech is excellent, but even its thinnest armor exceeds 2 centimeters. I'll need to figure out how to develop a form-fitting protective suit in the future. Despite his lament, Suwu wasted no time. Recognizing the potential danger, he immediately tasked the engineering robot and 3D printer with prioritizing the production of a simplified anti-radiation suit using existing materials. For now, survival points were too precious to spend on an elaborate solution. A basic protective suit would suffice to minimize unnecessary risks. Outside the control center, the construction robots and engineering robots completed the process of sealing all external wall breaches with cement. They then regrouped on underground level 2 to begin systematic repairs, starting with the control center and expanding outward. This time, with no looming deadlines, the eye could proceed methodically. Meanwhile, a delivery robot brought a newly manufactured anti-radiation suit to Suwu. Donning the suit, Suwu climbed into the micro-mech's cockpit and set out from the control center. Despite the ongoing repairs, traces of the earthquake's destruction were still evident throughout the shelter. Stray, exposed wires occasionally emitted faint sparks, a stark reminder of the upheaval. Suwu paid little attention to these superficial damages. With the relentless effort of the robots, he was confident that a good night's sleep would be enough to wake up to a fully restored shelter. Arriving at a recently filled breach in the outer wall, Suwu scanned the area with the micro-mech's radar, confirming that the surrounding geological structure was stable and unlikely to pose further risks. Carefully, he maneuvered closer, opening the mech's cockpit. From his seat, clad in the anti-radiation suit, he reached out and pressed his hand against the unset cement. A faint white glow enveloped the area as Suwu expended 0.02 survival points to seamlessly integrate the repaired section with the surrounding wall. Chapter 96, Rescue Mission. Suwu spent the next 20 minutes wandering around the shelter, using survival points to reinforce the remaining damaged walls. The process should have been quicker, but Suwu's cautious nature slowed him down. Each time he prepared to leave the cockpit of his mech, he triple-checked the surroundings for safety. Any sign of an aftershock, no matter how minor, made him cancel his plans and run another radar scan. This back and forth added a significant amount of time to his task. By the time he returned to the control center, the engineering and construction robots had completed repairs to the corridors and residential areas outside the control center. The shelter's three-dimensional map on the control console now displayed a significantly larger green zone, representing restored safety and order. The construction robots were split into two groups, heading to underground levels 3 and 1 to repair the livestock factory and hydroponic farm, respectively. Meanwhile, the engineering robots moved between the two levels to assist wherever needed. In the hydroponic farm and livestock factory, most of the cultivation racks used to grow rice, vegetables, fruit, and forage had been toppled by the earthquake, spilling their contents across the floor. Fortunately, the damage was not irreparable. Once the robots set the racks upright and restored order, the expected yield would not decrease significantly. The incubation room in the livestock factory, which housed chicken and duck eggs, was better protected and suffered no losses. Within the next 2 days, many of the eggs were expected to hatch, bringing new life to the shelter. Satisfied that the robots could handle these tasks without oversight, Suwu shifted his focus to the external environment. On the surface, the extreme drilling machine, operated by several robots, had resumed its work at the geothermal generator's steam pipe location. It was expected to drill for over 20 hours. During this time, Suwu would need to step outside briefly to use survival points to supply the machine with nanomaterials for laying the pipes. Nearby, the communications signal tower atop the small bunker had miraculously survived the earthquake without any damage. Once the shelter's eye reconnected with it, Suwu's internet coverage was restored, extending a 15-kilometer radius. Suwu browsed the internet and found that many people had already logged in, a small but hopeful sign that a significant number of survivors had made it through the disaster. However, the posts painted a grim picture. While some people had survived, their shelters were in ruins. Radiation and extreme heat were seeping through the cracks in their walls and the gaping fissures in the ground, compressing their already limited living spaces. Many users weren't logging in to seek help but to leave behind farewell messages and videos, ensuring that their lives wouldn't vanish without a trace. 13 small to medium-sized shelters are within the signal tower's coverage range. 9 of them sustained minor damage, but one has gone completely silent after being swallowed into the earth. 3 more are on the verge of collapse. This casualty rate is staggering. Suwu summarized the online information and sighed in sympathy. The earthquake's terrifying power was indeed concentrated in specific areas. For shelters that avoided a direct hit, survival was possible, albeit with some damage. Suwu's own shelter, for example, had suffered cracked walls and equipment malfunctions. The difference lay in resources. Those collapsing shelters lacked engineering robots to perform repairs. Suwu's eyes lingered on a video post. In the video, a middle-aged woman delivered her final message. There were no screams, tears, or despair, just calm advice for her child studying far away in the north. She urged him to stay safe and learn to care for himself. The simplicity of her words unexpectedly struck a chord with Suwu, touching him deeply. Perhaps I should help them, he murmured, as though convincing himself. The reality was clear. The government was overwhelmed and wouldn't send rescue teams to the outskirts of the city. In the desolate region surrounding Stone Ridge Village, Suwu was the only one with the means to make a difference. With his mind made up, Suwu issued commands to the shelter's eye. Within 2 minutes, a rescue team had assembled, consisting of 1 engineering robot, 6 construction robots, a large cargo truck, 2 specialized transport vehicles, and 3 small excavators. The team was equipped with weapons, rescue supplies, and tools before departing for the nearest collapsing shelter. Suwu remained in the control center, monitoring the rescue mission through the main screen, which displayed the cargo truck's onboard camera feed. As the convoy approached, Suwu observed the shelter in question. Originally buried 20 to 30 meters underground, the shelter had partially risen to the surface during the earthquake, exposing it to the scorching heat and radiation of the outside world. The exposed sections were severely deformed, with many structures completely collapsed, creating a scene of utter devastation. Suwu ordered 2 construction robots to approach the shelter, armed and ready, to search for an entrance. The task proved relatively simple. The shelter's main gate had been torn apart during the earthquake, leaving an entrance blocked only by dirt and debris. The robots quickly cleared a path, revealing a way inside. Chapter 97, ILED Management. The moment the robots entered the shelter, the environmental detection modules mounted on their bodies began relaying real-time data. Interior temperature, 65 degrees Celsius. Radiation multiplier, 125.7. It seemed the massive earthquake had caused some unknown environmental shifts. The surface air temperature, unusually for daytime, had dropped below the average threshold of 70 degrees Celsius, offering a faint glimmer of hope for the survivors. In shelters with severe structural damage, where cooling systems had failed or lost power, the internal temperature had risen close to surface levels. Breathing might still feel like inhaling fire, but it was at least possible to survive for short periods. Radiation levels, measured as multipliers, provided a clear sense of danger. A multiplier of 1 meant humans could remain in the environment for an hour without significant harm. However, a multiplier of 125.7 reduced this safe duration to less than 30 seconds. Yet, compared to the 1000 to 2000 multipliers typically found on the exposed surface, these levels were still relatively low, thanks to the shelter's residual shielding. As Suwoo operated the cameras on the construction robots, he observed the interior of the shelter. Electricity had been entirely cut off, leaving the shelter in pitch darkness. Without the robot's night vision modules, visibility would have been less than half a meter, as oppressive as a tomb. The layout was cramped. Even near the main entrance, there was only a small hall of about 50 square meters. Most of the space consisted of narrow corridors and rooms with tightly sealed doors, many of which had collapsed. Outside rubble had breached the doors in several places, spilling into the hallways. The robots advanced cautiously, their sensors picking up numerous bodies buried under debris or crushed by collapsed structures. Tragically, none showed any signs of life. After several minutes of searching, the robots detected faint, irregular sounds. Following the noise, they discovered a group of 200 to 300 survivors in what appeared to be a communal dining hall deep within the shelter. Who is in charge here? Suwoo, speaking through the robot, had it seal the violently breached door behind it. The dining hall still had emergency power. Dim ceiling lights flickered overhead, and a heavily modified air conditioning unit struggled to maintain a livable temperature of 48 degrees Celsius. Though still uncomfortably high, it was tolerable for humans. The survivors, wary and tense, stared at the intruding robots. Their reactions were mixed. Some were visibly fearful of the steel giants, armed with automatic rifles. Others showed glimmers of hope, seeing the robots as potential saviors. After a moment of silence, someone hesitantly stepped forward. "There's no one in charge anymore. I saw our director crushed by falling debris during the earthquake." This news was both good and bad. According to Suwoo's information, this shelter, called Green Lemon, was privately owned by a former business magnate of Jiang City. With the director gone, the shelter was effectively leaderless, leaving the survivors uncoordinated and with limited knowledge of their situation. In that case, Suwoo declared decisively, "I'll be taking over temporarily." With a few commands to the eye, a notification pinged on the smartphones of many survivors in the room. This was the eye identifying active accounts within Suwoo's local internet network. After cross-referencing their history, it quickly selected a few candidates to assist as intermediaries. Chen Yan, Ning Junchuan, and Zhu Sheling, step forward. Suwoo directed the robots to retrieve the named individuals from the crowd. Their nervous expressions betrayed a mix of apprehension and curiosity. The robots handed each of them a set of wireless communication devices, including Bluetooth earpieces and portable microphones. "You'll serve as temporary managers, following my instructions to organize the rest." "Us? Managers?" The three individuals' unease turned into cautious excitement. If someone was assigning management roles, that implied a rescue was underway, significantly raising their chances of survival. Additionally, being in charge might offer certain privileges, perhaps even better access to resources. However, their enthusiasm quickly dimmed as they activated the devices and heard a calm, authoritative female voice in their earpieces. Their initial excitement evaporated like cold water dousing a fire. They realized they were not actual decision-makers but merely tools to relay commands from the eye. Every task down to who in the crowd should do what had been pre-planned and dictated through the earpieces. Though their dreams of wielding power were crushed, none dared to complain. They diligently began carrying out the eye's instructions. The tasks ranged from simple to critical, recording names and identities, distributing supplies brought by additional construction robots, and issuing items like tracking wristbands for survivors without phones. For those whose phones were dead, the robots provided portable power banks for recharging. Survivors showing signs of heat stroke received small doses of medicine. In this moment of crisis, the eye's precision and efficiency brought a semblance of order to the chaos. Under its guidance, the shelter's survivors began to see a faint glimmer of hope amidst the devastation. Chapter 98, Maggot and Fuel Stockpile. After distributing the limited rescue supplies, the three temporary spokespersons led the survivors in setting up monitoring equipment and sensors around the dining hall, reinforcing areas with weaker structural integrity. Surprisingly, there was little resistance or dissent among the survivors. Gratitude for being rescued and the imposing sight of armed construction robots ensured compliance. "Whoever's in charge, as long as we survive, it doesn't matter," was the collective sentiment. The dining hall survivors were not the only group left alive. Before the disaster, the Green Lemon shelter housed over 4,000 people, much larger than Suwoo's own shelter. With a larger space came more chances for structurally sound pockets to form during the collapse. After an extensive search, Suwu's robots found over 1,500 survivors scattered across the ruins, a sobering tally that highlighted the fragility of life. More than half perished, Suwu muttered, his tone heavy with empathy. These lives were spared only because of the timely rescue and the shelter's relatively intact structure. Remove any of those factors, and even a tenth of this number surviving would have been a miracle. After cataloging the survivors, administering basic first aid to the severely injured, and organizing them under eye management, Suwu moved on to the heart of the rescue effort, making the shelter habitable again. Outside, the excavators and transport vehicles worked in unison. Structures beyond repair were demolished, their debris and nearby soil repurposed to seal off and reinforce the remaining intact sections of the shelter. Meanwhile, the engineering robot and its assistants focused on repairing the central air conditioning and ventilation systems, the two pillars of a livable environment. With these systems operational, and electricity restored, the rescue mission could be deemed a success. The long-term survival of the shelter would then rest on the survivors' ability to maintain it. Suwu planned to provide remote eye guidance in exchange for their surplus labor output as payment. Inside the shelter, the engineering robot found that while the central air conditioning and purifiers were mostly intact, the ventilation ducts were a mess. Some sections were so damaged that rebuilding them would be easier than repairing. The immediate priority was to restore airflow to critical areas like the dining hall. The rest could wait for the survivors to handle themselves in the coming days. Once cooling and ventilation were stabilized, the final task was restoring power. When Suwu remotely opened the twisted metal doors to the power supply room, the sight before him nearly made his jaw drop. 10 600-kilowatt thermal power generators. Incredible. Unlike most small shelters that relied on portable diesel generators, the Green Lemon shelter used full-fledged industrial-grade thermal generators, capable of running on diesel or coal. Together, these generators could produce nearly 10 times the power of Suwu's pre-earthquake shelter. Of course, it was unlikely the shelter ever ran all 10 simultaneously. Keeping even one operational continuously would already be considered luxurious, with the others serving as spares or parts sources. Next to the power supply room, Suwu discovered a massive fuel storage facility. The initial assessment was staggering, over 200,000 liters of diesel fuel, though some had leaked during the quake. More than 10,000 tons of coal, nearly untouched. To put it into perspective, the coal alone would require more space than Suwu's entire underground shelter combined. Even the remaining diesel occupied over 200 cubic meters of volume. The sheer scale of these reserves was mind-boggling. No wonder resources were so scarce on the market, Suwu muttered. Even a few liters of fuel were heavily regulated. This storage highlighted the stark disparity between personal shelters like his and larger, well-funded operations. Had it not been for the official control measures in place before the disaster, Suwu doubted he could have acquired even a fraction of the resources he currently possessed. Still, no point dwelling on it. Now, all of this fuel is mine. With half the shelter's population gone, electricity usage could be drastically reduced. Aside from powering the central air and ventilation systems, most other energy demands could be minimized. This meant that a significant portion of the fuel stockpile could now be allocated to Suwu's own shelter. The implications of this newfound resource were immense. With such an abundance of diesel and coal, Suwu's plans for expansion and upgrades would receive an unprecedented boost. His already flourishing shelter would gain what could only be described as a rocket-like propulsion, accelerating its development to unimaginable heights. Chapter 99, Succession of Leadership. With unexpected gains, Suwu's motivation to continue the rescue surged. He directed the engineering robot to activate one of the thermal power generators, restoring central air conditioning and the ventilation system. The remaining 9 generators were inspected and prepared for future use. After completing the rescue, Suwu planned to establish a medium-sized high-temperature furnace at the Green Lemon shelter for processing scrap metal. With the shelter's abundant coal reserves, it was a waste not to utilize them. Although this felt like an advance on future resources, idle reserves are of no use if they aren't converted into tangible strength. Unused resources could easily be lost in another disaster. Suwu was determined to invest in expanding his mining and resource-gathering teams, accelerating his growth exponentially. 2 hours later, the Green Lemon shelter's rescue operation was nearly complete. The living areas where survivors had gathered now had restored power, cooling, ventilation, and lighting. The damaged outer walls had been reinforced with debris and soil. While the shelter appeared battered and broken from the outside, it now provided a solid framework for the survivors to rebuild their lives gradually. One survivor, peeking out cautiously, asked, "Are they gone?" Seeing the last armed robot disappear into the dark hallway, he couldn't help but speculate. "Gone? No way," sneered Chen Yan, one of the temporary spokespersons Suwu had appointed. "From now on, there are new bosses. Step out of line, and you might find yourself getting shot. Stop scaring people, Another survivor muttered, retreating sheepishly. Enough bickering, another spokesperson intervened, pointing to the earpiece they were wearing. Don't forget the surveillance and sensors we just installed, and the trackers on your phones and wristbands. The boss is always watching. He hasn't gone anywhere. Resigned to their reality, the survivors accepted their new ruler. At least this ruler didn't need a management team, was fair, and treated everyone equally. With the Green Lemon shelter stabilized, Suwu's convoy headed toward the two remaining shelters in dire straits. The first was another mid-sized shelter, while the other was a small one with around 600 residents. The mid-sized shelter was in far worse shape than the Green Lemon shelter. A massive fissure had torn the shelter in half, with one section swallowed by the earth and the other thrown onto the surface, now a pile of rubble. Given such devastation, Suwu had little hope of finding many survivors. After a brief search, he found only 200 to 300 people alive. There was a silver lining. Amidst the wreckage, Suwu found two relatively intact modified trucks. After some emergency repairs by the engineering robot, they were roadworthy again. Using these trucks alongside his own transport vehicles, Suwu decided to relocate these survivors to the Green Lemon shelter for centralized management. The small shelter, despite its intact structure, had suffered a catastrophic fire in its fuel storage during the earthquake. The blaze had gutted much of the shelter, leaving it barely functional. Food supplies, essential equipment, and basic amenities were nearly non-existent. Without outside help, survival was unlikely. Faced with the hopeful gazes of the survivors, Suwu made the only feasible decision. He relocated them to the Green Lemon shelter as well. With the new additions, the Green Lemon shelter's population rose to around 2,500. The increased population meant greater survival pressure, but Suwu had provided the means for self-sufficiency. After relocating the survivors, Suwu turned his attention to the two abandoned shelters. The wrecked mid-sized shelter was like a ruined treasure trove in Suwu's eyes. With the Green Lemon shelter's abundant resources fresh in his memory, he hoped to find similar gains here. Sadly, the results were underwhelming. Aside from the two modified trucks, the mid-sized shelter's ruins yielded little of value. Most of what remained were damaged household appliances, hardly worth the effort to salvage. So much for high expectations, Suwu grumbled. He suspected the shelter's most valuable assets, its generators, central air systems, and fuel reserves, had sunk into the abyss with the other half of the shelter. Disappointed, Suwu redirected his efforts to the small shelter. Despite the fire damage, the shelter's sturdy construction left its core structure relatively intact. Suwu decided to repurpose it into an unmanned outpost for resource storage and hazardous material containment. The small shelter's location, over 10 kilometers from Suwu's base, made it an ideal site for future geothermal power generation. Suwu planned to drill and install 2 new geothermal power generators. Once operational, the outpost would serve as a remote facility, securing Suwu's hold over a larger territory and bolstering his growing network of resources and infrastructure. Chapter 100, System Update. As the rescue convoy worked on the outpost base transformation, 3 hours quietly passed since the earthquake ended. Suwu's Apocalypse system completed its update, introducing an array of new features. Post-Apocalypse Survival System 1.0 update completed. New feature, Disaster Parallelism. Disaster Parallelism, while within the impact zone of a natural disaster, you will gain additional survival point income based on your daily fixed survival point baseline. The additional multiplier is dynamically influenced by factors such as personal safety, environmental danger level, proximity to the disaster's core, and the severity of the disaster. Current multiplier, 0.02, 0.08 survival points per hours. New features, mainline and daily task panels. Current mainline task, Echoes of a Prosperous Era, completed. Current daily task, invite a member to permanently join your shelter. Reward, 5 survival points, 1 out of 5. The updated survival system brought significant changes to Suwu's interface. Among the updates, the disaster parallelism feature stood out as the most significant change. It provided a new source of continuous survival point income, scaling with the environment's risks and conditions. Even within the relative safety of the underground control center, Suwu gained a 0.02 multiplier, amounting to 1.92 survival points per day. With higher risk conditions, this income could increase exponentially. If only this feature had been available during the earthquake, Suwu mused regretfully. The multiplier would have been much higher. He noted, however, that the personal safety factor might cap gains even in extreme conditions like the core of a nuclear explosion. Still, with many variables at play, the feature offered room for creative exploitation. While Suwu didn't plan on deliberately farming the multiplier, he was confident that future disasters would naturally present high multiplier opportunities. After all, the system update hinted that the true apocalypse had only just begun. This is far too late, Su Wu muttered uneasily. Almost all life on the surface is already gone, only now does the apocalypse truly begin? A heavy sense of unease gripped him as he considered the system's ominous implications. He began to wonder if the entire planet might one day be devoid of human life, save for himself. The thought brought to mind the 2,000 lives now tied to his Green Lemon Shelter outpost. An intangible sense of responsibility settled upon him. If the world had no giants left to bear the weight of disaster, was he destined to become that lone pillar? He recalled a term the system had once mentioned during a daily reward summary: human destiny community. For the first time, Su Wu began to grasp its deeper meaning. Beyond the disaster parallelism feature, the system added 2 task panels. The mainline task was straightforward static objectives with rewards, optional to complete. The daily tasks offered more flexibility. They refreshed randomly within 1 to 7 days and could be replaced if not accepted. Once accepted, they remained active until completed or manually abandoned. A maximum of 5 could exist at a time. None of these tasks are mandatory, Su Wu concluded, relieved. He could choose whether or not to engage with them, and failure carried no penalties. These tasks essentially provided new opportunities to earn survival points on his terms. Satisfied with the rules, Su Wu examined the actual tasks. The mainline task Echoes of a Prosperous Era was already completed. When he accepted it, the reward wasn't survival points but rather a physical item and a new talent. Reward: Bio-Assisted Computing Chipset X1. Click to claim. Reward: Talent, Iron Will. Iron Will, you possess the ability to think calmly under crisis and maintain your original mindset even under the erosion of time. Note: a gift from a bygone civilization to the future giant you will become. At a thought, Su Wu materialized a small box made of an unknown material. Inside were 11 transparent chips, each the size of a fingernail. According to the system, these were bio-assistive computing chips. Each chip could bind to one user, with the single golden edge chip serving as the master chip, granting control over all others. Once bound, the chips granted photographic memory and enhanced cognitive and research capabilities. This is overpowered, Su Wu murmured, staring at the chips. After some thought, he picked up the golden-edged master chip and placed it on his forehead as instructed. A brief prickling sensation followed. In that instant, his thoughts became crystal clear, his mind operating with an unprecedented level of sharpness. The sensation lasted a full 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. When it was over, the chip had successfully integrated. Experimenting, Su Wu found the chip's interface remarkably intuitive, much like the tactical computer of his micro-mech. However, unlike the mech's computer, the biochip was always accessible, albeit limited to controlling other chips and basic internal functions. Among its commands was a particularly ominous one: self-destruct. Well, that's comforting, Su Wu muttered dryly, though he couldn't deny the potential power the chips offered. With the system update complete, Su Wu turned his focus back to the broader challenges ahead. The new features and tools, while promising, also hinted at far greater dangers to come. For now, survival was his top priority, and if the system's message was to be believed, the real fight was only just beginning. Chapter 101, Iron Will. After studying the capabilities of the biochips, Su Wu turned his attention to the other reward, Iron Will. Unlike the biochip reward, which felt almost routine, the system had provided 3 detailed prompts for this reward, highlighting its importance. However, after careful self-examination, Su Wu noticed no apparent changes in his body or mental state. He couldn't even detect the presence of this so-called Iron Will. Is this Iron Will really as valuable as they claim? Su Wu's gaze lingered on the system's note. A gift from a civilization to a future giant. A gift of such a high level, meant for a single individual, had to be transformative, something capable of altering one's life or destiny. It wouldn't be common or trivial. Unable to perceive any immediate changes, Su Wu considered the system's wording more deeply. The key phrase was clear: lasting through the erosion of time. But how long was time? A century? A millennium? A million years? Longer? If humanity ever achieved physical immortality in the future, the ability to maintain mental stability over such vast stretches of time could indeed become priceless. Humanity had already evolved from feudalism to the industrial age in just 100 years. If a million years were added to that timeline, the transformations would be unimaginable. What would remain of someone's original self after a million years? In the best-case scenario, even their core personality would likely be unrecognizable, dissolved into something entirely alien. Iron Will was the key to preserving that core identity. With a preliminary understanding of his rewards, Su Wu turned his attention back to the system interface. At this moment, he noticed that the mainline task panel had updated with a new objective: survive for 180 days in the apocalypse. The task was simple: stay alive. However, Su Wu couldn't help but wonder what the reward might be. Shifting his focus, Suwoo moved on to the daily task panel, which currently contained only one task. Invite a member to permanently join your shelter. According to the task description, adding someone to the Green Lemon shelter wouldn't suffice. If that were enough, the system would have already flagged the task as complete. To fulfill the requirement, the person had to join Suwoo's primary shelter. The task wasn't mandatory. The reward of 5 survival points wasn't particularly enticing, barely a day's passive income at this point. However, the biochip reward conveniently aligned with the task's needs. Using the chips, Suwoo could recruit new members without fear of hidden risks. Instead, they would become valuable allies. This made the task worth considering. But who should he invite? Suwoo mulled over his limited options. There weren't many people he could choose from in Jiang City. As he pondered, his AI assistant alerted him to a new message on the official network. Checking the network, Suwoo saw that the message came from someone he hadn't contacted recently, Yiluo Shuangwa. Yi's message was straightforward, a request for assistance. She hoped Suwoo could dispatch a convoy to help rescue civilians trapped in official Shelter 9 following the earthquake. Suwoo didn't reply immediately. Instead, he opened the official communication channel. The public space, which gathered the upper echelons of Jiang City's shelters, was chaotic. New announcements, official notices, and rescue requests flooded in every few seconds. Some unscrupulous merchants took advantage of the situation, offering overpriced medical supplies or rescue services. Worse, looters masqueraded as rescuers to glean information for their next target. Ignoring most of the noise, Suwoo focused on gathering official notices. He soon pieced together a clearer picture of the situation at Shelter 9. Nearly half of its underground transport tunnels had been cut off, and 7 large residential zones, each housing tens of thousands, suffered severe damage. Facilities like warehouses, agricultural production bases, water plants, and power stations also faced incalculable losses. Under such catastrophic circumstances, Shelter 9's rescue efforts were severely stretched, even with military support. Thousands of people remained trapped, and time was running out. If rescue teams arrived too late, they would likely find only corpses. Suwoo quickly crafted a reply to Yiluo Shuangwa. I'll head to Residential Zone 023 to assist. Send vehicles to help evacuate survivors. Residential Zone 023, a community of over 3,000 people built around an underground mall, was among the hardest hit areas. With no significant ties to high-ranking officials, the zone hadn't even made it onto the official priority list for rescue efforts. If Suwoo didn't intervene, few, if any, survivors would remain by the time help arrived. But Suwoo's decision wasn't purely altruistic. Residential Zone 023 happened to house someone who could help him complete his task. With his plan set, Suwoo acted swiftly. His rescue convoy, which had been working on the outpost base, was immediately redirected toward the city. Comprising 6 vehicles, the convoy drew significant attention as it sped through the ruins of Jiang City. At several points along the way, distressed survivors from other shelters tried to flag down the convoy for help. Some even attempted to block its path. Suwoo's response was decisive. The convoy's mounted machine guns fired warning shots into nearby ground, scattering any would-be obstructions. This efficient use of force allowed the convoy to maintain its momentum, quickly reaching Residential Zone 023. Now, the true rescue mission would begin. Chapter 102, The Morning Sisters. As the convoy arrived, Suwoo noticed 2 modified buses parked nearby. The 2 drivers, unprotected by suits, sat nervously in the vehicles, scanning their surroundings. These were the vehicles dispatched by Yiluo Shuangwa to help evacuate the residents. Without engaging with the drivers, Suwoo directed 3 small excavators and 2 specialized transport vehicles to clear the rubble blocking the entrance, creating a pathway. Meanwhile, reconnaissance drones that accompanied the convoy descended to about 5 or 6 meters above the ground, broadcasting a focused network signal. Instantly, hundreds of connectable signals from underground devices lit up on Suwoo's interface, primarily phones still holding a charge. Using his AI assistant, Suwoo filtered the signals, quickly locating his target and initiating a call. Hello? A soft voice tinged with caution answered. This is Suwoo. I'm just outside your residential area. Would you consider joining my shelter? Having previously interacted with the person, Suwoo dispensed with formalities, cutting straight to the point. Eh? The girl let out a small sound of surprise, evidently caught off guard by his direct invitation. She hesitated for a moment before asking cautiously, Mr. Su, do you mean you want us to work in your shelter? Exactly. You're all welcome. Hearing the subtle concern in her tone, Suwoo reassured her with a straightforward promise. He already knew she had a younger sister who was frail and sickly. Asking her to leave her sister behind and join alone would be both unreasonable and cruel. After his assurance, Suwoo elaborated further, sensing that more context might help. Conditions outside are dire, The authorities have lost significant resources and can't fully support everyone. Even if I help you escape, you likely won't get the same treatment as before." This wasn't a threat but rather a frank statement of reality. Hearing this, the girl's tone remained calm, retaining a gentle softness reminiscent of a spring breeze. "I understand, Mr. Su," she said after a brief pause. Finally, as if steeling herself, she continued, "We'll rely on you from now on, Mr. Su." Deep underground, within a hall of Residential Zone 023, an improvised air conditioning unit was valiantly running. Despite occasional shutdowns due to overheating, it managed to keep the space from becoming entirely uninhabitable. Chinzin ended the call, holding her phone in a daze. Nearby, a few boys her age stole glances at her but quickly looked away whenever caught, their shyness evident. Further away, a defiant-looking young man eyed her with thinly veiled desire. However, upon noticing the group of spirited boys hovering nearby, his interest waned, replaced by frustration. For now, the overarching order imposed by the shelter authorities kept everyone in check. Even as daily conditions deteriorated, few dared challenge the fragile system. "Big sister." A weak voice came from a girl huddled in the corner, drawing Chenxin out of her thoughts. Chenxin knelt beside her younger sister, Chen Yu, holding her hand, her clear eyes shadowed with worry. "Hold on a little longer. Someone's coming to rescue us soon. I'll be fine." "Don't worry about me," Chen Yu replied with a faint smile before succumbing to restless sleep again. 15 minutes later, noise erupted outside the hall. Construction robots equipped with excavation tools cleared the rubble blocking the entrance, allowing the sweltering heat outside to seep into the hall. "Are you the rescue team?" Several people near the entrance stood, their eyes lighting up with hope. "Yes, but please wait a moment. It'll take about 10 minutes to clear the path fully," Su Wu's voice, carried through the robot, reassured the crowd. Turning his attention to the most striking figure in the hall, Su Wu immediately recognized Chenxin from their prior interactions. He directed one of the robots toward her. "Are you Chenxin?" "Yes, Mr. Su," she replied, her clear gaze meeting the robot's camera as though trying to see the man behind the machine. "The transport vehicles are ready outside. You and your sister will come with me." The exchange drew envious glances from others in the hall. It was clear the robots were here specifically for the mourning sisters. In a post-apocalyptic world, this kind of attention from someone powerful represented one of the best opportunities for survival. Chapter 103, Protection from a Stranger. A few minutes later, the path to the outside was cleared. Two newly dispatched construction robots brought a stretcher into the hall. Under precise eye control, they carefully placed the unconscious Chen Yu onto the stretcher without causing unnecessary disturbance. "We should leave now," Su Wu said, piloting a construction robot. He placed a portable cooling device next to the stretcher. Even though the post-earthquake temperatures had dropped below 70 degrees Celsius, the harsh conditions were still unbearable for a sick person. The cooling device would provide some relief. Noticing this considerate gesture, Chenxin felt a small part of her uncertainty about the future ease. Someone attentive to such details likely wouldn't treat them too harshly. She nodded quietly but hesitated, then looked at the robot controlled by Su Wu with an apologetic expression. "Please wait for a moment." Without worrying about maintaining her composure, she hurried over to a group of her peers. "Thank you for taking care of us during this time," she said sincerely, bowing slightly. "I'm sorry for the trouble we caused." Although they were not friends and had barely exchanged words, Chenxin deeply appreciated how these individuals had shielded her from harm during their time in the underground shelter. Genuine gratitude was the least she could offer. "It was no trouble at all," one of the boys stammered, unable to make eye contact with her. Their faces flushed with embarrassment as they struggled to respond to the girl they admired. One of them, mustering courage, spoke up. "Take care, and stay happy." "Thank you," Chenxin replied earnestly, nodding. Leaving the buried hall of the underground residential zone, the outside heat hit her like a fiery wave. She frowned slightly but endured the discomfort silently, following the robot's lead to the surface. A large truck adjusted its position, opening its rear door to deploy a ramp for entry. The robots carefully placed Chenxin and her sister inside the truck, leaving one robot behind to monitor the sisters while the rest returned to rescue more trapped residents. Though the mission's primary goal was to retrieve Chenxin and her sister, Su Wu had no intention of abandoning the remaining survivors. Bringing them hope meant committing to their safety. Inside the truck, Su Wu activated the interior lights before closing the doors. The vehicle began its journey back to the farmstead ruins. In the truck, Chenxin sat with her knees tucked in beside her sleeping sister, observing the plain, windowless interior and the stationary robot standing nearby. Her thoughts wandered to Su Wu, whom she knew only as an online acquaintance. Before the apocalypse, Su Wu had been a kind stranger who warned her about the worsening coastal conditions, prompting her timely relocation inland. Later, He reached out again after hearing her music uploads online, occasionally chatting with her. But now, after his sudden call to join his shelter, Chinzin found herself questioning her decision. Was this too hasty? She thought, a mixture of unease and trepidation weighing on her. Yet, she understood this was likely her best choice. Staying in the official shelter would eventually bring challenges she couldn't overcome. This alternative offered a faint glimmer of hope. Let's just pray for a better future, she whispered, curling up slightly. After a 20-minute journey, the truck arrived at its destination. It backed into the entrance tunnel of Suwoo's shelter. With the help of waiting robots, the sisters were guided out of the truck, decontaminated for residual radiation in the purification chamber, and given a simple cleaning before entering the shelter. Inside the living quarters on the second underground floor, Chinzin finally met the shelter's owner face to face. "Welcome to my shelter," Suwoo greeted warmly, noticing her unease. He kept the introduction simple and turned his attention to the unconscious girl on the sofa. "Your sister doesn't look well," he noted. "How about we check on her condition and stabilize her health first? We can talk later." Chinzin's anxiety was immediately replaced by concern for her sister. Looking at Suwoo with hope, she asked, "Do you have a doctor here?" "I am one, for basic checks," Suwoo replied with a nonchalant shrug. While he wasn't a professional, the AI-assisted database at his disposal was reliable for diagnosing common ailments. Unaware of his methods, Chinzin's face softened with gratitude. "Thank you," she said quietly. Without further delay, Suwoo approached the unconscious Shen Yu. Following the AI's step-by-step guidance displayed on his tablet, he conducted a thorough examination. Moments later, he found the cause of her condition. "Your sister is fine, just a bit frail. She's suffering from mild heat stroke and environmental allergies. With some rest, she'll recover," Suwoo reassured. Hearing this, Chinzin's tense expression eased, and a flicker of hope returned to her eyes. "Thank you so much," she murmured, her voice full of relief. Chapter 104, Suwoo's expanding territory. Chen Yu's health issues were, at their core, a result of the poor living conditions in the underground residential zone. Now that she was in Suwoo's shelter, with its state-of-the-art air purification systems and climate-controlled environment, she would recover even without intervention. Still, Suwoo followed the medical instructions from the AI's database and administered targeted medication to help Chen Yu wake up sooner. With that taken care of, Suwoo motioned for Chinzin to follow him to the control center. "From now on, your main responsibilities will include overseeing material trade with other shelters and managing affairs related to the subsidiary Qingning shelter. Additionally, you'll need to gather useful intelligence from the internet and compile it for me," Suwoo explained. He paused briefly, then added, "On top of that, you and your sister will handle daily maintenance tasks here in the shelter, fulfilling maid duties as needed." As he spoke, Suwoo unlocked a secure safe beside the control console and retrieved a biological chip. "Also, take this." Chinzin listened attentively, showing no sign of resistance. She only hesitated slightly when Suwoo handed her the crystalline chip. Nevertheless, she followed his instructions, placing it gently against her forehead. A slight prickling sensation ensued, and in a moment, the chip seemed to dissolve into her skin. Almost immediately, Chinzin noticed her thoughts becoming sharper and more organized. "What is this?" she finally asked, curiosity overcoming her hesitation. "A biological computer chip. You can take some time to familiarize yourself with how it works," Suwoo replied casually, gesturing for her to return to the living quarters and tend to her sister. For now, there were no urgent trade matters to handle, given the post-earthquake chaos. It was an opportunity for Chinzin to adapt to her new environment. Bringing these sisters into the shelter was a life-changing event for them, a decision that could reshape their futures. To Suwoo, however, it was merely a way to complete a daily task while gaining an extra pair of hands to delegate mundane responsibilities. With the task completed, Suwoo turned his focus back to the shelter's development. Seated at the main console, he glanced at the system panel. The mission to recruit a new member was marked as complete. He claimed the 5 survival points reward, bringing his total to 27. The daily task panel was now empty, with no new missions appearing. "These survival points saved me during the crisis," Suwoo mused. The quick restoration of the shelter during and after the earthquake owed less to the construction robots and more to the survival points that enabled swift repairs. Without them, restoring the shelter to its current state would have taken at least a full day, a delay that could have proven fatal in the event of another disaster. Recognizing their value, Suwoo resolved to always keep a reserve of survival points on hand. 5 or 6 should suffice. Shifting his attention to the control console's screen, Suwoo reviewed the shelter's current status and upcoming tasks. Following the earthquake and subsequent rescue efforts, Suwoo's sphere of influence had expanded to include the Qingning shelter, 7.5 kilometers away, and the Watchtower base, 13 kilometers distant. This territorial expansion offered significant advantages, particularly in terms of space. Suwu no longer had to meticulously plan how to fit more supplies and equipment into the limited confines of his primary shelter. Instead, he could implement parts of his broader development plans across these auxiliary sites, accelerating overall progress. The main base at the farmstead is stable. The hydroponic farm on the first underground level and the livestock area on the third level are back in operation. The fifth level, aside from the storage areas, sustained minimal damage and just needs some wall repairs and cosmetic fixes for the greenery. He frowned as he considered the industrial recycling center and chemical laboratory on the fourth underground level. That area will take longer to restore. The fourth level was the last priority for repairs unless there was an immediate radiation breach or other critical issue. However, its low priority did not mean the damage was minor. After thorough inspections by the construction robots, Suwu discovered that many machines in the industrial recycling center and some precision instruments in the chemical lab were beyond repair. They would need to be entirely rebuilt using the CNC machine and 3D printer, making this the most resource-intensive area to restore. Given the extent of the damage, the remaining construction robots could do little to help. Professional engineering robots were required, and with one currently deployed in urban rescue operations, progress on the fourth level had come to a halt. Suwu glanced at the surface. Above the ground, the extreme drilling machine had been fully repaired by the engineering robot and was operating smoothly, with 2 construction robots assisting. It was on track to complete the geothermal generator's underground pipeline in about 17 hours. I can reassign the surface engineering robot to the fourth level, Suwu thought. With only 2 engineering robots at his disposal, one in the city and one on the surface, his options were limited. Even with the reassignment, fully restoring the fourth level would take over 10 hours. Perhaps it's time to invest in a third engineering robot, Suwu considered. Engineering robots were expensive, but the need for their specialized capabilities was becoming increasingly apparent. Chapter 105, Kingning Shelter now. With the engineering robots demonstrating their immense utility in both rescue and repair operations, and with Suwu's territory expanding, it was time to increase their numbers, even if the cost made him wince a little. Kingning Shelter seems to be recovering well, Suwu thought as he turned his attention to his newly acquired territory. A 3-dimensional map of Kingning Shelter unfolded on the main console screen. Over 2,000 blue dots flickered across the map like ants in an anthill. Each dot represented a registered human member of the shelter, tracked and managed by the Eye. To the Eye, these humans were merely tools for task completion, tools with higher maintenance requirements, less reliability, and inefficiencies like laziness and errors. They were far from matching the consistent productivity of machines. After Suwu recalled the rescue convoy, the Eye continued directing these human members to survey the shelter's layout and inventory. Using the resources and tools they unearthed, the humans began repairing and reinforcing damaged areas, expanding the shelter's livable zones. Suwu wasn't particularly interested in these granular details. He focused on a few key metrics: food sufficiency, a safe environment, stable life support systems, and reliable power supply. Once these basics were confirmed, he shifted his attention to newly discovered inventory items. Among the materials found was a large stockpile of various chips and circuit boards. While there were no top-tier A3 grade intelligent chips, the collection included thousands of automotive chips and high, mid, and low-end computer processors worth an estimated $500 million before the apocalypse. Such a massive stockpile of chips couldn't have come at a better time, Suwu mused, satisfied with the unexpected haul. In a world where high-end chip manufacturing was no longer feasible, these industrial components were as valuable as gold. Moreover, they could be immediately used in ongoing manufacturing projects, addressing a critical supply gap. Having reviewed the inventory, Suwu concluded that Kingning Shelter, despite its promising resources, remained a damaged facility recovering from a major earthquake. Its short-term potential was limited. It was fortunate enough to be self-sustaining for now without creating additional burdens. After Kingning Shelter, Suwu turned his focus to the Watchtower base. This former small private shelter now stood dormant, its doors tightly sealed. The only signs of activity were a handful of surveillance cameras and 2 foldable gun platforms installed during the rescue convoy's brief stop. With limited time spent on setup, the convoy had merely marked the location, cleaned up the area, and locked the doors. Developing the site into a functional base would require considerable effort. That night, at midnight, the system refreshed. Daily survival point summary: fixed daily income, +4 survival points survived the Continental Rift disaster, +25 survival points secured a subsidiary medium-sized shelter, +5 survival points current survival points, 51. Suwu, who had stayed awake to review the update, felt a mix of emotions upon reading the report. Given the unprecedented challenges of the day, including surviving a catastrophic earthquake that had claimed tens of thousands of lives in Jiang City, he had expected a much larger reward. Instead, surviving the quake had yielded only 25 points, and taking control of a medium-sized shelter with over 2,000 survivors and massive fuel reserves had added a mere 5 points, the equivalent of a low-level daily task reward. Still, I've crossed the 50-point threshold, Suwoo consoled himself. The shelter's fuel and chip stockpiles alone are worth far more than what I earned trading geothermal generators with the government back then, he reminded himself. While survival points were crucial, material resources, when abundant, held significant value. Early in the apocalypse, Suwoo had traded 2 survival point reinforced geothermal generators to the government in exchange for essential development resources. However, as his production capabilities expanded, survival points would only grow in importance, while material resources would hold steady or decline in relative value. July 20th surface temperatures averaged 68 degrees Celsius, a marked decrease from the previous peaks of 76 degrees Celsius, offering some respite. Radiation levels had also dropped, extending the time humans could safely remain outside by nearly half. The day was eerily calm, as if the previous disaster had truly passed. The rescue convoy returned from Jiang City early in the morning. Part of the team rejoined the engineering units, focusing on expanding the shelter's 5th underground level. The rest, including an engineering robot, headed to the Watchtower base to continue its preliminary development. In Jiang City, large-scale rescue operations persisted but were now focused on areas with remaining power supplies and functioning cooling systems. Shelter ruins without electricity were deemed beyond saving. After hours of exposure to extreme heat and radiation, any survivors trapped in such conditions would no longer be alive. Back at the main shelter, Suwoo reviewed his plans. The Qingning shelter provided valuable resources, while the Watchtower base offered strategic potential. Together with his primary base, Suwoo's growing network hinted at the possibility of a future stronghold, one capable of weathering the harshest apocalyptic storms. Chapter 106, Electric Power Transport Vehicle Morning. After washing up, Suwoo headed to the dining hall in the living quarters. Chinzin had already prepared breakfast. Sitting at the dining table, Suwoo glanced at the spread. There was a small bowl of preserved egg and pork congee, several freshly steamed trays of xiaolongbao, fried eggs, and some fresh hydroponically grown vegetables, neatly cut and ready to eat. It wasn't a lavish feast, but the meticulous care put into its preparation was evident. Across the table, Chinzin and her younger sister, Chen Yu, had been waiting for him for some time. Chen Yu, the younger sister, appeared to be recovering well. Her curious gaze darted toward him, studying him secretly. When Suwoo noticed this, she didn't shy away but instead responded with a bright and cheerful smile. "Good morning, Master." Suwoo felt slightly awkward at being addressed this way. He pretended not to hear and shifted his attention to Chinzin. "When did your sister wake up?" "Around 4 a.m., Chinzin replied softly. "She seems to be doing fine now." "That's good. I don't need much help for the time being, so she can take a break for a while." "Does she have any hobbies to keep herself occupied?" Suwoo picked up a steaming xiaolongbao with his chopsticks and took a bite. The handmade meat filling, bursting with rich yet delicate juices, tasted exceptionally delicious, something that could have been considered gourmet even before the apocalypse. "She likes singing and dancing," Chinzin said after some thought. "She used to study vocal performance for a while and dreamed of becoming an idol." "That's perfect. There are 2 spare bedrooms here. You two can share one, and we'll convert the other into a recording and dance studio," Suwoo suggested, showing no objection to her hobbies. After all, a talented singer and dancer was far more captivating than a lifeless decoration. Breakfast was hearty. Suwoo ate much more than usual, finding Chenzin's cooking far superior to his own quick and dirty microwave meals or hot pot experiments. It was clear that his quality of life was bound to improve dramatically with her around. After breakfast, Suwoo enjoyed a rare peaceful morning free from disasters. He headed to the control center to begin his day's work managing the shelter. By the time he arrived, the manufacturing center had already completed the latest production orders from the previous night. At the manufacturing station stood a new vehicle, equipped with a Mineral Type 1 transport vehicle chassis. Its body consisted of a sealed rectangular metal cabin, brimming with the latest solid-state batteries. Internally, it was fitted with an A3-grade advanced intelligent chip, the most cutting-edge available in this world. Its cabin was loaded with a total of 53 cubic meters of first-generation solid-state batteries, capable of storing 10,800 kilowatt-hours of electricity, slightly more than the 10,000 kilowatt-hours capacity of the high-energy battery packs. More importantly, every single component of the vehicle, from its chassis to its electronics, was manufactured by Suwoo's shelter using CNC machines and 3D printers. No survival points were spent enhancing it, making it essentially a free vehicle in terms of resource cost. Suwu reviewed a test video of the transport vehicle. After it was assembled, the Eye had driven it out of the shelter's compound under the cover of night. It traveled 7.5 kilometers to the lime shelter to recharge. During its journey, the vehicle relied solely on its onboard Day 3 grade intelligent chip to navigate marked roads autonomously, without additional Eye computational support. However, its performance on complex terrain revealed noticeable shortcomings. It slowed down considerably, and occasionally made incorrect judgments that could have caused it to veer into a ditch without timely Eye intervention. Not bad, Suwu muttered. Its level of intelligence is sufficient to handle emergencies, especially since it's not meant to operate in combat scenarios. Far from disappointed, Suwu even considered downgrading the chip further to cut costs. Next, he examined the vehicle's power reserves. After 3 hours of charging at the lime shelter, the vehicle's battery reached a little over 20% capacity before returning to the manufacturing center for inspection. Charging speed is a bit slow. Fully charging it would take at least 13 hours, Suwu noted, somewhat dissatisfied. Limited by current materials and technology, even with multiple charging circuits, the maximum speed was only 800 kilowatt-hours per hour. Pushing beyond this risked fire or explosion. Still, 2000 kilowatt-hours is enough for now. Let's give it a try. Eager to move forward, Suwu closed the test video and opened a new control interface. A virtual model of the Mineral Type 1 transport vehicle, rendered in glowing blue lines, appeared at the center of the screen. This was the only vehicle upgraded using one survival point. It was the core of today's operation. Command Center, Mineral Type 1 Transport Vehicle activated, activating Pioneer Cluster Mode, Electric Transport Vehicle connected, Small Excavator connected, Survey Drone ready. As lines of text appeared on the screen, vehicles stationed throughout the shelter began activating. In the underground manufacturing center on the 2nd floor, the chemical lab on the 4th floor, and a temporary vehicle bay on the 5th floor, machines came to life, converging at the shelter's lift platform. The vehicles exited the shelter in sequence and gathered on the leveled plaza above, where Suwu's shelter had once been a simple farmhouse. All systems online, communication stable. Intelligent chip usage is below 30%, meaning there's room for improvement. I might add a few more vehicles to the cluster next time. Suwu's gaze settled on the Mineral Type 1 transport vehicle, surrounded by 7 other support vehicles. Among them, only the Mineral Type 1 transport vehicle had been enhanced with survival points. The other 7 used first-generation solid-state batteries and a mix of A3 grade and standard vehicle chips, purchased externally or produced internally. Chapter 107, Mining Cluster Unit. The improvised vehicles, if deployed alone, would likely break down after traveling only a short distance. Even if they reached their destination, their clumsy movements would severely hamper work efficiency. However, with a Mineral Type 1 transport vehicle, enhanced by survival points, serving as the command center, and a dedicated electric power transport vehicle nearby to replenish their energy, these shortcomings could be mitigated. In such a setup, the improvised vehicles could achieve performance levels close to their original design specifications. Actually, a vehicle enhanced with survival points has an intelligent chip whose performance is far beyond what is required for self-navigation. It can easily command other vehicles while managing its own operations, Suwu reflected. If the other vehicles are of the same model and tasked with similar jobs, the computational demands on the command vehicle's chip are further reduced. These two factors combined form the foundation of a cluster unit, one vehicle commanding several others for collaborative work. In the tactical mode of the control interface, Suwu observed the distribution of computational resources. The Mineral Type 1 transport vehicle, acting as the command center, allocated about 15% of its chip's computational power to manage the cluster. 10% was used for its own operations, and each subordinate vehicle was assigned 1% to 2% of the remaining capacity. While the current load seemed minimal, this was because the cluster was simply driving along a highway toward the lime shelter, a relatively simple task. During more intensive operations, such as mountain excavation, computational demands would soar based on the same proportions. In extreme cases, the shelter's eye might need to provide remote computational support to ensure successful operations. That said, such situations would be rare. The enhanced Mineral Type 1 transport vehicle was more than capable of handling most scenarios independently. A stable command network was essential for relaying instructions to all subordinate units. This capability was anchored in the Mineral Type 1 transport vehicle's robust communication device. While it lacked the range of survival point-enhanced long-range systems that could connect to the shelter from 25 kilometers away, it was virtually flawless within a 1-kilometer radius. For short-range tasks, even the current levels of radiation on the surface posed no interference. Another major challenge was energy. The highest quality first-generation solid-state batteries Suwu could produce couldn't sustain a single vehicle for extended operations. This was where the electric power transport vehicle came into play, allowing the cluster unit to operate over long distances and complete work assignments. The electric power transport vehicle had its drawbacks, however primarily its cost. Packing 54 cubic meters of batteries, even older models, represented a fortune in pre-apocalypse terms. Still, since it didn't require survival points, Suwu was less concerned. Resources could be traded with other shelters or scavenged from the ruins of Jiang City, making them easier to replenish than survival points. After a 7.5-kilometer trip to verify the stability of the command network, the mining cluster unit reached its destination. Survivors at the lime shelter assisted with resupplying materials, mainly prefabricated steel plates, cables, and rebar. These supplies were loaded into the open cargo bed of the Mineral Type 1 transport vehicle for the next stage of the mission. The resupply process took nearly an hour. Despite the use of tools, the survivors weren't machines, so loading the materials required significant effort. Meanwhile, the electric power transport vehicle used the downtime to recharge, increasing its energy reserves to over 3,000 kilowatt-hours. The mining cluster unit, now consisting of 8 vehicles including 1 Mineral Type 1 transport vehicle, 1 electric power transport vehicle, and 6 small excavators, set off toward the distant mountains. Their objective was to carve out a path to a small limestone quarry hidden in the hills. The task, though still challenging, had been simplified by the aftermath of the earthquake. The quake had destroyed much of the once daunting cliffs and filled the narrow ravines with debris. Although this meant more earth and rock had to be excavated, and the route would be more winding, it eliminated the need for the dangerous work of hanging scaffolds and drilling into cliffs. The reduced need for steel and materials brought the cost down to an almost surprising level, a rare silver lining from the disaster. The mining cluster progressed steadily into the mountains. Once they left the 15-kilometer radius covered by the shelter's communication tower, a pre-laid monitoring network mostly intact despite the earthquake took over, ensuring continuous communication. Mining cluster has reached the destination, activating construction mode, survey drone launched, plotting construction route, phase 1 construction route confirmed, detected, high rock hardness, small excavators switching drill heads. Upon arrival, the cluster began its work. The shelter's eye only intervened briefly during the initial survey and route planning. The rest of the tasks, ranging from switching tools to executing the excavation, were managed entirely by the mining cluster itself. The Mineral Type 1 transport vehicle demonstrated its capability as the command hub of the cluster, reducing the need for direct supervision from the shelter. Chapter 108, Visitors in the Mountains. The 6 small excavators working together progressed so rapidly that the results were visible even on the map. While Suwu took a break, browsed his internet forum, and played a couple of games, the mining cluster operating deep in the mountains had already cleared over 200 meters of mountain road within an hour. They had also constructed 2 iron bridges, each spanning 4 to 5 meters. The mountain road was designed to accommodate single-lane transport vehicles. Every 100 meters or so, a small clearing was made to allow vehicles to pass one another. The iron bridges were even simpler. They consisted of 2 straight iron rails with no additional supports or railings. Vehicles crossing them had to align their tracks perfectly with the rails. A slight misalignment could lead to the vehicle toppling over and plunging 20 meters into the gorge below. What seemed barely functional to humans posed no issue for the autonomous vehicles. The bridge was as good as flat ground to them, and they crossed without reducing speed. At this pace, we might reach the limestone quarry by tonight, Suwu muttered, checking the map's progress tracker. He was slightly taken aback by the efficiency of the mining cluster. Initially, he had planned for the road construction to take 2 to 3 days. Now, it seemed the work would be done in half a day. That means I need to accelerate the cement production line setup as well. Switching to the manufacturing center's management interface, Suwu scaled down the production of a planned transport cluster, having its scope. Only 2 transport vehicles that had already entered the production queue remained. Originally, he intended to first build a complete transport cluster before moving on to manufacturing the cement equipment. However, with construction progressing far faster than anticipated, priorities had to shift. Cement-related machinery would need to be expedited. Sometimes, overwhelming construction capabilities could become a problem. For example, the engineering team excavating underground on the 5th level was clearing 300 square meters of space daily, equivalent to the volume of an entire floor in the past. But such speed strained the supply of construction materials. Without the newfound limestone quarry, the engineering team would soon face downtime, wasting significant labor resources. As Suwu wrestled with these logistical challenges, an alert suddenly arrived from the mining cluster. Reconnecting to the transport vehicle's onboard surveillance cameras, Suwu spotted a man in a heat-resistant suit, likely male, standing next to a parked transport vehicle. He appeared to be trying to communicate. Since no overt hostility was detected, the automated counterattack protocols hadn't been triggered. The Mineral Type 1 transport vehicle, unable to make a decision, had flagged the incident for reporting. "Are you from a nearby shelter?" Su Wu asked through the vehicle's external speakers, initiating contact. Finally, a response. The man, Liu Heiwang, sighed in relief, then quickly replied. "I mean no harm. I was hoping to trade with you." "What do you want to trade?" Su Wu asked, intrigued. He had no objection to trading. In fact, opportunities to trade were highly lucrative for someone with the capability to transport goods in the apocalypse. "Anti-inflammatory and hemostatic powders. My wife was injured in the earthquake, and we need them to treat her wounds," Liu Heiwang explained. "I have 2 pieces of gold jewelry, along with their original receipts. Combined, they weigh about 22 grams. Will that be enough?" Carefully, Liu Heiwang retrieved 2 pieces of gold jewelry. He knew exposing valuables to strangers was risky, but failing to demonstrate his worth might result in outright rejection. "You only need anti-inflammatory medicine?" "Yes, just a small 5 grams bottle would suffice," Liu Heiwang said cautiously, quoting his request. "That works. I'll send a drone with the medicine shortly," Su Wu agreed. Gold had lost much of its monetary value in the apocalypse, but as a rare metal, it still held industrial importance. For Su Wu, the trade was a win. According to his intelligence, the gold could be exchanged at other shelters for 3 times its weight in common medications. The profit margin was immense. Despite the opportunity, Su Wu couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Just 2 months ago, a small bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine cost no more than a few yuan. Now, it was being traded for its weight in gold. The rapidity of change was staggering. "Thank you," Liu Heiwang exclaimed with heartfelt gratitude. The willingness to trade under these dire circumstances was a kindness he deeply appreciated. The profit margins didn't concern him. Finding someone willing to deliver supplies to the remote mountains was miracle enough. "By the way, I have around 300 tons of steel. Do you need it? If you can transport me and my wife to the official city shelter, the steel is yours," Liu Heiwang added boldly, sensing an opportunity with Su Wu's generosity. 300 tons of steel? Su Wu was startled. The number sounded familiar. He quickly recalled the reconnaissance drone's report of a cave in the mountains storing large quantities of steel. "Those steel supplies are yours?" "They're collateral from a failed business deal with a friend. I thought they might come in handy someday, so I hired trucks to store them in the mountains," Liu Heiwang explained. "But our shelter was largely destroyed in the earthquake. I doubt we'll get a chance to use them." Unaware of Su Wu's underlying intentions, Liu Heiwang's tone grew somber. In the past, anyone capable of building a shelter was likely wealthy. Now, they had been reduced to desperate circumstances, struggling to reach even the safety of an official shelter. The bitterness was palpable. "Got it. Prepare to leave," Su Wu instructed. "I'll send a vehicle to pick you up in 2 hours." Whether Liu Heiwang's claim was true or not could be verified easily. The steel would reveal its origins soon enough. Chapter 109, The Small Limestone Quarry. Over 300 tons of steel was not something Su Wu could casually obtain. Even with a small high-temperature furnace running 24/7, it would take 10 days or more to smelt that much steel. Yet now, he could acquire it simply by giving someone a ride to an official shelter. There was no reason to refuse. He delegated further communication with Liu Heiwang to Qinzin, who was in the bedroom accompanying her sister, and began planning the next steps for development. Currently, Su Wu commanded a mining cluster primarily composed of excavators. Once the road to the small limestone quarry was completed, the cluster would transition into an open-pit mining team to extract limestone. To save on costs and production space, the cement production equipment would also be relocated to the quarry, where a micro-cement plant would be established on site. This essentially meant setting up a new base and production hub. However, when it came to production, energy was always the most critical issue. Both the operation of the mining cluster and cement production itself required a significant amount of electricity, not to mention coal. A single electric power transport vehicle would be insufficient to keep all the equipment running continuously. "Once the cement production equipment is ready, I'll make another electric power transport vehicle to manage for now," Su Wu decided. In the early stages, the lime shelter's thermal generator would suffice to power the quarry operations. The proximity of the quarry meant that alternating 2 electric power transport vehicles would largely resolve the power issue. However, once the cement plant was operational, this temporary arrangement would no longer suffice. Su Wu needed to decide whether to install 2 geothermal generators at the site or relocate a thermal generator from the lime shelter. The choice left him hesitant. From a safety perspective, the small limestone quarry was a temporary, rudimentary outpost focused on open-pit mining. Its proven reserves were limited, and once depleted, the site would lose its value. Thus, it couldn't be built to the standards of a permanent underground shelter. At most, Suwu planned to construct a small underground room, a surface-level bunker, or perhaps a guard tower. In such a setup, installing geothermal generators was an expensive gamble. Manufacturing and installing one geothermal generator required 10 survival points, while deploying the extreme drilling machine and laying steam conduits with nanomaterials would cost an additional 2 points in materials. This heavy investment came with a lengthy payback period, making it a high-stakes bet. Using a thermal generator, on the other hand, offered a simpler and less costly solution. Suwu's CNC machines and 3D printers could manufacture thermal generators with ease, ensuring that even if one were damaged, it wouldn't be a significant setback. However, thermal generators consumed large amounts of coal or diesel. Each day of operation would significantly deplete Suwu's limited fuel reserves. With the upcoming cement production line also requiring substantial coal, even the lime shelter's 10,000-ton coal reserve would struggle to meet demand. Burning coal for electricity in such circumstances felt wasteful and extravagant to Suwu. After some deliberation, Suwu couldn't resist the allure of generating free electricity every day. He decided to install 2 geothermal generators at the site. A little gamble won't hurt. As long as I recover the initial investment, everything after that is pure profit. Once built, geothermal generators would offer a steady stream of electricity indefinitely. Although indefinitely in a world plagued by natural disasters was uncertain, it was worth the risk. Even so, the cost was undeniably steep. Each geothermal generator required 10 survival points, equivalent to building a versatile engineering robot. To date, Suwu had only built 3 of those robots. With the decision made, Suwu also prioritized enhancing the quarry's security. The geothermal generators would be installed in an underground room beneath the bunker to protect them from most environmental threats. The bunker itself would need to be equipped with weapons to deter potential raiders. Despite the harsh environment outside, there would always be those willing to brave the surface in protective suits and vehicles. Additionally, a comprehensive monitoring network would need to be set up around the quarry, along with an emergency evacuation plan. If an overwhelming disaster threatened the site, the geothermal generators would be disassembled and transported back to the farmhouse ruins as quickly as possible. Everything else can be abandoned, but the geothermal generators must be salvaged if possible, Suwu concluded, solidifying his emergency evacuation strategy. With the development path for the small limestone quarry decided, Suwu turned his attention to the manufacturing center's production queue. Currently, 2 transport vehicles were under construction. Next in line were the cement production equipment, another electric power transport vehicle, the remaining vehicles for the transport cluster, and 2 geothermal generators for the bunker base. The tasks were enough to keep the manufacturing center running at full capacity for 3 to 5 days. After some thought, Suwu adjusted the production queue, moving the transport cluster vehicles to the end and increasing the number of geothermal generators from 2 to 4. Although the transport cluster wouldn't reach full capacity with just 1 existing transport vehicle and 2 new ones, the setup was still functional. At worst, the vehicles would need to make more trips. Geothermal generators, however, provided long-term, stable returns. Once committed to building them, it was better to expedite their production. Chapter 110, A Promising Engineering Team. After adjusting the manufacturing plans, Suwu shifted his attention to other areas of the shelter. On the 4th underground floor, the recycling center had been nearly restored, thanks to the combined efforts of engineering and construction robots. Only the adjacent chemical laboratory was still under repair. On the 5th underground floor, the already excavated area had reached over 1,300 square meters and was expected to expand to 1,500 square meters by the end of the day. This space was larger than the combined total of the shelter's first 4 floors, effectively doubling the size of Suwu's base. Nothing pressing needs my attention for now, Suwu thought, finally feeling a sense of relief after addressing so many critical issues. After weeks of relentless effort, the shelter was once again running smoothly under his management. As long as no major external disasters or upheavals occurred, the shelter could continue advancing rapidly along its planned trajectory. Suwu glanced at the engineering team at work. Even after assigning 1 Mineral Type 1 transport vehicle to form the mining cluster, the engineering team still consisted of 18 various vehicles. All of these had been enhanced using survival points, meaning each could potentially serve as the core of its own cluster in the near future. If Suwu kept all of them within a single team, even the entirety of the 5th underground floor wouldn't provide enough room for them to operate effectively. Beyond the engineering vehicles, Suwu's attention turned to the construction robots. After experiencing the benefits of clustering for engineering vehicles, he was tempted to try clustering construction robots as well. However, this idea was destined to fail. Unlike the relatively simple tasks of engineering vehicles, construction robots faced far more complex scenarios. The intelligent chips in their cores were already operating at 80% capacity, just managing their own functions. Under these conditions, they couldn't even handle commanding another robot of the same type, let alone an entire cluster. If commanding similar units isn't possible, what about simpler support units? Unwilling to give up, Suwoo considered the idea of robotic dogs. These versatile units could traverse complex terrain, carry tools and supplies, and required minimal computational resources, making them ideal companions for construction robots. Equipping each construction robot with 2 or 3 robotic dogs could essentially form a small cluster. Unfortunately, despite their simplicity in design, robotic dogs were not something Suwoo could replicate. In this world, robotic dogs were standard issue auxiliary equipment for certain elite federal military units but were still beyond Suwoo's reach. Guess I'll have to wait until I have spare survival points. Then I can enhance one and reverse engineer it, Suwoo thought with some regret. Without blueprints or even a single model for reference, he could only put this idea on hold. Jiang City, despite its modern infrastructure and population of millions, was still a relatively remote city within the Federation. Even if Suwoo scoured every corner, he doubted he'd find a robotic dog, making it more practical to create one himself using survival points. Another area with potential for clustering was drones. Unlike construction robots or engineering vehicles, clustering drones was far less challenging. They didn't require a survival point-enhanced unit to serve as a command center, the shelter's eye could coordinate them remotely. However, Suwoo's most advanced drones were currently limited to delivery-grade models capable of carrying only 10 kilograms of cargo. Their flight speed was also suboptimal. Even if clustered, they had limited utility for now. For transporting materials, large trucks were far more efficient. As for combat, a drone cluster could be terrifying when armed, but Suwoo didn't currently need to bolster his military capabilities. With his micro-mech, equipped with 8 original missiles equivalent to tactical nukes, an electromagnetic sniper rifle, and a heat blade, Suwoo could easily take on a regular army or infiltrate any medium-sized shelter to eliminate a target. The mech's exceptional mobility and stealth made it a one-man army. Moreover, the destruction of a 1,000-strong armed force had left a lasting impression. Few would dare provoke him again. While military upgrades weren't a priority now, Suwoo knew the situation could change in the future. The air superiority of a drone cluster was unmatched by any other mechanical unit. Once the manufacturing center had the capacity, producing a drone cluster would become a priority. Returning to present concerns, Suwoo turned his attention to the Lime Shelter. Compared to the rapid development of his primary base at the farmhouse ruins, the Lime Shelter, housing over 2,000 survivors, was like a bloated giant. Just maintaining basic survival capabilities required enormous effort. Most of the survivors' energy was spent repairing shelter equipment and attempting to cultivate or breed underground food sources, such as mushrooms, earthworms, and field mice, to reduce the depletion of stored food supplies. Despite their limited capacity for progress, they still managed to create plenty of trouble. Conflicts and disputes among the survivors frequently erupted over trivial matters. While the shelter's eye could handle most of these incidents, some required human judgment and were left to Chenzin. These sporadic incidents occurred unpredictably. Suwoo noticed one particularly complicated group conflict that had erupted during the morning while Chenzin was preparing his breakfast. Yet, she had resolved the issue in just a few minutes, so smoothly that it hadn't even interrupted her cooking. Watching this unfold, Suwoo couldn't help but admire Chenzin's competence. While the Lime Shelter still had many challenges ahead, her ability to manage such a volatile environment gave him confidence in its future. Chapter 111, Thoughts on Population Expansion. Not bad at all. After replaying the footage of the earlier incident, Suwoo's perception of Chenzin shifted. He hadn't expected this seemingly gentle woman to handle such a situation with such skill and ease. Even if he had personally intervened, he might not have managed it as well.